All rise for DramaMama.
My lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Witch Knight Melody, Paige Punk Corpse, Aska, Baphomet, Enoki, Dank Cat Lord, Gayfesh, the one and only, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Ether, Believed, Louie Boy, Chopped Liver, Mistress Lynn, Little Morphine Annie, Dragonborn 94, Enoki, Celestial Wolves, Dizzy Rat, Diamond King, Tommy Dude, Comrade Girl 2018, Sentient Rat, Mistress Lynn, and from the YouTube chat, Ivy Nova, Another Bored Person, Sup I Like Cats, Political Thembo, Ruby W, Tori Cassiatori, Anubian, the 13, Cocoon Master Brendan, Leth, Lord Sorenexel, sorry, Dino Dude, Omega Star, Al the Healer, This Mick That Guy, Monkey, Dan, 1253, Linda, Kaiju Chomps, Ollie, Disciples of Chaos, and I'm sure many, many more lurkers out there. I feel smaller on my stream today. Welcome to stream, everyone. I hope you are all doing wonderfully today, my lovely imps. If you are here, please make sure that you press like on the stream. Now, hold on, I have a question. Okay, I have a question. What does this mean? Oh my God, Tyler was right about her sound setup. What do you mean by that? Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong with my sound setup? I'm so sensitive about my sound setup. It's actually insane. I actually did make a change to my sound setup, which hopefully will finally, ultimately resolve our stupid crackling issue. I don't know if it will, but I'm hoping it will. That top is awesome. Thank you so much. This is a Killstar. They call it like a skater dress or something like that, which I'm not a skater, but I like the dress, so. Yeah. DramaMama night, that's right. Tonight, we will be doing a DramaMama update, the first in quite a while, but it's a fairly important one as far as they go. Yeah. Yep. A DramaMama, that's correct. There is some echo, and we are working on fixing that in the long run, but it's going to take some work, so I don't have the cash to drop right now on fixing the echo completely, but hopefully we will in the future. I do know that the room is still too echoey for my taste. Yes. That's what we're going to be reacting to today, Anubian the 13. We're going to be reacting to Oz Media's video. So, you know, we'll be seeing how that unfolds today. We have a lot to talk about. I don't want to get into it too early, but yeah. Is anyone else having trouble with sight? I don't know, but that's a good question. It's a good question. If anyone else is having issues, let us know. Not wrong. Just your mic is farther from your mouth than other streamers, and so your gain is higher. My gain is a little bit higher, but also, I hate the trend of people taking up 90% of their screen space with a microphone. It comes from people, and I know it comes from a real place. It comes from people being podcasters and not having their face on screen. And also it comes from people not using preamps. And it has some downsides. But the thing is, like, I don't know. Like, how do I like illustrate this effectively? When someone has like, here's the microphone. Okay, let's pretend this is my microphone. When like that much screen space and face space is taken up by, it's more than this almost always, because people usually have an arm like coming in like this. It's just like, you know, I don't like it. I think it ruins, especially when you put a lot of work into the visual aspect of stream, which I do. I stream with a camera on, so. But yeah, you're probably right. I probably could do with tuning the gain a little bit, but also, I don't know. I think most of the problem at this point in this room is room noise, which has been very challenging to fix. Hopefully when I get a new, bigger home someday, especially if you all support the stream, then I'll be able to do even more. What's gain? Gain is, in short, it's when you turn your mic up. I'm a big fan of the behind monitor camera shotgun mic. Yeah, it could be fine, but I don't know. I think that the mic up close is a little overrated. I do acknowledge that this room, for two reasons, has more room noise, but anyway. Imra Star says, I've been watching your previous DramaMama videos on Iiluminaughtii as a new viewer and wanted to see your response to this update. I can't believe I managed to catch the stream live at the start. Well done. And yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. I hope you've been enjoying the previous DramaMamas. I try to do my best and make them something meaningful. Gain on a guitar gives it the more rock distortion sound. Is that the same? Kind of, because when you're, okay, so if you give it a more of a distorted sound on a guitar, it's because your gain on the guitar is on an electric guitar is at the pickup. So you're gonna get it's making the pickup more sensitive, which means you can hear more of the warbling of the strings, which usually use a distortion pedal to get the actual distortion. But yeah, it's the same basic idea. Yes. Well, we're happy to have you, Indigo Zolo. You won't catch me ever showing my face. I'm working towards becoming a PNG tuber. I get that. And, you know, I completely get it. You know, there is a total other world of added pressure when you're putting your face on a stream every day. I know firsthand, I've always done it, but it's how I want to do it, at least for the time being. I don't know if I'd ever do, like, PNG tuber stuff. No hate against people who do. It's just I don't know if that's my thing. I feel like I prefer to have my own face on it, for better or worse, you know? Hello, Dreadful Emma. Dan1253 says, first time attending a live. Intensely weird to hear my handle spoken aloud. It was supposed to be D&D. Oh, D&D. Okay, I see. I get it. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Imbrastar says, I did enjoy them. I watched a lot of people cover it while it was happening, and I really appreciate the way you approach it so thoroughly with great analysis. Well, thank you, first of all, and I'm happy to hear that. I am, one of the things that I feel about drama content is that most of it is garbage. And I try, when I was in my earlier days of streaming, I did not really understand like the function or how drama content functioned in these spaces. And I was a little more careless with it. And then I realized the need to change that. And so I took the DramaMama brand and said, let's do something very different. let's use this brand as a way to delineate that we're going to talk about topics that are generating a lot of buzz on the internet, but that have real stakes and substance to them, that there's something we can actually learn from it. And then I want to make sure that we're stepping away from the typical style of basically just people piling their personal narratives on and running with it, which is something I think that happens all the time in like internet drama, that it's very difficult to actually discern the truth as a viewer because there is so much narrativizing going on. There's so little actual adherence to the evidence at hand. So I wanted to do something a little different with that. I'm happy that it resonates with people. Cocoon Master Brendan says, it still bugs me that I used to watch Blair's content. Obviously, a lot of us wouldn't have known at the time, but it's still a shame. I mean, I used to watch Illuminati videos. In fact, I quite liked Illuminati's videos. It's interesting that I will say something interesting has happened, and I have to give credit to H Bomber Guy. I think that H Bomber Guy didn't just succeed in tackling particular characters doing bad things on the internet. I think that H Bomber Guy managed to make a video that actually educates you on how to be more watchful for certain types of like suspicious behavior online. Because as there's a lot of things that I'm, very watchful of, given my background. I grew up in a really, really politically charged Christian cult, and left that environment. So there are certain types of communication that I'm very aware of and sensitive to. But something that I hadn't realized was I didn't know as well the hallmarks of plagiarized and questionably sourced content in the video essay world. And I think H Bomber Guy's video did a really good job of teaching me how to see that, because I've started to see it in other places as well. From time to time, I'll just go and watch random video essays that I find, and I've noticed that there's a particular style that has like basically all of the hallmarks that Illuminati used, of these like content mill style video essays, where citations are extremely rarely used. They're dumped in like an unorganized document, if at all, and claims and quotations are used with basically no respect to who actually said them. And I've started to be more aware of that thanks to the H Bomber Guy video, which I think is really a good thing. And that's, that says a lot, because I'm not like a stranger to reacting to, manipulative actors. I've been doing that in the realm of politics, in the realm of conversations around religion and stuff like that for a long time. But there's a particular style that is used in creating manipulative or questionably sourced video essays, and I now know how to see that better. Oh yeah, I've heard people talk about that. The video on Silent Hill / Centralia. Yep. April Smith says, I was just checking to see if Illuminati had done anything else ridiculous lately, and Mama popped up in my recommendations. That's excellent. That makes me happy. That means the algorithm has seen us. And yes, well, Illuminati has not necessarily or publicly done anything messed up, but the situation has developed further, and we're going to get into that as it goes on. I don't want to spoil too much or spend too much time on it, because we're going to talk about this for a whole section, so... B6 says, me too. I'll now watch video essays, and in my head I'll go, that's not cited. None of this is substantiated. Wow, I could not know if this was a quote if you didn't tell me. I actually learned so much. Yeah, I did too, and I'm happy to admit that. Like it made me better at spotting certain types of things that that I wasn't as good at, you know? And that's the thing. Like, there are a million ways that people can be dishonest and manipulative and behave poorly. Sometimes all that you need to become more resistant to it is a little bit of light shined on it by somebody who cares to take the time. There was actually a video essay I watched today about integrity in online content. I don't agree with it, but it was interesting. This is called You're Watching Video Essays Wrong. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, this was Zoe B helped on this video. I'll put this on my watch later. I really like Zoe B. And in fact, I was thinking about perhaps reacting to a Zoe B video today, which is really interesting. That's really interesting. Maybe I'll look into this later. I don't know if we'll watch that today or anything, but maybe. Tiki Dragon 1 says, DramaMama, do you take book recommendations? My list is really huge, but I'm always open to hear a recommendation. I can't always guarantee I'll get to it, but I'm always open to hear them, of course. Kenneth Allen Cook says, DramaMama, I've been wanting to ask you something. What's your take on redeeming Illuminaughtii? Has she changed? No, I don't think we've seen any evidence whatsoever that like she hasn't addressed a single one of the things that has been brought up against her so far, like at all. Yeah, so I don't think so. It's not up for us to we don't redeem somebody else. Illuminati's actions will either be her actions will have to speak for themselves, and other people who've been harmed or misled will have to decide for themselves whether that's the case. I don't think I don't think there's many people in the world who are beyond redemption. I don't usually use that term, but I always think there's room for people to improve themselves and to make changes to their lives that make them behave in a better way. I just don't see any evidence that that's what she's doing. Last we checked in, she was still churning out clearly ghost-written and very, very poorly sourced video essays at a rapid pace, trying to make money. And I don't think that indicates any real engagement with what has been brought up here. Her last big public statement on all of this was to threaten further legal action. So, yeah. Yeah. Imrastar says, James Somerton was the one that hit me because I was a big fan when H-Bomber Guy's video came out. I'd even noticed some errors in his recent videos, but brushed them off. I'm working to be more critical. I think that's a good thing, and I can understand why it would hurt really bad, because there is a certain level of good faith that you have to be able to engage with the world unless you want to become miserable and jaded, which usually doesn't make you very much happier. Yeah, I think it's good to be critical. And I think the thing that's cool about what H-Bomber Guy did with his video is that he teaches you how to be critical without becoming jaded, which is a good thing. Or at least that's what it seems like to me. Oh, no worries, Kenneth Allen Cook. That's all fine. Melody X Rain says, her relationship with Oz creeped me out. She's my age and he was barely an adult. I mean, I don't know if, at least for me personally, I don't think that their age difference necessarily was, was the biggest thing. I do think that in context with her relationship with Wonderstruck, not their personal relationship, or Not that they were in a relationship in that sense. They weren't dating each other or anything. But the fact that she had a tendency of sort of trying to work with people who were very, very financially inexperienced, I think that's the real highlight for me, as opposed to like whether or not they're, they were, whether or not Oz Media was old enough or not to date or whatever. I don't know about that. There's not as much information about their relationship, so it's hard to say. What does seem to be a recurring trend that we've seen through this entire saga is her tendency to specifically target people who are not experienced financially. And yeah, there's obviously correlation between being young and being inexperienced generally. But, there were other people in her life that she attempted to take advantage of in that way, as we've discussed over this very, very long saga. So I don't know. But yeah. Alora Anafis says, I should be packing, but I come bearing important information. In the Joe Cat drawing series from yesterday, the girl he was playing 4K with was using Slanesh corn armies. You're welcome for this information. Thank you. Slanesh is my favorite. But yeah. I don't even know if I want to touch that. But thank you. That's interesting. That's an interesting tidbit. There's some odd Easter eggs in that drawing. I might have to? No. I don't think I do. Illuminaughtii hasn't uploaded in 3 months. Yeah, that's about since the last time we checked in. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty all right. I had a pretty long weekend, honestly. I've mentioned this basically every stream, but we've been very busy lately. I've been like extremely busy in my personal life lately, and this weekend, my dog was not doing so great. She's doing better now, but she had a little bit of trouble this weekend, and it disturbed my sleep very badly. So I was exhausted this weekend, but I'm back onto it now. I'm back on the horse and riding forward. You gonna bring back Patriot Mama for the 4th of July? We'll see. Maybe. We'll see. Alice Payne with the YouTube subscription renewal. Thank you so very much. What happened? Yoda, my dog, Yoda, who a lot of you probably have never seen live. She doesn't really come up to the studio anymore. She used to in my old studio, but she doesn't really come up here as much. The vets think that she has a canine dementia, which is pretty sad and difficult to deal with. She's been on a medication for a while, which has been working really, really well for her, but occasionally she still has like little episodes, and she had a brief episode this weekend where basically she starts to panic and gets confused and nervous, and she's very difficult to calm down when she gets herself worked up. And so, it tends to happen at nighttime, and so if she starts to freak out at nighttime, then she often wakes a bunch of us up, and sometimes it's really hard to get sleep, and if it happens for more than a day, which it did, it can be really exhausting. But she's doing better. She's bounced back. She's not having an episode anymore, so and she's got a vet appointment coming soon, so hopefully it'll keep going. How old is she? We don't know her exact age because she was a rescue. But she is, they think she's between like 10 and 11, maybe a little bit older, but probably between 10 and 11. So yeah, she's getting up there. How are your glitter critters doing? Wonderfully, wonderfully, wonderfully. She's a real sweet dog. That's like 77 in dog years. Yep, she's getting that. She's getting up there. Yep. Little doggies live longer than other ones. She's a medium-sized dog, in my opinion. I am excited for the Elden Ring DLC next week. I am so freaking excited for the Elden Ring DLC next week. It's actually crazy. Also, my statue of Mesmer is going to be arriving soon, which is going to join the backdrop, which I'm very excited for. I'm going to be one of those people who has a problematic fave in the backdrop. Maybe not the worst character. Maybe not the... we'll have to find out. I still think the like worst character award. There's a lot of them. Elden Ring has I think Elden Ring has the highest concentration of horrible, monstrous characters of any FromSoft game, and that's saying a lot. Get a Mikola arm statue for the background. I think you mean the Millennia arm, which I'd be totally down for. Anybody willing to buy me the replica of the Millennia arm, or anybody who has a Millennia helmet and wants to give it to me to put into the backdrop, I will. But I do not have that kind of money. I felt bad even buying the statue, even though as far as novelty statues go, it's not that expensive. But anybody who has one, I will welcome it as a gift, of course. Seriously, I'm dead serious. And I'll put it in the backdrop too. But yeah. I don't know. Mesmer isn't the worst, but I feel like it's up there. Well, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know what's wrong with Mesmer yet. He could be the worst. He could. Maybe he's going to outdo the Dung Eater. It's crazy. The Dung Eater's name is the Dung Eater, but eating dung is like the least bad thing that he could do, which is crazy to think about. But if you've played the game, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, by comparison to his actual in-game actions, you're like, dude, eating shit is like, maybe, like, it almost seems benevolent compared to the other things that he does. What's your craziest Elden Ring lore theory? My craziest Elden Ring lore theory is just Elden Ring lore fact, which is that the world resembles the furled finger. If you look at the map of Elden Ring, it looks like the furled finger item, and it looks like a furled finger, and the furled finger is a common item in the game because it's a meme from the old days of FromSoft that their games require you to play using a claw grip, where you hold the controller like this, and you use your fingers like that instead. That's my theory. I feel like putting Mesmer up there isn't really fair. I mean, how much do we really know about him? Oh, what we do know about Mesmer is we do know that he's we have a visual depiction of him committing mass genocide. So, you know, pretty bad, but, you know, yeah. We don't know his motivations. And we also know that the rest of his family are all pretty much guilty of close to the same, but he's one of the few characters we've seen, like, just purging a city full of people. Like, not like, at war. The only other person that we have, like, the only other character that we have explicitly witnessed doing that is Marika. And there's probably a couple of other less, like, more minor characters that have done that sort of thing. But, like, he's the one, he got a whole trailer spotlight of him purging a town and killing all the innocents within it. We know that Marika sealed him away into the realm of shadow. Yes, but we don't know why Marika sealed him into the realm of shadow. And I have my suspicions, you know? Here's my theory, okay? My suspicion is that he got locked into the realm of shadow because he was an inconvenient danger, powerful, deranged, and that at one point he disobeyed Marika. That's my theory. I find it interesting that Mesmer seems to wield the Flame of Ruin. I think it makes sense. He also is tied with the serpents, which he has 3 serpents on him, and he wears the red styling that is shared with Rykard. So that's very interesting as well. Striped Kidder says, why do people hold it against others for liking problematic characters, as though you take that character's logic to heart? Well, I say this with full awareness that I just went on a rant about people standing Griffith the other day. But I think that, okay, so there's 2 things. One, I think that people always are, when you have a favorite character, people always want to ask why. And with certain characters, the why can be a little harder to explain than others, you know? Like, if you're like, Hannibal Lecter is my favorite character, people go, oh yeah? Hannibal Lecter? And then there's a second aspect, which I think is less common, but is becoming more common, which is that people particularly in the United States, at least in my experience, I can't speak for countries that have different languages and whatever, but in my experience in the United States, a lot of people struggle with the lines between fact and fiction. People often attribute this to Tumblr, but it is not Tumblr. It has been this way for a long time. Christians have always had issues with that. They have a hard time separating media, depictions in media, from reality, from a real depiction of an actual thing. Excuse me, which is ironic given whatever. So those 2 things combine to make people sometimes be incapable of grappling with people who have problematic faves, as they say. But of course, I mean, come on. You know. Hannibal is not the problematic fave. Buffalo Bill is the problematic fave. No. Actually, no. Actually, Hannibal Lecter is most certainly still a problematic fave. I'm fairly confident in saying that. You know, I've consumed an unbelievable amount of Hannibal-related media. And Hannibal Lecter is not a hero in comparison to Buffalo Bill. Hannibal Lecter views Buffalo Bill as a tool to get close to a subject or an object that he's interested in, aka Clarice. And also, among other things, he's a Blanchardian who thinks Buffalo Bill is AGP. That is true, although, yes, that is true. Although I think that it might reflect more on the whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yes, he does think that. He does. Sentient Rat says, it must be so sad to be HSTS. No, it's equally sad to be HSTS and AGP. And by that I mean neither of them exist, so it's equally sad. But I will say that it must be extremely sad to believe that you are HSTS. And the reason why I'll say that is because every single person who says that they believe or who tries to act as though they are HSTS actually deep down believes that they are AGP. Otherwise, they wouldn't care at all. That's the whole thing. That's the great duality, is that you tell on yourself. And it's interestingly even baked into a lot of what Blanchard talked about. The idea that basically if you give a shit about any of this categorization stuff, you've already failed. So, yeah. Isn't that a cognito hazard? ENG, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What does all these mean? It literally doesn't matter. Like I said, they're made up bullshit. It's brain disease from not 100 years ago, but from the 80s. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Prosy Rosie asks, but are you a gigahun? A gigahun? You better know that I am a gigahun. And we will ride into Europe and pillage every city that we see and send your messengers back to Rome crying. That's enough for that bit. I don't want to be accused of cultural appropriation. I saw you the first 8 times, Mr. Krabs! God damn it! God damn it! Enough! Halt! Halt, fine spamming! I'm about to fucking unleash the fucking rage, the fucking fell flame on chat. Burn all linkers forever. I have no idea how to answer that, Tiki Dragon. That's a brain disease, and I don't know. You can't make someone care about themselves. Are you more or less powerful than Sargeras? Sargeras is a human chair now. So obviously more powerful. Like significantly more powerful. I can't believe they really did that. That was like a real moment. Now, World of Warcraft is already a game that is like completely dictated. The entire writing of that game is dictated by the lead writers' like fetishes. But that was a strong one. That was a pretty strong one, I gotta say. They went pretty far with that one. World of Warcraft sucks. Well, it's had its moments. It does suck right now, but still. I have a question about your headphone horns. Are they from Nicole Bolas? Hold on, I can get you the information on those. 1 minute. They are from an Etsy shop. Sorry, you're not going to be able to hear me. They're from an Etsy shop called Bedeviled. Bedeviled. They were given to me as a gift. No, that was a Magic the Gathering joke? Huh? 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 Oh, it's an MTG villain. Oh. How do you think you stack up against Kill Jaden? I feel like I immediately defeat all World of Warcraft villains. Because I'm just more interesting, you know? And that's what makes sure that you keep living in the world of Warcraft. As long as you can continue being interesting and entertaining, then you will stay alive forever and be resurrected an infinite amount of times. You know? Like, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but like, they've been milking the same few villains for a long time, and the only ones that get dropped off are the ones that get a little too boring, you know? Ras7 says, I'm way behind on World of Warcraft lore. Didn't Sargeras get imprisoned at the end of Legion? Yeah, he got imprisoned in the chair of the gods. I'm not even kidding you. In the end thing, they lock him underneath the throne that the big Titan, like the Patriarch Titan guy sits on. I can't remember all the Titans' names anymore. Norganon or something? Norganon? I don't remember. The guy, the big daddy Titan, the old man one. He sits on a throne, and Sargeras is locked under the thing. His soul is literally in a chair, and a guy sits on his head. Retcon404 says, DramaMama, how do you stack up against 3 Defias bandits standing in a pumpkin patch right next to the human level 1 spawn? Listen, I could probably figure out a way to defeat them, but I wouldn't, because they're iconic, okay? And World of Warcraft rules, if you're iconic, you get to live. That's how it goes. Can you explain all of World of Warcraft lore so that I can understand my friend's interests? Yes. Hold on. Give me a second here. How honest do I want to go with it? All of World of Warcraft. I know exactly what can sum up all of World of Warcraft lore, but I don't know if you all are ready for the truth. The real truth that summarizes all of World of Warcraft lore is that the entire storyline is a gigantic corruption fetish. Not even joking with you. And you can, now it's gonna change because obviously it's no longer being written by the original writers, but I'm not joking with you. There's the reason why the story has the same cycles over and over again of like a heroic character rising to power and then getting corrupted by undead or demons or whatever and becoming an evil, scary looking guy with big teeth and whatever, is quite literally, it's that. And if you were to gamble on story arcs for World of Warcraft from all the way from the beginning until Shadowlands, you would have your answer for every single, like you could predict every single arc just by following that. Character that you like, that is your friend and you go on adventures with, will get corrupted. It even happens to fucking Jaina. All of them, every single one. They're all that. And it's great, okay? I love that. Don't get me wrong, it really is. There's another one, but do I have to become evil to get the sharp teeth HRT? The corruption transformation elements of World of Warcraft, I'm not kidding you. You guys can sit there. There's going to be people in chat who go, "That's ridiculous. What about this beloved character that I love? What about this thing?" Well, shove it up your ass, because when you go back and look at World of Warcraft, you'll realize that I'm right. I know. I played World of Warcraft. I followed Warcraft forever, for my whole life. I know the truth. I see it. And I can see it clearly, and so will you. What I'm giving you right now is like madman's knowledge from Bloodborne. And when you consume it, you're either going to go frenzy immediately because you can't handle the truth, or you'll accept the truth and recognize where you were wrong all along. Sorry, I needed to close my window. I realize screaming loudly about World of Warcraft is not going to be a fan of the neighbors, even if it gets hot in here. It's kind of funny to me. This is like a weird internet brain rot thing, but it is kind of funny to me that like I am like 40 times more concerned about bothering my neighbors with what I say on the internet than the fact that I'm saying things on the internet right now to almost 400 people. And you might go, well, yeah, but you don't have to see them every day. And that's definitely true. But also, it's like, you all came here by choice, right? You know? They gotta live there. And they don't really have a choice that we moved in, you know? Or vice versa. And I like my neighbors, so. Does Thrall get corrupted? No. But that's because he's the exception. He's like basically the protagonist. Thrall is there to witness and be the foil, the uncorruptible foil to all of the other characters. I mean, look, okay, hold on. Oh, I could just show you, like, it's ridiculous, okay? It's out of control. I know that there's people here who don't understand and who are like trying to reconcile with what I've just revealed to you about World of Warcraft lore, because I know a lot of people are big fans of World of Warcraft lore, but it's just how it is. It's just true. The entire game is a corruption transformation fetish unfolding over and over and over again in cycle. I mean, bum 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 bum. You all remember? What? Who was Illidan? Who was fucking Illidan before he became a demon hunter? And what do demon hunters do, huh? Da 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 da. Oh, what a sick ass song. Another bored person says Edwin Van Cleef did nothing wrong. Wasn't he just like a bandit who got? He was like a construction guy who got stiffed on a bill, right? And then he was like, I'm gonna become a bandit because screw you. But then his daughter kind of became more evil, right? Or maybe not. I can't remember all the story. Okay, of course, it goes back before WoW too. Yeah, I'm saying WoW and Warcraft interchangeably. Illidan's storyline begins in Warcraft 3, and before that there was Grom, and before that there was Grom. So WoW is just the writer's poorly disguised fetish meme, is what I'm hearing. Here's a secret. All art is just the writer's poorly disguised fetish, okay? And in fact, the best art is the art that recognizes that and embraces it. I'm not even kidding you. People out there think, no, my art is pure. The art that I like is not like that. It can't possibly be like that, but you're wrong. Okay? Because even if it's not a strictly, purely sexual element of fetish, it's that obsession that takes you there in the first place, which often, ties into a lot of other things. Dizzy Eyes says, what the fuck about a poison swamp turns Miyazaki on? Oh, we could talk about that all day. We could talk about that all day. Oh my goodness. The Dark Souls games are perhaps the most guilty of this. Miyazaki is a massive foot guy? Yeah, completely. That's why like 90% of the fucking armor sets in the entire FromSoft library have no shoes on them. You'll get like heavy armored greaves that just have your little piggies poking out. And he's equal opportunity too. I was laughing the other day because there's when you get to the mountaintop of the giants in Elden Ring, there's actually a rock, there's like a giant, there's a big giant that's down on his hands and knees and he's dead and frozen, right? And there's actually a rock path that leads straight up to the guy's feet and ass. No, not kidding you. There's just a rock path that walks you right up on the natural path of the game. You just see a little rock path that goes up to this guy. His feet just fucking sticking right out with his ass right there. No joke, not even kidding you. I could go find it in like 5 seconds. I was just playing it. Ryoma says, day 10,000 of turning into a DramaMama stream and saying, in Dark Souls are the first words I hear. I'm sorry, but if people wanted to have streams where streamers, specifically me, talk about other things, they gotta make more things than just Dark Souls. Because it's so juicy. You could just keep, you know, biting into it. And yes, I recognize that I was just talking about a giant's feet, and now I'm making the motion of going like this, but that is not connected, I assure you. See you later, Kaiju Chomps. Have a good night. Jupiter Siren, I am. Yes, I am, Jupiter Siren. Thank you for supporting the show. Just wait for Shadow the Erdtree. There's going to be even more juice. Oh my god. It's endless. I could talk about that shit in... Okay, I mean, hold on. Like, can I get the exact quote? Hold on. Let me just read this for okay, real quick. All right, here we go. Let me just read you this quote, okay? Wait, here, this has a piece cut out of it. Let me get the actual one. Here we go. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Ready? So this is an interview with Miyazaki, the director of Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Elden Ring. Okay? Isamura makes an offhand remark about the game's difficulty and asks if players would often die with a smile. Miyazaki's answer is quite enlightening. Sometimes I get this question from foreign media, and I answered with a no. I was asked, why are you so sadistic? And I don't know about other staff members, but I'm actually a masochist. To be clear, a sadist is someone who likes to inflict pain, while a masochist likes to receive it. Miyazaki could have stopped his response there, and we would all have understood what he meant, but instead he made sure his preferences were abundantly apparent. I'm a huge masochist, so when I make games like this is how I want to be treated. It's just that sometimes other people don't understand it. It's for my pleasure. And then Murahashi responds and says, really? You want to be killed deep in the forest getting punched by a huge mushroom? Miyazaki responds, yes, yes, and the curse area, when I get cursed. Isamura says, you want to die from a barrage of arrows. Miyazaki says, it's gratifying. I like that. I just want to emphasize it. I don't know about other staff members' fantasies. I'm not making it from a sadistic stance, but from a masochistic one. I want this done to me. From the masochist's mouth. So when you walk into an area that is a top of a mountain full of petrified giants, all with their feet easily visible and asses easily visible, you can rest assured that you are indeed wandering into someone's fantasy. Varnish Eater says, good for him, but I literally cannot understand this at all. You really can't? You can't put your head into that space even a little bit? Yes, this is Hidetaka Miyazaki, not Hayao Miyazaki from Ghibli. Different Miyazaki. Firestorm says, so how long until the Oz and Blair stuff instead of this game stuff? That, not even I know the answer to. I'm sorry, but as long as we're having fun with this, we're probably gonna go a little bit longer, and then we'll get into the drama stuff eventually. But for now, we're having fun with this, so get comfy, I guess. But also, if you're here and you're enjoying what we've been talking about so far in our little warm-up segment, please make sure that you press like on the stream. I assure you, my streams are always as demented and deranged and unpredictable as what you are witnessing right now, and I know that you want more, because otherwise, why would you be here? That's true, Brittany Olsen. Why would you need a warm-up segment when it's been so fucking hot? True, but when I say warm-up, it's more like it's just a turn of speech. Look at the stars and figure it out. Yes, if you want to know, if you want to be able to predict my behavior, you're going to have to become an oracle. You're gonna have to become like that character in Berserk, you know. The girl who hangs out with Griffith all the time and is like not scared of him even a little bit, but is totally obsessed with him, even though every other person around is super, super terrified of him, and it's just because like she can see the future and she's like, whatever, if I die, I die, you know, whatever. Yeah, ask your crystal ball. Exactly. Whatever happened to orb pondering? That was such a great, I loved it. Wasn't it a beautiful time when everyone was pondering their orb? What happened to the ponder? Alice Payne with the $5 says, I don't think you're incorrect, but I also don't know how much I value viewing art from just a sexual perspective. I feel like there's more to it. Well, I never said it's just a sexual perspective at all. There's obviously more to it, but that's also true about sexuality in general. Sexuality is connected. You can't isolate. First of all, everything is interconnected, quite literally. If you can think of it, it's connected already to everything else. All things are interconnected. Sexuality is interconnected to everything else, and you know, art is and sexuality and art is no different. It's a very real frame, and it's a particularly strong passion. I'm not saying that literally every art is only sexuality or sex. It's not, but it is a big part of a lot of art. That's true also. Stripe Kidder says, fetish isn't necessarily sexual either. The word fetish in the art world is more about fixation and not necessarily sexuality. But I will say it's very frequent that it's both. Jake says, oh, okay. I was about to obliterate you from orbit. So that's a good, you almost did it. Jake, be careful with your powers, okay? Be careful, because I was about to fucking unleash the arsenal on you. It was about to be thermonuclear war. You were smart to type that second one, because I was about to jump on that one. I don't know. I just don't think I'll ever see WoW lore that way, even though I acknowledge it as a valid interpretation. Well, I'm just saying. The thing is, even if that's not what you are touching into, the great thing about art, obviously, is that there's a communicative element and that it's subject to interpretation. So art can be valuable for you for a different reason than it was valuable to the creator. In fact, it almost always is. And that's awesome and fantastic. But also, I think it's great and it's a cool exercise to be able to try, at least, and imagine or access the brain space of the person who was making something. I think that can be very enlightening and interesting, even if you're totally incorrect. But on this one, I don't think I am. That's true, Nerodia. Nerodia says, the Sistine Chapel ceiling is kind of a prime example of Michelangelo's own sexuality flowing into a world-renowned masterpiece. Yeah, that thing, there's a lot going on in the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Turtle says, I firmly believe you can't beat Darkest Dungeon without being a masochist. That may be true, but I would actually offer you something else. Perhaps it's that you can't beat Darkest Dungeon without learning how to become or roleplay or access the mentality of a masochist. Because I think there's a lot of people who are not masochists. And the reason I make a distinction is because I am not a super I'm not a super essentialist person. So I don't think that somebody, I'm sure some people are probably fine with seeing themselves as a masochist, but we're always more than just one thing. And also, we can become other things. So, and this comic illustrates an example of injecting your fetish into art in a way that makes it worse. No, I love this comic. I'm sorry. This one is excellent. And also, so obviously we're not, in this conversation, we're not talking about like the efficacy of individual interpretations or implementations or whatever. But no, this comic is excellent. I'm sorry. This is, I would laugh so hard, and it would be probably the best game I ever played. Do you know how many games are basically asking you to do that, but in a secret way? Games that demand that if you want to enjoy their game, you have to play it on their terms. Sometimes it makes us very angry. Other times we go along for the ride. It's just how it is. Firestorm says, I'd rather hear game lore than pride stuff. Nothing wrong with just had enough with a certain type of people. What do you mean by that? And how did you find yourself here, of all places? I'm trying to imagine a greater analogy, but that's like, bro, do you know where you wandered into? This is reminding me of that Simpsons bit. There's something wrong here. There's not a single fire escape in this entire lesbian bar. Enjoy your death trap, ladies. What was her problem? Oh yeah, there's a ton that don't gay fish. It's pretty bad. I did a rewatch of the old Simpsons back in 2017, maybe 2017, I think. And I was like, ooh, wow, there is a lot. There's just a lot of just like raw transphobia. It's very mean-spirited too, in a way that a lot of the other jokes in the show aren't, which is unfortunate. It's still very funny. There's still a lot of really enjoyable and funny and good stuff in old Simpsons. Don't get me wrong, but people forget just how much there actually is. Sorry, I'm just cleaning off my screens of dust real quick because, you know, I like to make sure my screens stay clean. Well, this other stuff is fun. Why you gotta be? Why don't you enjoy the ride? You'll have a good time. Relax. You're gonna have a good time. We'll get there. People want the drama. This is why I don't do, I mean, this is part of why I don't even touch drama content, even if it would be interesting to me. You know? But it's okay. You know, whatever. People can watch what they want. I'm not going to be a huge hater, but I'm just going to say, enjoy. Have a seat. Enjoy yourself. We have a lot of fun, even when we're not doing the headline topic yet. It's all good. A handcrafted pondering orb meme. That's so good. That's so good. Niana, that's so good. What? That is so fire. What the hell? That's such a good one. Wow, that's excellent. That's beautiful. That is a pondered orb if I've ever seen one. My goodness, that's fire. That's so good. There we go. So just a quick poll for all current listeners, for all people currently listening. First of all, have you liked the stream? If not, what? We have 411 concurrent viewers, but we only have 194 likes? Huh? What are you doing to me? Oh my God, what is going on here? You're killing me. Please, don't make me beg, it hurts. It's okay, I forgive you. Also, welcome to the President Sunday Raiders. Come on in, squids. Come on in, squids, come get comfortable. Come in, please, we'd love to have you. It's very, very comfortable. We are having a good time. We are being very serious right now. We are not nearly cry laughing while talking about totally inappropriate subjects. Yeah. Anyway, get comfortable, squids. The fuck did I just join stream to? I'm not even a part of the raid. Well, you came in during a raid. You came in during me being sad that I haven't gotten likes from the people who are here because they were too transfixed with me talking about the giant's feet and other similar horny incidents. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. But welcome. Happy to have you. Welcome. Paige Punk Corp says, feet are gross. You better be careful. You better be careful there. Watch what you say, because you might find yourself like that person who roamed in and was like, you know, I'm okay. I don't hate anybody, but I'm getting tired of these people. Hey, Shadow Angel, thank you so much for the upgraded membership. Thank you so very much. Wonderful. Thank you so much. The squids, more like Squidward. We finally did it. It took an entire like 9 hours of on-screen time for us to actually find a use for a moment in which having a Squidward laugh on my soundboard would be appropriate and not cringe. I don't think that's, well, Alice, I don't think it's the primary lens of a media analysis. We don't got to go there. You know, people, you know, it ain't got to go that far. I don't think it's the primary one. I just think it is one. It's a real one, and it's a big one. And in the case of World of Warcraft, I think it is a very worthy contender. I'm shocked you remembered that bit. What do you think, I have Alzheimer's? What do you think, huh? Of course I remember what I did last stream. I know it in the internet time, it feels like it was 9,000 years ago, but of course, I fucking remember what I talked about last stream. You just said that was the summary of the WoW lore and didn't really offer alternatives. Maybe I'm reading too far into this, though. It is, thank you. Other people are saying that is basically WoW lore. It is basically WoW lore. I'm not saying obviously there's other ones, but somebody asked me to describe as simply as possible the WoW lore. And so I tried to boil down all of the storylines in WoW to the single thread that connects them all. And that's the one. Yeah. No, you're not being annoying. It's fine. I'm just, you know, it's a stream. It's all good. I'm sorry, Prosy Rosie. I appreciate you wanting to offer more things for the soundboard, but we are not having the soundboard conversation again. I was losing it, okay? And that became a stun lock of uncomfortable proportions, okay? A base boosted Bazinga. Wait a minute, is that what this is? Is this a base boosted Bazinga? No, this is Bowser Jr. evil laugh. What? What is this? First of all, okay, that is funny, but why is it so chunky? It would be kind of funny to be able to have an alternate Bazinga that's just Bazinga, but worse, like a deep fried. I'm so low on Diet Coke. I will. Don't worry, Asuka. I'm going to be ordering it. I will. I'm going to be ordering it. Don't you worry. I will. I'm serious. I'm sorry, I just read a really funny comment. I just read a really, really funny comment. I don't want to read this because it's so toxic and I really shouldn't, but also at the same time, I don't give a fuck, so let's enjoy this. Okay, hold on a second. So this is a comment I just got on one of my YouTube videos, okay? All right, so I'm just going to give you a summary, okay? And then we're going to do a little dramatic reading, okay? So, somebody commented on one of my videos, they were like, it was the do straight boyfriends of bisexual girls belong at Pride. And the OP post, okay, the original post says, before I watched the video, yes, literally everyone belongs at Pride. And then I responded and said, I responded by saying, that's definitely not true. I can think of many people who don't belong at Pride. Nazis, predators, and cops. Okay, so I made a little bit of a joking response, you know, in response. And I just got a comment, okay? And I want to read this to you because it's so funny. Ready? All right. So commenter Nice Bucket says, well, I'm all three, and I've traveled around to all sorts of Pride events, making all the gays and transes piss themselves crying, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. Please tell me how that makes you feel to know that you're ultimately helpless.
Bazinga. Bazinga.
And everybody clapped. The world's bravest keyboard warrior. What are you gonna do about it? Well, I don't think I have to do anything, to be completely honest. That was incredible. This is the quality of people. Remember how I said that like the transphobes are totally out of juice? Like they've got nothing left. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Here's what I'll do. I'll go into the depths of this YouTube comment, and I'll reply that I go to Pride events and non-specifically make trans people piss themselves in fear. That'll show them. I'm a pedophile and a Nazi. Okay, bro. Actually incredible. I think he's kidding. I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe you could argue that this is like a troll in the like, I'm pissing myself, what are you gonna do about it variety, but I don't think so. I don't think so. It's serious. It sounds like serious hate bait. It does sound. It's a perfect word for it. Hate bait. Just. I want you to recognize these people are washed. Washed. Okay. The LGBT hater community has never been at a lower point. It is so over, and we will never be so back. I'll show you, while there's literally every major city in the goddamn world has extreme pride events, while there are 500 queer people and change hanging out right now in this chat. I'll show them by leaving a YouTube comment that I'm a Nazi pedophile. Woo! You really showed us. Love getting the backstory for those 5 or 10 counter-protesters at Pride. Okay, here's the real hot take, okay? The 5 to 10 counter-protesters at Pride are not these people. And I know that might sound like a shock, because you go, man, somebody who takes the time to type up something that hateful, you know, they must be a really hateful person. But the fact that they feel the need to type about it on YouTube shows you that they're not the type of person who has the commitment to go be a counter-protester for a hate movement IRL. If you want to see who the real counter-protester types are, 90% of the time, it's that that video. Did anybody? Oh my God! I wonder if I can find it. Does anybody have that link to that Twitter post that was like, or it might have been a TikTok video, but it was like the lady who was on her phone out in front of an abortion clinic, and there's like a Christian family that was all sunburnt to hell. And then she was like, you're gonna get sun poisoning. This is so sad. Out here protesting the abortion clinic, and you're getting blisters. The sunburnt Christians. Yeah, that is the real truth of most of these like counter-protest movements, is that it's like two deranged super Christian parents and then their kids who are functionally held hostage. It's so sad. Also, you know, it's not a huge boast to say that you can go to a pride event and make trans people piss themselves, because if I went to a trans event and asked trans people to piss themselves, I know that a large amount would say yes. Like, there on the spot, no questions asked. So you're not really boasting very much, you know. What can I say? Oh, is this the video? Let's do it. Let's hit it. This is a fun one. Yeah, this is the one. Here we go.
To harass people outside of a Florida abortion clinic. Not one of them knows what sunscreen is.
Ave Maria, grazie.
You can tell that you have never been this close to the equator before, darling. Whoa! You're gonna end up with sun poisoning.
Ooh, whoa! You.
I know that hurts, sweetheart. I want to save your friend from the sun of Florida. Y'all are worried about the fires of hell, and the sun of Florida is literally cooking your friend's feet down there. You're not even going to put sunscreen on your friend's feet. What the fuck kind of Christian are you? Disturbing. They're all going to wind up with sun poisoning and heat stroke. You might want to give your friend the sweater because it's her shoulders that are violently fucking burned right now. The girl's got one tied around her waist. Your scalp is sunburnt. That's going to hurt later. And your feet are going to be sunburned. Yeah. Do you guys not fucking clean your toes?
Oof. Now, first of all, she was being a little, you know, snarky and whatever, but for real, if you've ever how many of you have ever gotten a sunburn that bad? It's so bad. I got a sunburn like that when I was a kid because we were at the beach all day and I was in the water so much that all my sunscreen wore off. And I got like the worst sunburn ever. And it was so bad that when I got back to my home up north, like both me and my brother, we had to put our bed on the floor with multiple fans blowing on us because we were in agony. We were like all day, every day, covered in aloe in order to alleviate the pain. That's how bad that type of sunburn is. So while she was roasting those kids a little bit, she was doing a public service by telling them to put some goddamn sunscreen on. But again, the whole point of me saying that was that that's what 90% of like pride counter protests look like. It's a bunch of kids that are held hostage by like 4 completely deranged adults who live in a wannabe compound in the woods. And by wannabe compound, I mean a modular home that is 1 mile away from the nearest neighbor. I wish I was joking, but I've known multiple people who live exactly that lifestyle. When I was describing that, I was describing an actual family that I knew who would do this type of stuff. Not a trailer park. Nah, no, this is not the trailer. These are not people who go to events like this are not the trailer park types. This is the 9 kids in the woods, enforced household barefootness because we don't buy shoes that are made by man, by the science of man. We have a conversion van with 16 seats so that all of our kids can go in. And when we drive into town, you have to look down at the floor as a religious practice. Not even joking, by the way. The people that I was referring to vaguely, I knew a family that lived exactly like that, and they would yell at their kids if their kids were looking out the window when they drove into the big city because they didn't want their kids seeing stuff of the world. So they would make them look down at the floor, and they would yell at their kids if they looked up and out the window. Not even kidding you. Yeah, quiverful type people. Yep. It's sus as fuck. Oh, yeah, it's sus. It's so bad. Nasty Redacted says, last year at Pride, there was like a small group of anti-gay Christians that kind of yelled at us while we marched past them. No riz, no effect. Yup. It is the embodiment of that meme with the thumbs up, where it's like, I have a problem with what you're doing. And then one person is like, and then they go back to their business. Wow, that's abuse? Yeah, yes it is. Yup. Bingo Bongus says, Demon Mama, I just got an AI chat summary that said that you were sunburnt while streaming outdoors. Well done. I was not sunburnt. Believe it or not, I do not have sunburn. My face does look kind of red right now, mostly because I've been laughing really hard. Oh my God. The beach episode? I could do a beach episode someday. Is this real? Whoa, wait, is this real? John Fetterman crashed his car into someone? John Fetterman and wife Giselle Fetterman are hospitalized after Democratic senator rear-ended a car on the highway. Bruised shoulder. Do you think he was like, he was driving behind the car and he saw that they had like a bumper sticker that when he's like, he's looking at it and he saw the bumper sticker kind of looked like a Palestinian flag and he was just like, okay, I have to give a shout out to, hold on, I gotta find it. I gotta give a shout out to, the obliteration, okay? Sock done left. Brain damage made me conservative. I love Fox News. Sock done left. Obliterated Fox News. One of the most brutal ratios I've ever seen. The article, of course, is John Fetterman tells Bill Maher that his near-death experience freed him to speak out and says the progressivism left me. Actually unbelievable. Gotta give some credit to SDL for that one. That was a get. That was most certainly a get. Oh, that's honestly, it's a little sad, but I have a hard time feeling sad when people become extremely monstrous. especially because the reality is, of course, that lots and lots and lots of people deal with all kinds of mental and physical struggles and do not proceed to utilize their position of power to stump hardcore for a genocidal government like John Fetterman does. Yeah. You know, he said it though, so you can't get mad at people for jumping on it. Yeah, not a whole lot of sympathy there. It is true that when people have strokes, some people have, you know, pretty major personality shifts. It can happen for a number of reasons. Sometimes the stroke itself does enough damage to your brain that you're not thinking the same way that you used to, which is a very strange and terrifying experience. But also sometimes the stroke just causes a lot of pain and struggle in your life that changes, you know, that puts you into a bad place where you're not as happy as you used to be. Yeah. But again, he said it, not me, so. What was it you said recently? You wish for conservatives to wake up from their repressive mindsets? Yeah, I do. Seriously, being a conservative is a mind prison of the ultimate form. It is painful. Hypno Amber says, I did call it about Fetterman. I'm a stroke survivor and neuroscientist. This is brain injury for him. Normal if you follow the dots from his language processing areas. I mean, I can understand that, but also, you know, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, the guy is in a position of power. I mean, it just speaks to the way that like the instability of wielding power in our society. Like, can you imagine if something similar happened with imagine a John Fetterman president, you know, where he rolls into office in a, you know, with specific promises and then does a total about face and begins to antagonize the very people who elected him in the first place. Yeah. Ross7 says, do you think the evangelicalism bubble will burst soon? The evangelicalism bubble is very burst already. They are already in their decline era. It's just that their decline era is one of violent coping. And we're definitely not in like an evangelical bubble anymore, in my opinion. And it's like how the Catholic bubble bursted a very long time ago. Okay, hold on a second. This has to be bait, right? Hold on a second. This has to be bait. Choose the best food. Best state foods. Texas brisket, Illinois deep dish, Maryland crab cakes, New Jersey pork roll, Montana chicken fried steak, Iowa corn, Louisiana gumbo, Arkansas biscuits and chocolate, Utah fry sauce. Now hold on a second here. The corn one, this is definitely a shit post, obviously. Like, come on. Corn. But the Arkansas biscuits and chocolate, is that even real? Like, so far, all of these are real things. The corn one is just kind of funny. Is biscuits and chocolate a real thing? Somebody from Arkansas, tell me. I am in for biscuits and chocolate. How is that? How different is that from a donut? I mean, I guess it would depend a lot on how you make the biscuit, right? Because if it was like a Popeyes biscuit where the biscuit is made with cake mix instead of just like flour, maybe the biscuits and chocolate wouldn't be so bad. But if it's like a savory biscuit with chocolate, that just seems, it doesn't sound like it would be revolting. It just doesn't seem like it would be good. Biscuits and chocolate gravy, House of Nashville Eats. Holy shit. It's real. Oh wait, that's literally the picture they used. Wait a minute, this could be a total psyop. This is the exact picture that was used for this post. I need confirmation. Okay, Windleby says it's a thing. I trust Windleby. Nasty Redacted said, I want to try deep dish one day. Now I'm convinced one bite of that shit would eliminate my gallbladder. Okay, hold on. This extreme hot take coming in here. And by that, I mean extreme cold take that's going to piss off the other regional pizzas. Chicago deep dish, like this type of Chicago deep dish, is amazing. It's actually incredible. It's actually unbelievably good. And let me explain one of the reasons why, okay? So, first of all, it doesn't look like, it looks so different from other types of pizzas, but there's two truly magical things about this type of deep dish that a lot of people don't know, and if you get a shitty deep dish, it won't be present, but a real, actually competently made deep dish will be there. So, part one is they line the pan that it's cooked in with lots of butter, which makes the outer layer of the pizza and the bottom layer of the pizza extremely crispy and savory and buttery, which is really good. But the second part is arguably just as important that almost nobody knows about, which is when they're putting the dough together, a true Illinois Chicago deep dish pizza, they will roll the cheese up here, okay? Hold on, let me open this up so we can zoom in real close, okay? We're gonna zoom in really close, okay? Here we go. The cheese will be kneaded up into this part of the crust. So in the crust, there will be like a little like lip of pizza tucked between the bread, okay? Almost like a stuffed crust, but a very thin layer. And what that does is that it melts and infuses the outer layer of the crust with a thin layer of juicy, delicious cheese that gets mixed in with the butter. And it is so goddamn good. It is actually so incredible that I don't know, like I am a deep dish lover for that reason. And it took me a while to ever get to actually try a well-made deep dish pizza like that. For one of my partner's birthdays, one of my partner's family members sent us a deep dish pizza that was like stored in it was in like a insulated package all the way from Chicago. So they basically overnighted us 2 delicious handmade deep dish pizzas from Chicago in a insulated box, and we got them and we made them right away, and it was so goddamn magical. Genuinely incredible. And that was one of the things I noted, was that when you bite the crust, there was a layer of cheese in there that makes it like stuck together. Truly incredible. Yeah, truly incredible. Also, people are always kind of like, oh, so the New York pizza has dominance worldwide as like what you think of when you think of a pizza, right? Like everybody, when you think of a pizza, you think of The little like cartoon emoji slice of pizza. You know, it's like got cheese and little pepperonis on top. But the Chicago style actually works really, really well. Like with the cheese on the bottom and then the sauce and toppings on the top, actually it works really well. Even though it's not the dominant like style of pizza. It's less weird than you might think. People shit on deep dish pizza. I don't get it. Okay, I do get it because a lot of deep dish pizzas are frauds. They're fake deep dish pizzas, you know? Real Italian deep dish pizza from Italy is the best. Chicago pizza is mid compared to that. Excuse me. Pizza was invented by Italian Americans and then was re-exported back to Italy. So Italy doesn't get to claim the true pizza claim because it was Italian Americans who invented the pizza that we all know and love. Now, some people will try and be like, oh, well, you know, the Romans had like a proto form of pizza, which was they smushed up a bunch of like olives and grapes on top of unleavened bread, and that's just not the same thing. They still do it better than Chicago? Maybe. I don't know. The Chicago pizza I've had in my life, there's some pretty goddamn good stuff out there. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised. Now I really want pizza. Now I really want pizza. I'm gonna see if we can get pizza tonight. Oh, I'm gonna vote for pizza. We haven't ordered in a couple days, so maybe we can order some pizza. Anyway, we've been stun locked on the pizza quarter for too long. Iowa got done dirty here, okay? I'm gonna issue another hot take into this conversation. I want to talk about the rest of these because I feel like it was unfair. We unfairly fixated on the deep dish. Maryland crab cakes are legitimately really, really good. I love these. Texas brisket. Okay, we're missing a lot of states here, which is very frustrating. I wish we had like a full list of like state foods. I'm open to the Texas brisket, but I don't know if Texas, this should not be, Texas's state food should not be brisket. That's absurd. Texas's state food should be like chili or like Tex-Mex as a category, but maybe that's unfair. Like as a single item though, Texas chili should be the one, okay? And the chicken fried steaks they're tasty, but I hate the experience of eating a chicken fried steak. And I know that there's gonna be a lot of chicken fried steak enjoyers out there who are gonna be like, oh, come on. But it's so frustrating to eat a chicken fried steak. I don't know, I always feel like the chicken fried steak, it's so annoying to cut through. I don't know. I know there's probably really good ones, but I always find the experience to be frustrating. The flavor profile is fantastic though. The other thing too is that it's one of those ones where it has to be done by a competent chef. It looks like the type of food that you would eat at a fair or at like a hole in the wall, like whatever, like diner. But if you order it at a hole in the wall diner, it will be tough and not taste good. So it's deceptive. The chicken fried steak, it will guide you, it will deceive you, you know? The mayo requirement for Philly cheesesteak rant is one of my favorites of yours. Straight up though, okay? I had a Philly cheesesteak today, a homemade Philly cheesesteak today, made by my partner, and got the plenty of mayo, and it was killer. Okay, it's killer. I would fight for that. I know that it's the right choice. Philly cheesesteaks, and Philly people can't pull rank in chat because I know that there's a divide in the city of Philly over how to best prepare a Philly cheesesteak. I know that there's a divide, so you can't act like I'm wrong. You either have to say that I'm right or you don't count. Okay, let's continue though. I have never had a New Jersey pork roll, but I'm not gonna lie, that looks really good. I've never had this one. Probably because I've spent not a lot of time in New Jersey. It's one of the places, I've been to New Jersey a few times, but I've not spent a lot of time there. I'll have to try this at some point. Corn, this is a meme. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I have a hot take about this, which is Iowa's best food is not corn, okay? Iowa, the best food in Iowa is, actually hold on, I better double check and make sure. Hold on, wait a second. I don't wanna give credit to someone else. Ah! The best food in Iowa is the Casey's General Store pizza. I had to double check to make sure that Casey's was indeed founded and headquartered in Iowa, but it is. And so I'm comfortable saying that. And I know that people are gonna go, that's a gas station pizza, and you're saying that's like the best iconic food of Iowa? Well, as you can tell, this one thinks that the best food of Iowa is corn, which is like corn comprises 50% of the landmass in America. And they're trying to say that, well, I guess Iowa gets corn. So I think my answer is better. The Casey's General Store pizza is like the cheapest pizza that you can get that's not a Costco pizza that's actually good. And the reason, and Costco pizza on a flat level is better, but it only comes in 2 flavors. You can only get pepperoni and cheese pizza for a Costco pizza. At Casey's General Store, you can get a bacon cheeseburger pizza, and it's good. It's great, in fact. And they have a macaroni and cheese pizza, which is kind of their signature. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic. Real Iowa heads will know. Real Iowa heads will know what I'm talking about. You know? Louisiana gumbo, killer. Just so good. But I have never been to Louisiana myself, so it's another one I can't claim that I've had like the real deal Louisiana gumbo, but I have had every gumbo that was made Louisiana style I've enjoyed. So, excellent one. Utah fry sauce also seems a little unfair to Utah, maybe, but I will say, I think that I deeply appreciate the fry sauce invention from Utah, because fry sauce is really, really good. It's not complex, but it's really good, and it's a huge bummer when you realize that not every place has discovered fry sauce yet. It's actually kind of crazy how few places in America have discovered fry sauce. It's legitimately great. Hey, I love you. Did you see my other message? Oh, did you not have, was this just random?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
wanted to see if we could get pizza tonight, because we were talking about foods, and then I went on a big pizza rant. I'm like, damn, now I want pizza.
Message us with where?
I don't know. You pick.
No, message us with where.
What do you mean with where?
If you're looking at like a kind of pizza.
Oh, I mean, I'm just, we can't get this here, so.
Okay.
I don't think we got a place that can do a Chicago deep dish
Sure,
here.
probably not. I'm just saying you should if you.
So, yeah.
Just want us to pick one.
Yeah, you all pick. I trust you. I love you. Gooey butter cake. It's found in Missouri and nowhere else, but by God is it good. Okay. Oh, a lot of people are asking what fry sauce is. Fry sauce. Okay, so the basics of fry sauce is ketchup and mustard mixed together. However, there's a lot of variance in what the perfect fry sauce is, because a lot of fry sauces will be ketchup, mayo, and either dill, like as in the herb, or a tiny bit of dill pickle relish. And like I said, very simple, but it adds so much to French fries, and it's really, really good. And some people do a real killer fry sauce. Now, where I'm from, up in Maine, fry sauce was not a thing that was often at restaurants, and people up in Maine would always call it pink sauce, you know, because ketchup and mayo, you know? Isn't that just Thousand Island? It is similar to Thousand Island. I think Thousand Island is slightly different. Oh yeah, they mix in Worcestershire, so it is very similar. Yeah, it is very similar to Thousand Island. But the thing is, it's thicker than Thousand Island. Thousand Island is a dressing, so it's usually very thin. Oh, here they say they use bread and butter pickles. That's wrong. See, that's the difference. Bread and butter pickles are sweet pickles. Yeah, I knew there was a difference. You don't use a sweet pickle with a fry sauce. People say burger sauce. Yes, fry sauce and burger sauce are similar. But it's crazy because in Utah and in the Midwest, anywhere you go will have fry sauce. If you ask for fry sauce, they'll be like, here's your fucking fry sauce. But a lot of states in the US, you're like, hey, do you have fry sauce? And they'll be like, what? Thankfully, it's been adopted by some places out west, which is cool. Maddie Matheson has a burger sauce that's half yellow mustard, one quarter ketchup, 1/4 mayo. It's amazing. I've tried different ratios, but it's not as good to me. That sounds really good. I'll have to try that particular ratio. That sounds awesome. Thank you for supporting the show, Jupiter Siren. Fry sauce, burger sauce, house sauce, you know, yeah. But fry sauce is legit. Yo, Mistress Lynn, thank you so very much. Thank you so very, very much. Here's a quarter for our streamer. Get it? Get it? Sorry, that was a bad joke. Heart to you, DramaMama in chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Lynn. I gotta check my other donos before we do the, we're gonna do the drama soon. It's almost time, but I've been enjoying this. There's other state foods I wanted to talk about though, because I am very passionate about the state foods, you know? Real quick, I'm gonna thank a couple of donos. Kaiser K with the tier 1 sub. Resub, glad to be catching a live stream. Glad you could catch it as well. Thank you so much. Melody X Rain with the tier 1 sub. I refuse to be a white name. Excellent. Always refuse to be a white name. And MKJ Moon with the tier 3 sub says, friendship with YouTube membership ended. Now website membership is my best friend. Based! And thank you for the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. And that's everybody. Okay, so somebody asked, I'm sorry, the chat has moved, but somebody asked, what is the best Maine food? What is the best Maine state food? And that's really hard for me because there's so many good Maine foods that people would argue is the state food. Datura Dude with the $5, thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. Hey, thank you. I love you.
I love you.
Oh, hey, real quick while you're here. You can come on, right? That's a cute outfit. Yeah, you can come on. I don't think you're gonna be you're not gonna be in trouble for that, are you? No, you won't. You'll be fine. You can come on. See, there we go. That's perfect. Yeah. Okay. So real quick, what is the North Carolina like? What would you say is like the state food of North Carolina that you're most known for?
That we're most known for?
Yeah. Here, come over here so people can see.
I don't know. I mean, We got a lot of barbecue.
Well, yeah, but barbecue's a broad category. What's the one that you think stands out above them all? I know it's hard because I was just I was just explaining how it's hard to do it for Maine as well.
I mean, there's also like the seafood side of things, but that's not like over the whole like, because it's got some coast and it's got the Outer Banks, and so because of that, there's like a lot of different.
lot of North Carolinians have shown up. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. North
Carolinian.
Carolinian?
Yeah.
Okay, so North Carolinians have shown up when I mentioned and said that I believe, just on pure reputation, that North Carolina barbecue beats out Texas barbecue, and that I have not been impressed with Texas barbecue.
I like North Carolina barbecue, but I know everyone, you know.
So if there was a barbecue item that you think stands above and beyond, what's the one that you think stands out where you're like, somebody comes to visit and you're like, we got to go get this?
I'm struggling to remember the name, but there's a place in my hometown it's like barbecue like sandwiches.
Oh, so like a pulled pork type
like a
sandwich?
pulled pork kind of barbecue
okay,
sandwich,
cool.
but they're like, I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Okay, so maybe pulled pork. I love a good pulled pork sandwich. Well, sorry to put you on the spot.
I've been to like pig pickins.
Pig pickins?
So like.
Oh, so like you
know.
pick a pig and then they slaughter it and then you cook it right there.
Yeah,
That's gonna
like
there's gonna be a
over
bunch of
there.
people in chat who are like, that's barbaric, as they list their like their town favorite is like their state favorite food is like the bone marrow of a spine of like a cow that got like put through a machine that goes and sucks all the meat off it at once.
I was trying to think if there's any other big foods. I don't know. There's some fish stuff. I don't know. We've got like our own versions of like crawfish and stuff.
Ooh, okay.
But that's not really like
you got real seafood too. All right.
Yeah.
Well, when we visit North Carolina, we're gonna try. We're gonna put the Mainer seafood appreciation to the North Carolina
sure.
seafood. I bet it's good. I bet you got stuff closer to like what Florida has, like with the clams and whatever.
Got crab.
Crab. Ooh. I love crab.
Right.
All right. Well, I love you. Thank you for bringing me a drink.
Yeah, of course.
So, oh man, we got so many donos and stuff. Hold on, let me read through those real quick. So we got a big dono here, which was, let me read that. Gravel Queen with the tier 1 sub started HRT a bit ago because of this channel. Thank you. No, thank you for supporting the show. And first of all, you started HRT because of you, but I'm happy that I was able to help catalyze you to make that decision. Thank you for supporting the show. Seriously. And oh, I missed the YouTube one, but I'm gonna read the YouTube one real quick. Cocoon Master says, I left the chat for 30 minutes to play some Metal Gear Solid 2. Now we're on a completely different topic. I love how crazy the streams can get. I'm planning to bring even more crazy energy. Look at the fun we're having. We have 509 people here. We're having a blast talking about fun food. This is the type of energy that I love. I love it when we have a good time. Only 351 likes though, so you should definitely press like. Jupiter Sign with the $10 says, oh, this is the perfect excuse to bring up Toronto's local dish called sushi pizza. It slaps. It's a deep fried rice patty topped with raw salmon, spicy Kewpie mayo, fish roe, and green onions. That actually sounds really goddamn good. That actually sounds incredible. I am planning on doing a Toronto trip in the future. In fact, I'm planning on doing, I don't know if it's gonna be as big of an undertaking as my Cross America trip, but I intend in the future to do a Cross Canada trip, because there's so many places in Canada that I want to visit, and one of the places that I have extensively already begun planning, what I want to do is a Toronto visit, because I've heard the pizza scene in Toronto is fucking insane. And that makes me really excited because, yeah. Well, I've already been to Vancouver. I like Vancouver. Canada sucks? No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. Canada does not suck. I know that it's fun and there's a rivalry between America and, I should just say, America and America's own mind. You know, there's not really a counter rivalry between Canada and America. Canada's just like, what's your guys' problem a lot of the time? And Americans are like, I know you want to fight us. I know, come on, bring it. You know, and I've engaged in it myself. You know, I've engaged in, you know, I grew up here in America, so, you know, it gets in you. But Canada is not terrible in any way. In fact, it's a really fucking beautiful place. Like, really, really beautiful place with an unimaginable amount of wilderness in addition to having super interesting cities. And it's crazy because I have met so many Canadians, and I love them so much. Okay, I love all the Canadians that I've ever met. Okay. Jupiter Siren with the $5 super chat says, Toronto is statistically one of the most food diverse cities in the world, and the food reflects that majorly. You got to do a food tour. I am so down for that. I am so down for that. Demon Mama has betrayed us for the Canucks. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Okay, I would do it, but I don't actually know where it is. Did you guys not remember the Canada hat? The obnoxious Canada hat that I have? I wore it on stream. I already did it once. I don't remember where it is now. And it's also way too hot to put on. Anyway, hold on a second. We gotta get back. We gotta focus here. Hold on a second. We're getting out of hand. Gaming Blows with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very much. Remember to resubscribe when you mentioned the spine marrow sucking machine. Reminded me of a Michael Knowles in medieval times. First time I subbed. You're welcome. That is one of. I am so proud of that Michael Knowles segment, and so few people saw it. Still so funny. If you go to Quebec, I'm leaving forever. Are you telling on yourself, Nuts? Are you admitting that you're from Quebec? If you go to Quebec, I'm leaving Quebec forever? This whole time, Nuts has been posting from deep within fucking Quebecois territory. It actually so checks, right, Windleby? It's like it's all coming together. I don't know why you have so much hate for Quebec. Yes, Quebec does have some very fascinating and interesting politics and demented nationalist movements. That is true. That is true. But poutine. Yeah, but that's not fair, Windleby. Statistically, that's like 1 out of millions. You know, you can't judge a whole area of the world just for one idiot, you know. Hold on, I gotta expand this out. Hold on a second. What? Really? You're gonna do this? Why you gotta make it so... Why can't I see? Simone Pierre with the $2 super chat. You would love Pride in Montreal, I think. I think I would too. I think I would as well. That sounds amazing. One more thing before we wrap out this demented food section. I was gonna say, I was gonna answer the question I got a million years ago about what's the best state food in Maine. And it's hard because there's a number of them. A lot of people from outside of Maine would immediately say, it's gotta be lobster, right? And yeah, honestly, that's a pretty good answer because the Maine lobster is its own type of lobster. It's not a rock lobster. It's a different type of lobster that only grows, that can only like breed and whatever, at a certain temperature of the water. So the reason why you only get Maine lobsters in Maine and above, and a little bit in some areas below, but not much. It's mostly Maine and above, is because their range doesn't go lower than that. And it's a delicious, delicious shellfish. And the Maine lobster roll is phenomenal. It is such a simple, delicious, and nutritious dish. But at the same time, you all know how I feel about chowder. And on top of the chowder, we haven't even gotten into blueberries, which is that one of the biggest exports from Maine is Maine's blueberries. And the blueberries in Maine are amazing. And a blueberry pie is a dream of a dessert. Blueberry crumble is a dream of a dessert. Blueberry pancakes is a dream of a breakfast. The blueberry is a superfood. That's right, Maine is the home of one of the world's superfoods. Most people don't even know that. They're like, oh, I didn't know that like a huge amount of the blueberries in the world come from Maine. They're so goated. I don't think I've ever had blueberry pie. I hope you get to have a real, proper, home-style, flaky crust blueberry pie with a little bit of French vanilla ice cream on top. My goodness. It is magical. That is true. That is true. Over the summer of last year, when I did my road trip, we went to a blueberry farm and picked blueberries. And in fact, the first job that I ever had in my entire life was blueberry raking. It was miserable, and I sucked at it. And I got made fun of by a guy who was dual wielding blueberry rakes and shredding his little patch, and I was struggling because I was a literal kid. And this asshole made fun of me, and it made me feel so bad that I like didn't go back. Now I want blueberry pie. It's 3 a.m. How do I find blueberries now? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't guarantee. But yeah, blueberry pie is amazing. Huckleberry pie is really good. But I don't know if huckleberries are a superfood in the same way that blueberries are. Huckleberry pie is very, very good, for sure. What is a huckleberry? Here, let me see if I can get a picture of one. Oops. God damn it. Here we go. This is what a huckleberry looks like. That's not what it looks like. It's like this. This is a huckleberry right here. They're like little purple berries. This is what a huckleberry looks like. Written Remedy with the tier 1 sub says, from an Iowa friend about Casey's, their breakfast pizza is damn good. Also, real tenderloin, damn good coffee at a cheap price, and excellent raspberry turnovers. Accurate. Their breakfast pizza is really good. And the cool thing about the Casey's breakfast pizza is that they use country gravy instead of like a sauce. So it's like egg, cheese, and a thin layer of country sausage gravy. Just beautiful. Just amazing. Where do huckleberries tend to grow? I feel like they're a mountain berry. I don't know though. I'm not as knowledgeable on huckleberries, I'll admit. Let me check out. They grow wild in the northwestern, I was right! They grow wild in the northwestern United States and western Canada on subalpine slopes, forest bogs, and lake basins. So they live up, they're like just below the alpine layer. So they're a mountain berry. That's super, super cool. That's so cool. Yo, Gabstein, 1989 with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much for that generosity. Thank you so much. I'm a little late, but if you come to Sky Fiberfox says, I'm a little late, but if you come to Toronto, brace yourself for the liquid granite that is our hard water. Oof, that sounds brutal. I'll keep that in mind. Nomadic says, blueberries taste way better dried to me. I use dried blueberries for pancakes and muffins. Yes, dried blueberries are a very common option for baked goods because they don't bleed as much. But some people really like the moistness that a berry does. But something that people when they bake with blueberries have to learn, and this is true about most fresh berries, that you have to compensate for the moisture. Otherwise, it will make the whole thing too soft because there's so much juice content in the berries. Frozen blueberries are my favorite. Legit, if you pick fresh blueberries up in Maine and you freeze them, you can eat those like a snack. You can just grab the frozen blueberries like a little icy summer snack. It's amazing. TJ has something to say about this topic. Oh, the link broke. Hold on. Hold on, let me see if I can get this. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this. You have been blueberry pied.
Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, I would like to make an announcement.
15 years ago?
Blueberry pie, 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 blueberry pie. Everybody loved the blueberry pie. Everybody loved the blueberry pie. Everybody loved the blueberry pie. All right.
It's true, everybody does love the blueberry pie. At least everyone who's had it. Okay, one more thing, okay? One more thing. All right, there's one last thing that I have to talk about before we move on to the drama topic, okay? Which is, I don't know if this is a state food, but has anyone here ever had chocolate Coke? Has anybody ever had it? If anybody has had it, I need to know, like, is it a state food? Because it's a thing that I have heard but only encountered very rarely, and it seems like it might be one. And I want to know where it originated. It sounds Utah coded? Nah. It doesn't sound Utah coded. Utah food is not like that. Can you smoke it? No, I don't think you could. It sounds made up. I've had it before. Neb Winter said, I had it while I was on vacation in Florida. My brothers don't remember, so I thought it was a fever dream. Thank you so much. No, you are not. It does sound Kentucky coded. Utah's funeral potatoes. True! And frog eye salad, I think is what they call it. Frog eye salad or something. Funeral potatoes I've had. But I've had chocolate Coke. Now, the chocolate Coke that I've had, I did not enjoy it. However, I can understand why people would like it, but it was not for me. And the basic idea was that it was like a dark chocolate syrup mixed in with like a sugary Coke, and it made it was reminiscent of like a Malta. If anybody has had Malta, which is like it's like a sugarcane based soda, or a molasses based soda. It was very weird. Was it actually Coca-Cola brand, or are you just saying Coke to refer to all soda? I am a Sody Pop sayer, so you don't have to worry about that with me. It was Coke. It was Coca-Cola, like glass bottle Coca-Cola mixed with a dark chocolate syrup. I love Malta too. Fennec says apparently it was a soda fountain item. I could believe that. I could believe that. Oh, I love Moxie. Oh, Moxie's amazing. I get Moxie fairly regularly because I just love Moxie. But so I just wanted to check and see if anybody could claim the chocolate Coke as like a regional thing. I guess it's not. I guess it's a bigger thing. JS Masochist says, have you ever had good mole sauce? Some places use chocolate in the sauce. It goes over chicken. There are a lot of dishes in Latin America country that use chocolate in some really awesome ways. Mole is amazing. It is incredible, okay? Mole is like it is a deep, like it is a little sweet, but it is not very sweet. It is mostly just a rich, dark chocolatey flavor. And mole is amazing. In fact, I had, there is a coffee place near me that serves a coffee that is made with mole. So it is a coffee made with, I don't know what type of peppers they use, but it's coffee, sugar, mole, and a bunch of spices. And it is a coffee that it burns, like it's spicy. It's not just hot temperature-wise, it's hot spicy, and it is one of the best coffees I've ever had in my entire life. Just explosive flavor, and I loved it. It was so good, and that they used mole as a part of that, but also mole on chicken is incredible. It's amazing. Coca-Cola Café Colanos was created in 1935 and patented by the Hildebrand Kakao und Schokoladenfabrik manufacturer, established by chocolatier Theodor Hildebrand in Alt-Berlin. Wow. Okay, so maybe the invention was German in origin. Interesting. Fascinating, in fact. Well, anyway, that's all we have to say on regional foods for right now. I think I'm feeling a DramaMama. Are we ready to do a DramaMama? Because I think I'm ready to do a DramaMama. I think I'm ready. I think it's time that we dive in, that we begin our hike once again. Wait a minute. Is this? What is it? Hold on a second. Sorry, I don't mean to stumble, but I recognize this avatar, but I don't recognize this account. Interesting. Curious. Anyway, sorry. Let's get everything ready so we can have a nice, smooth intro. Where's my watch later? Here we go. Where's the video? Here it is. Okay, video attained. Let me get the...
Currently, no...
Video attained. Oh, don't do... Uncle Gumbald, you have to bring that up after we're done with the DramaMama, because I got some shit to say about Hollow Knight Silk Song, okay? But we can't do that now. That's gonna have to be after, all right? After. So bring it back up. Remind me later. Don't let me forget, because I'll do it later. But not now. Because we gotta focus. We gotta bring it in. We gotta get this focused here. Okay, hold on a second here. Where's my... What? Uh-oh. That's not the right one. Whoa, hold on a second. Wait, I know where I can get this. I made a small mistake. Give me a second, everybody. I'm sorry for the unprofessional delay. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. Okay, we can make sure that's in here. There it is. Okay. All right, everybody. You'll have to find out, Fortnite. My hair smells so freaking good right now. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy how good my hair smells. I have this really nice hair oil, and I put it in earlier, and it makes my hair smell amazing. Anyway, all right, let's do this. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are gathered here once again because it is that time. It is the time in which we gather together to do the thing that we set this time aside for, which is, of course, a DramaMama. That's right, DramaMama. The part of the show where we talk about an internet drama that has surpassed the level of drama and entered into something that actually has a serious effect or something actually genuinely impactful to talk about. And today, we are going to be revisiting one of the messiest and most explosive and unfortunately emblematic situations that we've covered on this show, which is, of course, the Illuminaughtii drama. Now, I've been covering the Illuminaughtii section, or the Illuminaughtii drama, for a very, very long time. And you will be able to see those links down below in the comment section or in the description. I have a bunch of videos on this because we've been following it for a very, very long time. And today, we have a pretty major update. So without any further ado, let us enjoy our DramaMama theme song. That's right, that's right. Once again, we are hiking up the Illuminaughtii DramaMama mountain. So strap in, get your boots nice and aired out, make sure your water bottle is full. So I am not going to be able to do a full summary of everything that we've talked about in all of the previous episodes of DramaMama in which we talk about Illuminati. But the situation has, over time, basically gotten progressively worse and worse. It started with what would seem to be a fairly minor social media spat. A side comment from Illuminati turned into an allegation of plagiarism. But it had contained itself mostly just to a stray comment on social media. When that was confronted, it blew up. And from there, it's gone downhill. A number of people who have been involved with Illuminati have come forward over the course of months now and told their stories. And as it turns out, the organization that she was running, the YouTube channels that she was running, appeared to have been run with a lot of very, very questionable and outright abusive practices. Today, we are going to be watching a video by Oz Media. This is a video called Dear Illuminaughtii. And it's a fairly long one, so we're going to be sitting here going through this for a bit of time. I hope that you'll stay here with me and listen to what we have to say. This video it was created by Oz Media, who is a former partner of Illuminaughtii. But it's not just a situation of a spurned ex or anything like that, because, as it turns out, Illuminaughtii and Oz Media were not just, you know, in a relationship as partners, but they were also business partners. They also shared a house, and they also opened that house up to other employees of their company. And this has culminated in a legal battle between Oz Media and Illuminaughtii, also known as Blair. So you'll hear us use those names interchangeably. Illuminaughtii is Blair. If this all sounds like an unknown, indecipherable, ancient speech to you, I recommend you go watch the videos that are going to be linked down below, because that will get you prepped up for what we're about to talk about. It's likely that what we're going to talk about here is going to be fairly heavy, but also this video was created, according to Oz Media, this video was created in consult with their lawyer. So while it's unlikely to be as emotional as some of the previous things that we've seen, it is likely to go over quite a lot of things. I thought that it would be very important for us to watch this video, as this video marks the beginning of the real legal conflict. What we have seen before was threats of legal action, and we saw the very first steps of legal action being taken. But now it seems that Illuminaughtii and Oz Media will indeed be going to court. So without any further ado, let's get into it. Let's watch Dear Illuminaughtii by Oz Media.
Well, here we are. Round 2. Blair, if you or your lawyers are watching this, I implore you to at least watch the outro, preferably before June 7th. This is not the monstrosity of a documentary against Blair's actions. If anything, think of this as the prologue. We're here right now because Blair, owner of Pyramid Entertainment LLC, or better known as her public YouTube personality Illuminaughtii, is currently in the process of suing me, as well as other prior employees for defamation and other claims. This video, as well as its subsequent parts, will serve as a public record of exactly what is going on behind the scenes. Throughout these videos, I will actively be showing all and any evidence related to dismantling her claims against me, as well as the other parties she's involved in this misplaced legal crusade of hers. Seeing as I know this video will be heavily scrutinized by Blair's legal team, hi, and perhaps even shown in front of a court, also hi, I am fully willing to submit this video and its subsequent parts to the courts as further evidence, as I am willing to stand by these words, as I'm treating this as though I'm speaking under oath. I am also not stating this to add an air of authority to my words, as Blair's legal team has previously proposed. I want the truth known. And to do so, I'm going to publicly dissect her claims within this lawsuit to essentially lay bare my defense, as well as the defense for other parties involved. My section of the lawsuit will be covered in part 2, as I'm awaiting litigation privileges before I explore my portion of the lawsuit publicly. Despite this, there is still plenty of information on the ongoings in this video. My lawyer is aware I'm doing this. These legal proceedings have been ongoing for the past 8 to 9 months at this point in time. If it wasn't for the assistance I received with the GoFundMe back in September, I would not have been able to mount a legal defense.
Some of you will recall us covering that GoFundMe back in the day.
Of the amount donated, GoFundMe takes a fee with each donation. This can be seen on screen here with this nice little chart breakdown they provide. At this point in time, which more information can be found as an update in the original GoFundMe, this lawsuit has cost over $40,000. I've been posting all of my legal invoices for full transparency, and more will be posted soon. The redacted information within them is information subject to attorney-client privilege, which also spells out my current legal strategy. This would be foolish to allow Blair's legal team access. This is why the redactions are as heavy as they are, as they include itemized lists of my lawyer's actions throughout the case's initial proceedings. Despite how much has been spent so far, the legal proceedings are still in the beginning phases.
Hypno, if you have a link to that, I'd appreciate it. I was not aware of that video when we first started this segment, so if you have a link to that, I'll check it out. Maybe it would be maybe we can react to that before we finish, but I don't know for sure what that is.
Blair's lawsuit, in my opinion, relies on the misconstruing of facts and utilizes a personally curated timeline which she has constructed in order to gain the bare minimum standards of having this case proceed. Because I'm exhausted with the, in my opinion, legal shenanigans Blair is currently pulling, this video exists. We will be delving into that timeline and gutting it point by point, as both her lawyers and judge seem to be fully unaware that I am not the real cause of her pain and misery. Blair is. Blair's actions are the reason we are here, and I'll be demonstrating that shortly with a detailed timeline of events before we move into the dissection of her claims. If you would like a full breakdown of every court filing to date, I would recommend YouTuber Matt Catster. For now, I'll be focusing on what's current and minimizing the 100+ pages of legal proceedings down to only what's necessary over the next 2 parts. For the next proceedings, I'll be launching a new GoFundMe because I have nearly exhausted the prior amounts donated. All donations will be used to defend all parties in opposition to Blair, not just myself. All future legal invoices will be posted as they come, from all parties who are in need of the funding. My goal with these uploads, assuming Blair does not take my offer, is to not only lay my defense bare for all legal parties to see, but for the online community as a whole. I intend to provide ample documentation to justify to all of you why another round of crowdfunding is being posted. This isn't just for myself anymore. This is also to defend employees that Blair is bringing legal action against as well. If Blair does accept my offer within the outro, I will be refunding the new GoFundMe once all terms are met, and the lawsuit is officially over, court filings and all. If you're curious as to why I'm even offering Blair a potential settlement in the outro, that will be explained there, as there are numerous factors in my personal life that I've recently had to heavily consider and prioritize minimizing or even removing causes of stress. That being said, I have no issue, hesitations, or fears in connection to proceeding with this lawsuit. I am confident in the direction things are going, and I just want to offer a path to end this before we're stuck in this for years on end. This will be further explored in the outro.
All right.
As stated in my September update video, Blair and I dated. Just in case this context is missing, it was never my goal to make any of this about relationship drama. However, despite the actual timeline of events which have occurred, Blair is trying to paint her entire downfall on YouTube as being nothing more than my actions towards her as a jealous ex. I'm not jealous towards your current partner, Blair, only sympathetic. I encourage all of you to fact check this timeline as I go. I'm being both as detailed and as quick as I can here because, again, Blair, in my opinion, is actively obfuscating the timeline in her lawsuit in an attempt to paint herself as a victim who did nothing to deserve the scrutiny delivered onto her. On April 20th, 2023, the story begins with a tweet produced by Blair which attacked Legal Eagle for copying her style. Legal Eagle would quickly retort, explaining he had been using these standard practice editing styles, which included standard documentarian effects such as the classic skeuomorphism torn paper effect, as well as the simple action of highlighting text, which all can easily be found as stock templates online. In this Twitter thread, Blair had also levied accusations against members of Legal Eagle's team as proof of this copying, by showing an editor of Legal Eagle asking for help with how a certain effect is achieved. This is standard practice amongst YouTubers and editors. Blair responded to Legal Eagle by deleting these accusations and did not provide a public apology or any form of public justification for her actions. This further stirred the pot and made people ask questions. This same day, April 20th, H-Bomber would post a tweet publicly displaying an example of Blair copying a documentary herself, although he used the word plagiarism. At the time, I found it incredibly telling that H-Bomber had such a specific clipped comparison ready to go that same day, with an exact video. I do wonder if Blair had the same realization that I did, that the only way Harris would have a clip like this is if something major was in the works. Foreshadowing is a literal. On April 23rd, 3 days later, we would see Click post his Twitter thread. I emphasize the 3 days portion because at this point, Blair was still yet to address the Legal Eagle scenario, pushing Click, a former collaborator of hers, to publicly distance himself from her to avoid the flack that her actions had been causing for any and all who were at any point associated with her. This is not an accusation. I am just stating the unforeseen cause and effect of Blair's documented actions. This same night, from a bathtub apparently, Wonderstruck, now known as Hi I'm Wonder, would post his Twitter thread detailing his prior dealings with Blair, as well as the harm that he felt he suffered when close to her. I was unaware that Wonder was going to make this tweet. He and I normally aren't on voice call when he's in the tub. This will be important later when we move into the details of the lawsuit, as Blair claims Wonder and I had essentially masterminded her downfall. I didn't know about the thread until I received a now deleted DM from Blair, asking me what she should do, followed by several missed calls from her. I wish I had a record of this Discord DM, but by the next morning, this DM would be deleted. Because Blair did not publicly provide a reason or explanation towards her actions, and with the emergence of H-Bomber Click, and Wonderstruck's threads, it left Twitter frenzied for answers. Those who were familiar with my connections to Blair, as it was public knowledge we were roommates, would begin to DM me or brigade my livestream chats with questions on the situation. Questions such as if I still supported Blair and if I could provide a reason or explanation for her actions. It was because of users constantly asking me to answer on behalf of Blair, as well as my past colleagues, finally speaking out.
Hoi Polloi says, I thought this was drama from like last fall. Is it still going on? Oh yes, it's still going on. We haven't had an update in a while because basically the only stuff that's been going through has been happening offline. There has been an eerie amount of silence. It's interesting because, of course, last fall, everybody was firing off about it, right? Well, as it turns out, when Blair decided to make it a matter of legality, well, that's going to stop people from talking about it publicly until now. So that's why we're here. We're following up on the unresolved portion of this story from last year. Yep. It would be wild to be on the jury during this trial. I don't... I'm just going to say I think they're going to have to find, like, people who've not heard of YouTube to be on the jury for this trial. I know the jury selection process is going to be brutal. Then again, it's not going to be any... I mean, the biggest profile case that we've been hearing about, you know, lately is the Trump one, and that was a brutal jury process as well. So I guess, you know, jury processes are weird these days.
that I broke my silence and posted my thread. A thread where I took accountability for my actions in support of Blair and defended the credibility of my colleagues. I posted my Twitter thread April 24th, 2024.
Yeah, average age of the jury, 94 years old, yeah.
At roughly 4 a.m. my time. That same morning, I had this text message interaction with Blair. Please note, it is only because of the current trajectory of this lawsuit, with myself awaiting litigation privileges on these matters, that I am no longer leaving my information redacted, as I had previously intended to do so now 1 year ago. Blair, Monday, April 24th at 8:24 a.m. So I just saw your tweets, and now I understand why when I called you, you didn't answer. I'm going to take some time to formulate my thoughts, but ultimately, Oz, I hope you really do find your happiness in life. I hope you find your peace, your satisfaction, your perfect black cat, all of that. I'm not sure what you want from an outcome in this situation, but I guess I'll have to figure that out later. Blair, I just want you to realize you've caused pain. You've caused me pain. I don't care about the drama. I just want you to realize how much you've hurt me. I've been doing my best to hold everything in, for years now at this point. If you actually did read my thread, you would know what I want. Peace. I just want to be free. I just want to be able to breathe. I have read that you want peace. I thought we were doing better. I wish it could have been something we talked about on our own time instead of dogpiling. I'm left more confused than anything. Well, I assume you don't want to talk anymore. All I ever wanted was for you to realize you hurt me. Not just in the relationship, I do not care about that. You hurt me as a person to my very core. At some point, Blair, you need to see the pattern. Well, Oz, I cared about the relationship too. I cared about all of it. You hurt me as a person too, and ripped everything wide open today. And if doing this all to me helps you feel better, then that's okay. I'll take it. I'm sorry, Oz. I hope this helps you find your peace. Except you aren't. You're going...
The like feigned martyr stuff is laid on so thick. It's got to be one of the most like it's so laid on thick through this entire thing. From the very first video we reacted to on this subject, that like fake martyrdom. No, it's okay. I'll just take all the pain in the world for you. It's God. It's so cloying and disgusting. Like, I don't know. It almost makes you crave a more blatant like a more to just see a more blatant and obvious thing. But it's just so gross, and it's laid on so thick.
To continue to drag my name through the mud. You're going to continue to be who you are. And that's okay. I just hope that you stop painting people as your weekly villain. It's your biggest flaw and it's always gotten you in the most trouble. It's what caused the most harm. Blair...
It's above and beyond just playing the victim. Like, it goes one step further than just playing the victim. You know, playing the victim is like, look at all the bad things that happened to me. This one is like, no, it's okay. Even though I'm currently fighting you about you, quote unquote, canceling me, I'll take the cancellation. Because I just want to see you thrive. Can't you see while I'm actively planning to sue you? Can't you see that I'll take it. All the evil that you're doing to me, I'll take it for you. It's like, it goes a step beyond playing the victim. You know what I mean? It's so gross.
I'm sorry I ripped everything wide open, but I never had the chance to heal. I never had the chance to feel peace. Instead, I went to therapy and have a PTSD diagnosis. Instead, I gave myself chemical burns because I was too scared to say no. I'm afraid of you, Blair. I'm getting a second opinion on the PTSD. I don't want it to be true, and I don't trust Talkspace to that extent. What the hell are you talking about with chemical burns? And this purple portion here is Blair airing her mental health. I'm leaving this censored. I don't want to drag your name in the mud, which is why I'm going to you instead of Twitter or whatever. I would go to an actual doctor. Colorado is tightening down on telemedicine stuff, FYI. I'm working on it. Thanks for the heads up. I would rather talk to you in a phone call, in person, whatever. I would rather try to work on things and work out things over, I don't know, whatever else the other options are. I don't want either of us hurting. I know there is no band-aid solution, but I know talking helps. Just for some context, why I didn't take this is because Blair does have a habit of recording conversations. This is evident with the Madison situation from Cruel Happy Mind. I was fearful she would take my words out of context to suit her narrative. I need time. I need to see a real therapist first. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry you're hurting as well, I really am, but I need to start putting my needs first. I will put my needs first too. Good luck out there. Take care, please. Can't guarantee that, but I will be alive. Just so we're clear, that was a joke. Probably a bad one, but a joke. And I'll have the officer remove the bolo off of your house too. I guess I'll be heading down then. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have it in my name either. Just show them any verifiable threats, and they'll do it. And this was the last time I spoke to Blair. For additional context, the bolo in question, as Blair described it, was essentially swatting protection. It was a way that if someone were to attempt to swat my home, the officer in question would then look up my address and see that I am a public figure, and give me a call before showing up to my door in SWAT gear. Blair removed this protection when I spoke out against her, or at least she claims. I don't know if this actually exists or not. But to me, in my eyes, on this day, after I had spoken out against Blair, Blair removed protections that I would have against swatting. Protections which she did in fact put in place, but had also explained to me what the purpose of them were. There is a lot to unpack here. However, these messages are important as I believe they help demonstrate why I have come to the conclusions I have on her motives. It is worth noting, I am the one who asked for space. I am the one who wanted nothing to do with her. She is the one who apologized and desperately sought out a rapid solution to remove my words from the internet. I finally said no. This same day, April 24th, One Topic would post his thread in opposition to Blair. April 28th, Blair would upload her video, Illuminaughtii Exposed, which served as a direct response to her detractors. Blair had taken drama off of Twitter with minimal viewership and plastered it before her large audience for the world to see. In this video, she finally showed that she did in fact apologize to Legal Eagle. In private. If this was made public, I believe we would not be here right now, as myself and others would not have received questions and pressure from viewers to make a statement. In this video, which is still public, Blair attempted to address the Twitter threads from both Click and Wonder. In doing so, she also used this opportunity to leverage several accusations against them, accusations which she, as it appears based on her actions, had been holding on for nearly 3 years to use at her convenience for an exact moment like this.
It's wild how bad that backfired. And I really wonder, I can't help but wonder where her mental calculation is at right now. Because the allegations, the serious allegations that she made in that video are not going to be they're not going to help her win any sort of case. Should anything go to court. Now, she might be relying on the fact that most of the most heinous allegations that she made were against people who are not in the U.S. and that they might not be interested in participating in an international court case that involves potentially flying to another country and that kind of stuff. She might just be hoping that that's a layer that protects her. But I can't imagine that she's sitting here going, oh yeah, I'm gonna win in this particular situation. To me, when we last talked about this, the thing that we talked about the most is that it seemed like she was irreversibly on a warpath, that it was a self-destructive warpath, that she did not seem to have, she seemed to actually care whether she won or not in the end, because so much damage had already been done by her own actions in the public eye. And I don't know, at this point, it's just like, so maybe that's the case. Maybe she's still in that frame of mind. Maybe she's still saying, yeah, I don't care as long as I, take someone down with me. But it's hard to put yourself into that mental space where you're like, yeah, I have not only detonated my own channel through persistent engagement that did not need to happen. All of this could have been so easily resolved just by saying sorry about the the wrong accusation, Legal Eagle. I spoke out of turn. That could have been the end of it. I mean, I guess there's always the, you know, there would have still been the H-Bomber guy video, but that's a totally different, like, it's a totally different subject. Instead, everything got aired. Everything got turned into drama. And I really wonder if she thought that she was going to win purely in the court of public opinion, and that the legal threats that came out later was sort of desperate. I wonder if she's got cold feet, is what I'm saying.
In my opinion, based on what we see from these events, either Blair knew her evidence was a misrepresentation of facts and only worth sharing as a Hail Mary attempt to destroy someone's reputation, or she willingly held evidence of minors being harmed within Click's server and only reported on it 3 years later when it benefited her. I cannot fathom any other reason for the events transpiring the way that they have. In fact, back in 2020, by the way she spoke within her messages, Blair seemed very eager to find an opportunity to destroy Click with this exact evidence. Or, to use her words from 2020, nah, I'm not gonna attack Click unless it becomes public gossip or a drama channel picks it up. Then I will nuke him.
Oh my, oh no! Oh no! This is evidence of her just straight up admitting that she knew that it was a calculated thing. From the very first video, this is evidence that she didn't actually have any genuine concerns, but rather that she was holding on to it as a way to win an interpersonal battle, and that she has zero concern for anybody who may have been harmed, whether or not there was any actual harm that unfolded in Click's server. That is so bad. Why would you? Oh my God.
In this response video, Blair accused Click of some fairly horrendous things, which he did address in full within his own response video. Now, this is a retelling of well-documented public events which transpired publicly. None of this is new information. Blair also had a chapter dedicated to Wonder where she plastered his mental health for the world to see.
Oh my God.
Wonder is a former employee of Blair's, meaning
the Wonder section of all this was probably the saddest section of all. Wonder got done so dirty.
that Blair had exposed private and sensitive information, also known as PII, which included conversations she had with his therapist, for her entire audience of, at the time, roughly 1.7 million subscribers. Blair also accused Wonder of mistreatment of his dog, as well as other false accusations that Wonder was forced to address. There is, of course, the infamous 3-minute section dedicated to me where Blair is in tears. I have my own opinion on these tears, but I plan to tackle this at a different time, as it serves no purpose here beyond pointing out that, in my opinion, Blair is attempting to leverage private details for public pity, which some people did in fact take at face.
What happened to Wonder? That is a very complicated thing, and I recommend watching my previous section that I did on it. I did a whole video just on the Wonder stuff. The short version is she aired a ton of his personal struggles. He was very, very young when he started working for Blair. Blair convinced him to sign a lot of different documents and agreements that put him at a financial disadvantage. And then when he displeased her, she very quickly used the full strength of that financial power over him to make his life hell. And when he said anything against her in public, she basically aired a ton of his private information via her video just to try and punish him for ever speaking out. It was very, very, very dirty. Yeah.
Value and demanded I apologize to Blair on various platforms. This section's cumbersome wording is very particular to the legal side of things that will make sense when looking at her, in my opinion, legal hypocrisy. She played in the mud just as much as everyone else did. I cannot emphasize enough that Blair had taken Click and Wonder's Twitter complaints and negative experiences of her past behavior, complaints made publicly as reasoning for their discontinued association with her after her public folly with Legal Eagle, and would then post a response video where she herself levied accusations against other content creators, which warranted a response to defend themselves against her claims. I understand that to a vast majority of you, this is obvious.
This is Oz Media, not Wonder.
But Blair attempts to paint her video as an attempt to de-escalate matters within the original filings of the lawsuit. Ironically, this factual allegation was later mysteriously removed in future amended versions of her legal complaint. 34. Regarding the false accusations listed above, Blair made one public post, attempting to debunk the misinformation. She has not publicly addressed the situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. While I have my theories on why this was removed, the exact details are unknown. In her current complaint, there is currently no reference to her ever uploading this video or any of the public comments she's made, making it appear as though she never played in the mud, and her criticisms came from nowhere. Here's a quick search in the second amended complaint to demonstrate this. This document will be on full display in future chapters within Part 2. More on this, of course, when we reach the legal debunking. Sorry to edge you all on like this with this tease, but my point here is that Blair's story has already had numerous revisions, and she sees her video as an attempt at de-escalation. If you recall, among the many other accusations she levies, Blair accused YouTuber The Click of harboring pedophiles in his Discord server. In what world this is a de-escalation? I cannot say. Now, of course, I do believe that Blair is entitled to speak publicly on her personal retelling of events. However, I personally find it to be brash, hypocritical, and even monstrous to then sue those who argue against said retelling of events. Something rocks in glass houses. Following Blair's April 20th video, this would of course follow with a twit longer drafted by Wonder, posted April 29th, in a rapid attempt to defend himself from the multitude of new allegations that Blair had dropped on his doorstep. May 2nd, Click would upload his response, detailing his experiences with Sad Milk as well as what he had personally gone through. Near the end of this video, documentation is shown from an individual who was previously anonymous, which helped provide Click with supporting evidence to bolster his claims as well as to dismantle the many accusations thrown forward by Blair. This individual is now being sued by Blair. His online handle is Felix the Kit Kat. He was a former Discord moderator, later turned manager at Pyramid Entertainment LLC. We will be diving into his portion of the lawsuit later in this video, in dismantling the claims Blair has set forth within her lawsuit. It is of my opinion that Felix has been included for retaliatory reasons, as with him being a former employee, Blair had access to his home address and thus the means to serve him with legal papers. Felix is among the individuals who the new GoFundMe will be aiding. May 11th would be the date that Wonder would release his video, an hour and a half.
Wow. She really is suing everybody. Wow, that is incredibly petty.
Long rebuke of the claims Blair had laid out against him, some of which include refuting the alleged mistreatment of his dog, James, as well as being forced to out elements of his mental health. Wonder was forced to relive his trauma in front of the world because Blair, in my opinion, either recklessly and carelessly or purposefully and meticulously included them as attempts to attack his character and credibility to lower the needed public standard of evidence so she could pin him as being a mentally unstable ingrate who mistreats his dog. I also made cameo interviews in this video where I spoke on what I witnessed during the time that Wonder was living with Blair and I, giving third-party account to some of the personal stories that Blair made public. My words in this video were in response to Blair's public comments. I will add that as of this video's production, Wonder has not been served by the...
Thank you, Ashmar. Ashmar says, just to be clear, she's suing the guy who tipped the Click off about her alt account, which is, I would love to see what the lawsuit for that actually is. Like, to me, that just sounds like you're trying to intimidate someone with a lawsuit. To me, that's what that sounds like.
reports and is currently on the table for dismissal. If he does get served, the GoFundMe will be at his disposal for legal fees as well. This then leads to Blair's infamous posts made to her YouTube community tab and Twitter on May 26th, speaking on how she intends to clear the false allegations that have surfaced against her. Let's actually take a peek at this real quick. Hey everyone, I'm fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously and am committed to rectifying this situation.
Do you remember when we went through the comments of this post on my stream? What a memory. Looking at her own community responding. It was not good. Also, people were getting their comments removed like crazy on this post. Actually wild. Hypno Amber says, DramaMama, apparently the lawsuit against Felix is for breach of an NDA. Mad Catster also goes over that. All right, maybe we'll watch the Mad Catster video afterwards. We'll take a look at that maybe. We'll see how time is going. So far, we've been making good time. Let's continue. Gaming Below says, today was such a rough start to my week. Thank God for this stream. You're very welcome. I am a god of a sort, after all. If you are enjoying the stream, please consider pressing the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed to DramaMama. And also make sure that you press like on the stream. It would mean a lot to me. My show is free and available to the public. So thank you very, very much. And of course, make sure that we pass a like over to Oz Media's video, who we are reacting to right now, the link to which will be in the description.
Promptly and appropriately. I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. I am committed to transparency and accountability throughout this process. Rest assured that I am taking decisive action to address this situation. I will provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible. Thank you to those of you who are standing by me during this challenging time. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. I appreciate your patience and understanding during this challenging time. I am dedicated to upholding my channel's values and delivering on our commitments. I am confident that the truth will prevail. Sincerely, Blair Zahn. I would like to note that Blair has been publicly silent on her platform for an entire year on this matter. Blair claimed that false allegations were being weaponized to silence her voice, but she has, in my opinion, been weaponizing the legal system to silence further criticism of her actions. I too, Blair, am confident the truth will prevail, which is why I'm actually breaking my silence, because I'm exhausted with playing the game your way. This would follow with the very next day, Blair sending out cease and desist to first Wonder and then later myself roughly 1 week later, June 5th. At this point, and up until September of 2023, I would have only made a single Twitter thread, as well as possibly 5 minutes of cameo time in Wonder's video discussing matters which Blair had previously made public. Between the two cease and desists, we would see One Topic release a video discussing his experiences with Sad Milk on June 2nd. His video was made for his audience and acted as more of an open form of communication with those who had questions. It wasn't chock full of screenshots, and he really had nothing to prove. We would then see the release of Swoop's video June 6th, which I was barely even mentioned in. This will be important for the second part. In the following week, specifically June 14th, 2023 at 9:03 a.m., which I would also like...
What I've seen of Swoop, I've really enjoyed. I think Swoop might be one of the only channels I've seen that's covered this drama that I feel like really did their due diligence. I quite liked Swoop's previous videos on this. Yeah.
To add that these were denied by the court, which is why I had never heard of them until very recently. 2 civil protection orders against myself as well as Wonder were filed by Blair. Blair cites general harassment that she had received as grounds for her civil protection against Wonder. Now, I would like to firmly state that if you've ever sent a threat of any kind to Blair, go fuck yourself. I don't want you in my audience or even remotely associated with me. You're selfish and only stroking your own ego, while simultaneously hurting everyone involved. But with that being said, I do want to briefly talk about a few details in the CPO ordered against me, which, again, was denied. where Blair accuses me of beating her dog, Casper. I deeply cared for him, and I find this accusation thrown into a CPO for sympathy from the judge to be revolting. I also, in my personal opinion, believe that this is further evidence of Blair twisting and manipulating facts, or in some cases, just outright lying. How fucking dare you accuse me of beating Casper after everything I did for you and him? Which, in your own video, Blair, you said it yourself, how much help I provided with Casper. There is more squabble listed within these denials.
This is the type of behavior that makes me think that Blair is on a completely self-destructive warpath. That this is there's no real intention to actually win, that the win condition is doing as much financial harm as possible out of a sense of revenge. That is what it comes off as to me. Because we all remember in her video when she, with her own voice, put on the internet for everyone to see that she believed that that Oz was always good to her and Casper the dog. To then put in a legal document an allegation that may not be provable, that has already been entered into the legal record. She's made a claim of a crime being committed against an animal. That is the type of action that can backfire so badly. And it seems like it will. I mean, unless she can produce proof of that behavior, which my personal inclination, given everything else in this situation, is to highly doubt that she has evidence of that behavior. Wild.
CPOs that are just not worth entertaining at this moment. But if you do have more questions on these, I would like to...
Kenneth Allen Cook says, you say she's on a self-destructive warpath, but what she's doing seems to be hurting everyone but her. Why do her actions come off as that to you? No, she is hurting tons of people, but she's absolutely hurt herself. Her channel, the center of her business and her online presence has been completely and utterly destroyed. And there is no way that's coming back. Her reputation is gone. She was eating absolute shit before the H-bomb video even dropped on her. She was getting destroyed by burning her credibility with her own audience before H-bomber guy's video even hit. Now it's over. Her channel's gone, and these things happened as a result of her actions. And on top of that, the claims that she's made and the boldness with which she is putting forward claims while also pursuing legal action aggressively. Other people aren't pursuing to sue her. She's suing them. And if you go out of your way to sue somebody and you're suing them for things while also having done hugely risky activities on yourself, that can backfire. And if you lose the case, you will eat dirt. There is so much ground for fair legal response if the claims that she's put forward are false. And so far, we've already seen that some of the claims that she has put forward are false. The claims that she made against Click, some of the claims that she made against Wonder were proven as false. That's why I say it's a self-destructive warpath. She's trying to take other people down with her, but she's doing incredible, unbelievable, irreparable damage to herself in the process. It is a I will take you down with me type behavior. Yeah, here, we can just look at the graphs for her chart, the Social Blade graphs for her channel, I mean. Total subscribers weekly. Oh my god. Look at this right here. May 2023. This is right around where the drama began. Cratered, and for over a year, it has never even come back. It is only getting worse. she went from 9.7 million video views in April to last month she got 162,000. So from May 2023 to May, here, let's do April. From April to April. From April of 2023, 9.7 million to 1 year later, 184,000 views. Decimated. And look at this. Here's her subscriber chart, okay? Back in April, early May, or March, I should say, is when it started. March of 2023, the decline has begun. And there has not been a single month in which she has gained subscribers since. Her best month is a month in which she lost no subscribers. This is completely destroyed. Her channel is destroyed. Not to mention, that's not even to mention the Patreon where her income comes from. It's bad. Yeah, lose all subscriber speedrun for sure. Yep. Wild.
To refer you to Vangelina Scov, as she was able to cover these in full before their removal by the original leaker. Moving on from my personal emotions, the terms of both said CPOs are this. Petitioner requests that this court order to delete.
Oh yeah, true, not to mention the loss of her subscribers. The amount of damage that she's done to herself is incredible. And by comparison, on a financial level, the amount of damage that she's done to others is actually less than what she's done to herself. However, of course, the damage that she's done to others includes, you know, in my opinion, extensive emotional damage. Kenneth Allen Cook says, that is bad, but is she going to lose money? Yes. Unequivocally, yes. Absolutely. Her income is gone. I mean, it is gone. That is destroyed. The amount of financial damage is like more than any of us, than most anybody here can imagine. If you can imagine the numbers of financial damage that Blair Iiluminaughtii has suffered, I would like to offer you a position as one of my stream's Oilers. Please consider donating large sums of money so that I can read out your comments today. Because I can't imagine ever losing that much money. That's how much damage her of a financial hit to her income she's taken. Yep. Can't she just make money through other means? Well, yeah, but that's like basically always true. Like, yeah, she can go get a job at McDonald's. For sure. That's true. You're not going to be able to stop that. But let's just say that's a pretty fundamental change in her life, and it's because of decisions that she made. Her channel was making bank. Her Patreon was making bank. And now it's not. Let's continue.
All posts X has made to social media since April 23, 2023, pertaining to Sadmo, Petitioner, or her social media platforms. Refrain from posting about Petitioner or her social media content on any of his social media accounts or on the social media accounts of others. Refrain from posting in the comments section of any of Petitioner's social media accounts. Refrain from interacting in any way with Petitioner's social media posts. Refrain from encouraging any third party to post in the comments section of Petitioner's social media accounts, or reposting any of Petitioner's...
Okay, hold on. I just got to take a second here. We're going to get back to this in a second. Kenneth Allen Cook says, she lives in a $1.6 million house, all paid off. And? That doesn't change the fact that this was incredibly self-destructive. If you think, like, blowing a yearly income of $500K to try and own your former employees and not even succeeding at that is like a win, I don't know. Then that's, I guess we got a different calculus of things. That is to me, that indicates a basically setting her yearly income on fire and also destroying her chance at a future online career. I don't think there's any coming back on that. Sure, maybe she could sell her house and buy some rental properties, but yeah, we're not, I don't know. I don't think the calculus here is whether or not whether or not she can never make another dollar again. We're not trying to we're not talking about Nintendo trying to do what Nintendo doing it to that one hacker guy or whatever. Where Nintendo was that hacker guy did a ROM hack for a video game or something, and then Nintendo was like, yeah, you have to pay us every dollar you make forever and live in a garbage can like Oscar the Grouch. That's not what we're talking about. Kenneth Allen Cook says, can't she just go work for a hedge fund or something? What hedge fund? What hedge fund is gonna hire someone who's extremely, if you search her name on the internet, it's associated with her own burning of her own YouTube channel. Who is gonna put her in a position of managing money? Nah, that's not gonna happen. Yes, it is true that maybe she can sell her $1.6 million house and buy an oil derrick and continue to make money while living in a box next to the oil derrick, or who knows, maybe she could just stay in her $1.6 million house and work at McDonald's to pay her property taxes. That's all possible. I don't think that really has any effect on what we're talking about here. So we're gonna call it at that, and we're gonna move on at this point. Let's continue.
Original content for any purpose. Refrain from making any videos or media posts about petitioner. This, in my opinion, was an attempt at a gag order to prevent all future posting on Blair. Specifically, in my opinion, to lay the groundwork for her to begin her lawsuit unopposed with no worry of public retaliation, as well as to prevent any and all future responses from being posted. It is my opinion that Blair had the motives to silence the critics so she could begin her attempt at rewriting the public narrative. The one we will see shortly within the lawsuit. The timeline becomes quiet.
Yeah, maybe she could try selling Cutco knives, huh? Or Herbalife or whatever.
Until July 26th, 2023, where we would see 2 new videos posted about Blair, with their own original stories to tell, one from Cruel World Happy Mind as well as Savannah Marie. Cruel World Happy Mind would detail her alleged experiences with Blair and how, according to Cruel World Happy Mind, while pregnant, she fell subject to a harassment campaign from Blair, and how Blair, in her eyes, actively
Okay. No way. No, this can't be real. Serious? You saw it when it came out. It was real. Is this? I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me bring this up. Hold on. I just heard Illuminaughtii on the radio. She's a DJ now. Okay, there's no way of verifying this. But if so, that is extremely funny. I acknowledge this could just be a total shit post, but it is funny if so. And if anybody out there can find the radio show that she's DJing, please send it to me, okay? This is a call to all of my many viewers right now. We have a lot of beautiful viewers out there. If any of you know what show she radio DJs, please send it to me because I need to hear it if it's real. It might also just be a total shitpost. Nep Winters in chat says this is 33.7 FM and we are only playing pyramid bangers. I'm waking up to ash and dust. Coming up next, thunder, hear the thunder, and the lightning and the thunder. All right, let's continue. All right, everybody, let's bring it in. Let's bring it in. Let's calm down, everybody. Oh.
weaponized a potential loss of pregnancy from how sick the stress made her to silence Madison from Cruel's happy mind. Savannah Marie levies accusations of plagiarism, the second person to make this accusation against Blair. Now, this is where my September video partially begins to come into play. Unfortunately, due to the slow crawl of legal processors, I would only be aware of half of Blair's actions at this time. On August 22, 2023, Blair began the official proceedings to put my home into foreclosure. If you are unaware of the details on this, please see my September upload titled Let's Talk Illuminaughtii Drama Update. In this video, I explain the details of how I even ended up in this position. This foreclosure process was based upon a debt that I had accrued with her while we were dating. I had no warning, no notice of behind payments, no communication that this would be happening. Instead, I found out from a realtor who excitedly told me my condition of foreclosure and asked to purchase my home from me. What a way to wake up. To further clarify, as I stated in my September video, I was indeed behind on payments. It is my opinion that Blair introduced a payment structure that she knew I would be destined to fall behind on. I, originally, wasn't concerned as before I foolishly signed those deeds of trust, Blair assured me that the only way she would get her payments was if I paid or if the home was sold. I never took the time to realize that she meant she could sell my home through foreclosure. If I knew it granted her this power, I would have never signed those documents. Again, if this is all new information, please go see my September update video. August 29, 2023, Blair would submit a new set of temporary restraining orders, which were denied, as well as her lawsuit against Felix, Wonder, and myself for defamation and breach of contract. It is of my opinion that Blair timed these events so I could only fight one, the foreclosure or the lawsuit, not both. I do believe that if I did not speak out against her in April, she would not have put my home through foreclosure proceedings. With these actions,
Paige Punk Corpse asks, does Oz use he, him, or they, them pronouns? Both. According to their Twitter.
timed alongside the lawsuit, it does make me firmly believe, in my opinion, it's retaliatory in nature. The restraining orders in question were to, once more, prevent publication of any information on Blair. In this restraining order, Blair directly cites the video I was originally producing as a documentary on her actions as grounds to allow this pseudo-gag order to proceed. Quoting this TRO, "Here, however, plaintiff's request for relief will cause defendants no harm, because they simply must refrain from publishing what is essentially an online op-ed piece, which they have admitted will lambaste plaintiffs. Should the court deem plaintiffs' claims to be unnecessary, defendants can simply publish their video." Scared of something? Truth being, before we get into more details, Blair could have easily just responded. But the silence and sudden bombardment of legal speaks volumes, Blair. Because please remember, at this point of her filings, I'd only made a public Twitter thread and approximately 5 minutes worth of cameo time in an interview in Wonder's video. I would not be made aware of the lawsuit or legal filings until September 27th, more than a week after my September video was published. I had elected, out of respect for the legal system, to remain silent until now. It's not that I'm lacking respect for it with the publication of this video, I'm lacking respect for Blair and the escapades she's elected to throw me into. The legal proceedings have been grueling, from a mix of anxiety-laden sleepless nights to curveballs that throw off my entire day. It can be very difficult to live a normal life when every day is filled with stress and anxiety, every email notification laced with dread. It's exhausting, and this video exists because I'm tired. The lawsuit starts with the service in late September, roughly a week or so after my September upload, specifically September 27th. I would be in and out of calls with my lawyer, going over the facts of the matter, looking over everything I could and providing as much evidence as possible. Unfortunately, I can't just drop a folder of evidence on the judge's desk with a solid "nuh-uh" and walk away. A shame, really. The inner workings for how the legal proceedings have gone so far are mostly publicly documented by the creators previously mentioned. If the time comes, I will explore the full timeline of the lawsuit, including Blair's attempts at settling this lawsuit, grotesquely in her favor, for all parties involved. But for now, I'm leaving these be. Once you make it to the outro, my reasoning will make sense. During the proceedings of this lawsuit, H-Bomber would upload not one, but 2 videos covering Blair's prior acts of plagiarism, one being a 40-minute section within a 4-hour-long, 20 million view video, as well as an individually uploaded 20-minute video with over 3 million views focusing exclusively on Blair. More people are aware of Blair because of H-Bomber than they are for any of the other drama-related reasons surrounding her. This timeline will be extremely important for the following chapters. Again, I implore all of you to double check, as I was only focusing on videos related to the lawsuit in question, as well as all and any first-party sources. This now leads us to Felix.
So Felix is the former mod who we learned about in this episode, who allegedly Blair is suing as well. Former Discord mod who perhaps whistle blew on some behavior.
Through the last 9 months, Felix and I have been wading through the murky waters of a lawsuit Blair has set forth.
The one who leaked the alt account stuff. Yeah, the whistleblower on the alt account information, which if we want to remember, I mean, I'm sure we're going to get into it. So let's let him talk, and then I'll fill in information if necessary.
If you're unfamiliar with the nitty-gritty of the legal proceedings at play and still don't recognize who Felix the Kit Kat is, again, this is a former Discord moderator for Blair turned employee at Pyramid Entertainment, the leading plaintiff, in this lawsuit Blair has hoisted us into. As of the time of writing, Felix's motion to dismiss was denied, and he will be proceeding through standard legal proceedings with Blair. I will be going into the specifics of the judge's order shortly, and to firmly clarify, the judge is not connected to or well educated on the YouTube space, nor the drama which has transpired. He is doing his job and acting according to the documents provided in front of him. More on this soon, as the legal system is far more complicated than an episode of Law & Order may lead you to believe. As a reminder, the lawsuit isn't even out of the starting gate. This could turn into an exhausting fight ahead of all of us, and is far from over for those of us who are directly involved. It'll be my purpose here to present Blair's claims against Felix, the counter towards them, and why I feel these claims were created in bad faith, as well as going over why the judge made his ruling the way he did, as, in my opinion, it helps to shine light into Blair's legal strategy at hand. Referring back to the timeline provided earlier, on May 2nd, 2023, YouTuber The Click, a comedy and meme channel, this will be an important distinction for later, produced his response to the April 20th video, Iiluminaughtii Exposed, where Blair had levied multiple allegations of misconduct against Click. Click responded to these accusations with a 30-minute response to an 8-minute chapter within Blair's video, thoroughly, in my opinion, clearing his name. I would also like to give the information specifically in this case to Blair and her lawyers that I did not reach out to Felix, nor had contact with Felix since his departure from Pyramid Entertainment LLC until April 24th, where Felix would initially reach out to me, as seen here. He would later reach out once again shortly after Blair's public video, where he felt that Blair had improperly retold events, as Felix was a direct witness to what had transpired with Click. Felix, of his own volition...
Thank you very much. We're going to take a pause here just a minute so I can eat some fresh pizza, and then we'll continue. Love you.
Anything?
No, that should be it. Thank you very much. I'm going to eat some pizza real quick. Gayfesh, I think you're...
Your drawer's open.
Oh, it opened back up. Here, I'll shut it. I was checking something earlier, but it slid open. Thank you. Gayfesh, if you could timestamp this little break segment, that'd be actually amazing. And then also timestamp when we get back to it, because I don't want to be eating during the video segment we're going to post on YouTube. So we'll just chill and chat. Yeah, I think this is just Pizza Hut, but it's really good. A moronic legal combat or legal conflict like this is like such a nightmare. What a goddamn nightmare. What a goddamn nightmare to think that, like, just because you I guess for Oz Media it's more complicated, But for other people involved, like I can't imagine being a Discord mod and being like, yeah, here's some bullshit that happened. And you show like a Discord message where somebody reveals that like they're pulling some real heinous shit on somebody else. And then you end up with a giant lawsuit that you can't get out of as like because you were a volunteer Discord mod at one point. My God. Nightmare. Nightmare to think about. Hold on a second. Like, obviously, Oz Media was in a bit deeper, you know, than like a Discord mod. You know, Oz Media was involved with Blair for a long time. They shared a house together. They'd made multiple companies together and stuff. But my God. Hypno Amber says the Lauren the Mortician and her lawyer legal stuff is also a damn nightmare. They are suing 4 or 5 creators, TikTok and YouTube. Whoa, really? I don't know anything about that. What happened? The last time I heard about that creator, people seem to be positive. Is she in trouble or is she doing the trouble? It looks like this looks like so one of them is a pepperoni stuffed crust and the other one is a jalapeno, olive, banana pepper, mushroom, onion stuffed crust. Both very yummy. Whoa. Those are some spicy jalapenos. There come the hiccups. God. Oh no. Oh no. I get really bad hiccups when whenever I eat really spicy food. I can usually stop them, but it happens pretty frequently. Oh no, Fortnite. That sounds really bad. Seems like I was able to catch the hiccups early. We'll see if they come back. Wow, Celestial Wolves, what the fuck? The Lauren the Mortician stuff is so complicated. It started when she got into a beef with a child car seat expert, and it has evolved into a situation more to do with her lawyer throwing around legal threats. What? What? Oh no. Oh. Okay, good. It didn't actually get on my keyboard. I just did a huge deep clean of my keyboard, like right before I came back to stream. It's a lot of work to do remove all keycaps, deep clean level, you know, like literally Q-tips cleaning out every crack of the thing, but it is so nice when it's done to have a perfectly clean keyboard. Kenneth Allen Cook, I would be very surprised if you had the exact same keyboard as me, seeing as how my keyboard is literally a custom build. How's Fawn? Fawn's doing great. I mean, it does have glowing keys, but lots of keyboards have glowing keys. Maybe you have the same framework, or the same like chassis, but I doubt you have the same switches. The switches are custom. Pick it up? I'm not picking it up right now. Sorry. You have to wait. Critters used to be on stream a lot more. Yeah, they did, because we used to share a room. My streaming room was an office with two other people in it. Sounds good to me, Uncle Gumbode. That sounds good to me, yeah. I don't see why not. I think that mayo is really good on sandwiches. Especially savory, really savory sandwiches. Ow, I just bit my tongue a little bit. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna hit the restroom, then we're gonna continue. Bathroom song time. BRB, then we're gonna continue, so don't go anywhere. There we go.
Hey, chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking bass. Demon Mama bathroom song. been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this pack down to give you something bobbin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. A little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Within your phone, the stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody
like and subscribe.
All right, everybody, it's time. I hope you enjoyed the Calliope Rave Gay Fesh crossover bathroom song. Are you all ready to get back into this? You ready to get back into it? I'm ready. It's such a banger. All right, let's continue.
Public video, as seen here. He would later reach out once again shortly after Blair's public video, where he felt that Blair had improperly retold events, as Felix was a direct witness to what had transpired with Click. Felix, of his own volition, wanted to help set the record straight on information unrelated to the operations of Pyramid Entertainment LLC. Within Click's video, the final chapter includes screenshots from a redacted individual. This individual in question was Felix the Kit Kat. In these screenshots, Felix provides documentation of Blair offering him $200 to sift through prior Sad Milk recordings to find evidence of Click using the R word. These screenshots in question are what Blair is suing for defamation, as well as breach of contract. What is not included within this lawsuit, however, is the screenshot evidence provided by Felix of Blair owning the alt account that was created to harass Click as well as his cohorts in 2020. Take this information as you will. Blair is willing to sue over a DM showing her paying one of her, at the time, Discord moderators $200 to dig up dirt on a prior collaborator, but Blair is not suing about the disclosure of information about owning an alt account to harass other YouTubers. Take that as you will. The claims against Felix the Kit Kat listed within the lawsuit are as follows. If you want the drama attached to the individual filings, you can visit Madcaster's channel where he's broken down each filing for the layman, as well as Vangelina Skov and more recently Tamimi. Up first, as claims against Felix, whose full name will be censored using orange. Defendant Felix is a former employee of plaintiffs. As a note, his employment began at or around the time of May 5th, 2021. As disclosed in the factual allegation number 18, Blair states, defendant Felix signed a confidentiality agreement on May 5th, 2021, signed the Felix agreement, which all employees are required to sign as a condition of employment. 63. Felix is in violation of this Felix agreement by turning over private messages between himself and Blair to another YouTuber, Mark Drek, to exploit in a YouTube video made to slander plaintiffs. This video is available at, then YouTube link, and is titled Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk. The video was not produced, as Blair stated, to slander plaintiffs. This video, made by Click, was in self-defense from Blair. Felix came to the aid of someone defending themselves. What Blair has done in this lawsuit.
People are asking, why do so many people like this keep receipts? And the answer is it's a combination of a sense of invulnerability, an arrogant sense of invulnerability, and also the fact that they make a lot of people sign NDAs. Now, how strong those NDAs are and the legal viability of them is heavily under question, as I'm sure we'll probably find out as this proceeds. But yeah, it turns out that, you know, a lot of people who are up to no good really like to aggressively utilize NDAs so that if you say anything about it at any point and you're not 100% legally locked tight, they can get you.
Is completely remove any and all instances or references of her public statements to make it appear as though any attack against her is slanderous. Please recall the previous removal of factual allegation 34 from the prior version of the lawsuit. Again, 34. Regarding the false accusations listed above, Blair made one public post, attempting to debunk the misinformation. She has not publicly addressed this situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. Once more, mention of this no longer exists within the lawsuit. The screenshot in question happened November 10th, 2020, nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under Pyramid Entertainment. The NDA should not cover private messages unrelated to Pyramid LLC. It appears to me that Blair is attempting to claim that every conversation she has ever had with an employee throughout all of time, even matters unrelated to Pyramid Entertainment, are under NDA. These DMs were in specific relation to a group collaboration channel known as Sad Milk, which included the likes of Damian Lee, Flinders, Hi I'm Wonder, One Topic, The Click, Salty, and myself, and of course Blair. Sad Milk is operated as a different corporate entity with its own distinct EIN, known as Wet Sox LLC, which is a sibling company. The argument were to be made about this being work contributed by Felix, the actions taken were not in service to Pyramid Entertainment, but instead Wet Sox LLC. However, there was no employment contract or NDA attached to these actions in service to Wet Sox. The files in question are related to old audio recordings of Sad Milk videos, not Pyramid. It is also important to point out that these actions in question were not, to my knowledge, normal company practice to specifically target employees who were low on money to dig up dirt on prior collaborators of Blair's. Then to pay said employee with a PayPal transaction. To further add, Click was contracted talent for Wet Sox LLC, as Blair herself demonstrated at 11:14 in her own video, where she briefly shows on screen the Sad Milk Entertainment contract, which she refers to as the agreement. I would also like to add that if this was official company business, there should be a documented 1099 form or other specific documentation to show the payments to Felix are properly documented for specifically Pyramid Entertainment. After talking with Felix and being shown his TurboTax filing from 2020, I can confidently state neither this 1099 nor any form of company documentation exists to specify this payment as being directly in service of Pyramid Entertainment. As of this time, we only have a PayPal transfer listed as video review. Mind you, there are no PayPal transfer fees attached to this amount. PayPal takes a fee for business-related transactions. This can range widely, but the common fee for a company transfer is 3.49% with an additional 49 cents per transaction. This means that this transaction is most likely listed internally with PayPal as a friends and family transfer, as before July 28th, 2022, it was possible for a business PayPal account to send money via a friends and family transfer. This transfer was made in November of 2020, nearly 2 years before this policy change occurred. To me, in my opinion, based on the evidence I have in front of me, this appears to be an under-the-table task assigned to him with no documentation of how that money was categorized, with the payment being labeled within PayPal as friends and family, similar to paying your neighbor's kid to mow the lawn. And on top of that, the assignment was
Ooh, boy. This is the type of stuff, the sloppiness that I'm talking about, that is like going to be very inconvenient for someone like Blair if they try to actually follow up on legal threats. Wow. It's like, this is the type of stuff that is like nobody's problem if people aren't threatening to sue one another, and instantly becomes a giant problem the moment that it becomes like a giant legal conflict. So like, she really hurt herself. She wasn't getting sued by anybody. People were saying their opinions about her online because they didn't want anybody else to get wrapped up in a nightmare situation with her, and she decided to take it to the courts. And now there's all kinds of messes. Her paperwork is a mess. This is the thing. If she continues from here, it really is just, I'm trying to take you down with me. I hope you have to spend $100,000+ trying to defend yourself from a bullshit lawsuit in court. It would be amazing to see if she continues from this point on.
Specifically in service to Wet Sox, not Pyramid Entertainment LLC, and specifically involved prior contractors, click, of Wet Sox LLC, not Pyramid Entertainment. In my eyes, I see this as Blair retroactively changing the events of 2020 to fit her narrative within the lawsuit. The simple truth is, this conversation was held November of 2020, and he was hired May of 2021. Blair is trying to claim that these were company communications and has framed it as such to make the lawsuit stick. Factual Claim 64. Regarding these messages, defendant Felix edited selectively picked messages to create the appearance that Blair made statements that she did not. He thereby created a false narrative that was damaging to the plaintiffs. Felix, when the lawsuit was served to him, more on why that's on air quotes later, posted on Twitter informing the public of his circumstance, while also providing the full context of the screenshot in question, which provides no room to argue for cherry picking, as Blair has argued in her suit. Blair does later in this suit confirm the validity of these screenshots by stating she cross-referenced them in her own DMs. But in my opinion, the full context here makes her look worse. These messages were provided to help clear a former collaborator's name of accusations brought against him by Blair. Here's the full context for those DMs.
All right, let's take a look at these. Hey, are you still short on rent? Rent, no. Electric and phone, yes. I'm at -$2 right now. No idea what I'm doing for lunch tomorrow, but I'm at the fuck it, I'll figure out phase of my life. I have something for you, but it's a little tedious. I mean, my life is nothing but tedium, so I can do it. Iiluminaughtii, I need you to work with blank and help me to find click saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. Felix the Kit Kat says, I can do that. Let me get a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sad Milk video but can't remember which one. And she's over her head with shit. I'll pay you $200 to find it. Yeah, just hand me the files and I can get started. $200 will help quite a bit. There's that file and a file in the file. Most will have Discord calls, and I think it's happened within the first 10 minutes. I'll check the whole recording to be sure, so I'm looking at all 4 folders. Just go into the published file. Everything about this does not imply, like, you're doing this work as a part of your contract for Sad Milk, except for the fact that it's a Sad Milk video. This is the type of stuff that's going to come back to bite her if she continues to pursue this in court. For real, Hypno Amber? Is that for real? Where do we have evidence of that? Is that in one of the other videos?
Blair sending a message at 11/10/2020, 8:57 p.m. Hey, are you still short on rent? Rent, no electric, and phone. Yes, I am at negative $2 right now. No idea what I'm gonna do for lunch tomorrow, but I'm at the fuck it, I'll figure it out phase of my life. Blair, I have something for you, but it's a little tedious. I mean, my life is nothing but tedium, so I can do it. I need you to work with blank to help me find click saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. I can do that. Let me get a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sad Milk video, but I can't remember which one, and she's over her head with shit. I'll pay you $200 to find it. Yep, just hand me the files and I can get started. $200 will help quite a bit. The portion redacted here is a link to a Google Drive. There's that file and a file in the file. Most will have Discord calls, and I think it happened within the first 10 minutes. I'll check the whole recording to be sure, so I'm looking at all 4 folders. Just go into the published file. The very next day, Felix would receive payment from Blair for, quote, video review, end quote. As a reminder, within Click's video, this was the screenshot originally shown. Now, the next few sections are nearly 50 points down the line and highly segregated as we enter into her claims of relief. The other skip points involve myself as well as Wonder, who was never formally served in this lawsuit. Starting with the 7th claim of relief, defamation per quad, as to defendant Felix. 108. Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though each were fully set forth therein. 109. On or about May 2nd, 2023.
I can't help but wonder if after this video came out, Blair got a call from her lawyer and was like, why didn't you tell me that the guy that you're trying to sue was not working for the company that we're talking about in this lawsuit? I have a feeling that this video may have prompted a very, very frustrated call from Blair's lawyer.
Defendant Felix published a public Twitter X post from one of his Twitter X accounts, @FelixTheKitKat. Now, I believe this is a clerical error, as Felix did not tweet on any of the days surrounding May 2nd. I believe Blair is referring to this tweet in question, made November 23rd of 2023. 110. This statement implies that Blair committed the tort of abuse of process, alleging A, an ulterior motive for the use of a judicial proceeding to retaliate for defendant Felix's post-employment actions, B, the willful use of legal proceedings in an improper manner, trying to force a default judgment without properly serving defendant Felix. C, damages, an impending default judgment against defendant Felix. 111. These statements are false, and defendant Felix made the statement with negligent disregard for its falsity. Process server, redacted, signed a declaration that she served defendant Felix on September 26, 2023 at his place of abode, handing the required legal documents to an individual matching defendant Felix's physical description. Felix was never directly handed papers. Instead, the papers were delivered by mail to an address he lives 2 hours away from, at a claimed time while he was just getting off of work, 2 hours away from the stated address. The papers were never formally handed to Felix. Felix's sister found an envelope in the mail with regular US postage labeled to Felix on or around October 6th. This directly opposes the processor's claim of directly handing it to Felix. What I find interesting is that this appeared in a mailbox with postage and was within a standard mailing period from September 26th. Yet,
if all of these claims are true, this is going to be eminently verifiable, and it is going to immediately put her into big trouble. This is just like, that is like the biggest goof up that you can possibly imagine. Because if it is true, if these claims are true, then that means that there's going to be a giant paper trail for those documents being sent, and where they were sent, and the exact times when they were picked up and scanned by the USPS. Wow.
There are claims of this being handed directly to Felix. These papers would have been delivered to Felix's stepfather's home within the official legal filing September 27, 2023 at 6:40 p.m. This address is not his usual place of abode, which is even distinguished, despite the redactions I've made, by not being the address given for Felix in the very lawsuit Blair filed. At the time of delivery, Felix would need to drive nearly 150 miles an hour directly after his shift at work to be at said address in time to receive the papers from said processor. While it's not much, Felix has provided me with screenshots of him speaking with his girlfriend about arriving home at 7 p.m. after work. To reiterate, Felix was never formally given papers, despite what the processor claims. Instead, they were mailed to his stepfather, and a proof of service filing was made.
Did she cheap out on a lawyer? Because this is so sloppy. I mean, remember, a lawsuit is not just on your lawyer. Like, a lot of it is, but a lawyer can't fix your own bad behaviors if you're making things, if you're misrepresenting things to the lawyer, or if your actions don't line up. I will say this one might be on the lawyer, because the lawyer did draft the lawsuit paperwork that would have said that, like, when the serving of the papers happened, and they didn't seem to do their due diligence. This one might be, but the other one, that sounds like Blair wasn't being forthright with her own lawyer, which is a huge problem.
The argument of us theorizing that Blair was trying to get a default judgment against Felix comes from the fact that after the service attempt, nearly every day afterwards, Felix would check in with the Colorado courts for an official proof of service to be filed, so he could begin his legal battle. However, proof of service was not filed until after the time required for Felix to respond. When papers are served, a response is due within 21 days, but 35 days for out-of-state parties, within Colorado after service. So this would have been either October 31st or November 1st, depending on if the day of service counts towards the allotted time. Proof of service was not filed with the courts until November 17th, more than 2 weeks after, meaning that Felix would have defaulted. Even my lawyer was caught off guard by these actions. Plaintiff's attorneys filed a proof of service on Felix today. The service was back in September. Not sure why they're just filing the proof today. Felix's answer should have been filed by the end of October based on the service date. Allegation 112. Defendant Felix's statement caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet/X was published, from $74,646 in the period of November 23rd.
Whoa! Hold on, let me just make sure I heard this all correctly.
Fact that plaintiff's revenue from video answer should have Felix's statement caused end of October based on the service date. Allegation 112. Defendant Felix's statement caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet.
95% YouTube revenue loss from making $74,000 in a month? She was making $74,000 in a month in November 2022 and is down to making $2,751. Just a quick throwback to earlier in this conversation when I said that if anyone out there can imagine that type of money, I invite you to please become a sponsor of this show, because I cannot imagine that type of money. That is unbelievable. Which means, provided her income from YouTube was consistent, she would have been making somewhere in the ballpark of $1 million a year before she decided to do this warpath. And now she's making $2,751 a month. So, you know, what, like less than around 30K a year? From nearly $1 million per year to 30K a year. My God.
Tweet/X was published, from $74,646 in the period of November 23rd, 2022, December 23rd.
Danny Fallon says that's 7 figures a year from just YouTube. not necessarily including Patreon and other merch and landlording. True, that's a good point. My God. On a bunch of bullshitted, plagiarized, allegedly plagiarized. It should be clear by my words, as I am simply a commentator, sharing my opinions.
2022 to $2,751.72 during that same period a year later. Blair is listing a drop of revenue from a specific date period and ignoring the fact that her revenue had begun to decline far before then.
Good night, Kenneth
The
Allen
official
Cook.
date, April 20th, 2023, is when we can see the first damage
Kiwi TV says, I can't believe all YouTubers make $75K a month. Yeah. I can't believe all YouTubers make $75,000 a month.
being done to her subscriber count. This is also the day she levied accusations against Legal Eagle. And then, of course, following her upload of the Illuminaughtii exposed video, the viewership damage is fairly evident, especially in the following weeks where she saw a rapid decline. I find it to be personally dishonest to claim that Felix's GoFundMe tweet was responsible for the drop in revenue reported, as there had been a long-standing consistent drop of revenue for each month prior. Not to mention, of course, in that date range, this includes the H-Bomber Guy videos, which had a collective 23 million views between the two of them. 113. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages, as explained in paragraph 112 of the complaint, as a result of defendant Felix's publications in an amount to be proven at trial. I can only assume this is her talking about the general backlash and emotional turmoil this situation has thrown her into. Again, as I'm sure I'll be saying this thousands of times, if you send threats of any kind towards Blair, you're worse than her. Again, the damages Blair is suffering is of her own doing. The only reason any of us are in this position is because of the actions Blair initially took on April 20th, 2023. Eighth claim for relief. Defamation per quad as to defendant Felix. 114. Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though they were fully set forth therein. 115. On or about May 2nd, 2023, Mark Deck posted to his public YouTube account, The Click, a video titled Iiluminaughtii and Sad Milk, which contains screenshots from defendant Oz and Felix, intended for publication by Deck, available at YouTube link and timestamp. I also just want to add that Click's name is public. 116. The Iiluminaughtii and Sad Milk video displayed a redacted screenshot of a Discord conversation. 117. Upon information and belief, the relevant redacted portions obscured the username Felix the Kit Kat, the username of defendant Felix. 118. Upon information and belief, Click is Mark Dreck. It's actually Mark Deck, and he's pretty public with this. It's the name of his public music channel after all. 119. Blair asked Felix to find Mark Dreck saying the R-slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. 120. Defendant Felix then asserts that Blair...
Okay, alright, okay, hold on a second. I'm beginning to be sold on the sloppy lawyer, the sloppy lawyer possibility here. That's a pretty big mess up. I mean, it is still a name, it is just like a name typo, but having the name misspelled that many times when it's kind of central to your lawsuit seems like a pretty big oversight.
She publicly disapproves of the R-slur, uses it in private. 121. This statement carries a defamatory meaning because it implies that Blair is both a hypocrite and a bigot. Her words, not mine. 122. Defendant Felix published this statement with negligent disregard for its truthfulness because he concedes that he has no proof to substantiate his claim. In 2020, Blair had revealed to me that she had used a service to scrub her Twitter of all and any inappropriate or cancelable language that she may have tweeted. Evidence of this can actually be found by the fact that there's a massive removal of tweets on a single day shown by her social blade. I had to purchase a Social Blade premium subscription to get this data down to the day as shown. However, as I've come to learn, that service that Blair used to mass delete tweets doesn't scan media or screenshots. Blair famously went after Click for using the R word 14 years ago. Blair at one point has stated that the word has never been in her vocabulary, and that even with 10 years of time, it's inexcusable that he would use this word, despite this being his second language and being the early 2010s, and America's cultural exports use this word frequently. Family Guy, South Park, Black Eyed Peas. Blair can be seen in this tweet using the exact word in question that she condemns and damns others for using, only 3 years prior to her stating that word was never in my vocabulary. According to Blair, even 10 years.
Uh-oh! Now, I don't know that this particular portion has anything to do with the rest of the lawsuit, but it certainly is interesting to see, isn't it? And I feel like it should have occurred to her to double check her social media posting history before she started doing the lawsuit, if she was gonna try and cover things up in the first place. Oh no.
Is inexcusable. Link to the tweet below at the bottom of the description. One of the reasons Blair is suing Felix is for defamation because of a DM where he claimed that Blair has used the R word in private. Well, here she is using it in public as an insult. Now, personally, I'd like to keep the R word discourse out of it. The main focus here is the hypocrisy at play because it's plain as day. I actually think that Blair's lawyer put it best. Because implies that Blair is both a hypocrite and a bigot. 123. Defendant Felix's statements caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by about 50% after defendant Felix's defamatory statements were published in the Iiluminaughtii and Sadmuk video from $37,981 in the period of May 2nd to June 1st, 2022 to $19,274.85 during that same period a year later. 124. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages, as explained in paragraph 123 of the complaint, as a result of defendant Felix's publications in an amount to be proved at trial. The economic damages in question, again, are not solely caused by Felix providing those screenshots. Blair is seemingly electing to avoid mentioning that at this time. There are far more factors at play. Thankfully, the timeline provided earlier helps cleanly spell this out for any parties watching who are unfamiliar. The only way that I can read Blair's current filings, in my view, is that Blair appears to be purposefully misleading the judge to try and paint the situation of her being unjustly attacked for no reason, and excluding any mention that she was in fact the initial aggressor. This brings me to the present where we are now. After Felix submitting a motion to dismiss, which argues that the lawsuit should be essentially tossed, the judge ruled in Blair's favor for the lawsuit to continue. Matt Katster has some great videos diving into this and going over each party's arguments. I don't think we have the time to sit down and go through the nearly 20 plus pages of documents arguing case law in relation to this suit just for Felix. I will point out though, from what I could see, Felix's lawyer took the route of trying to argue the claims itself and the legal standing, as I'm unsure if at this phase of the suit if facts can be presented in argumentation of a case's legitimacy, as both defendant parties, mine included, have forgone including the nitty-gritty facts of the matter and instead focused on tackling the claims on their merit.
That's a really good point, Kaylin Cypher. Kaylin Cypher, I hope that they have to play the clip of her telling the poop story in court. That would just be very funny.
To stand on their own and utilizing case law on the matter to challenge the arguments at play. However, it seems that Blair was able to eke out a temporary victory with her presentation.
The poop story, everyone's asking what the poop story was. It's just an old clip from when she used to do like Reddit React content, you know? And she tells some story about clogging a toilet, and it's like a disgusting shock humor, you know, shock jockey type story. But it's just like out there in the world for anyone to see and hear, and I just think it's really funny. And it should I just personally hope that it makes it into the court documents.
of the claims. First and foremost,
I think it is a personal story. I think she's telling it in response to like a Reddit, the Reddit thing, but I don't remember. Oh, this was before the Reddit era? Maybe it wasn't. I'm misremembering. It's literally irrelevant here.
judge is following procedure as his duties describe according to Colorado law, which outlines that plaintiffs be given, in my opinion for this specific case in question, an unreasonable amount of benefit of the doubt. Even if Blair has a fraction of a percent of a chance for her claims to prevail, the courts must hear them out beyond a motion to dismiss. This is my understanding of the law that the judge has put as his reasoning, which, while frustrating, I understand. This is not the judge blatantly siding with Blair.
Your Honor and the jury, I bring your attention to Exhibit C, the poop story.
This is him doing his job. As quoting, dismissing a complaint only if it appeared beyond a doubt that the plaintiff could prove no set of facts that would entitle him or her to relief, the trial court still accepts all allegations in the complaint as true and views them in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. However, facts pleaded as legal conclusions, i.e. boilerplate or conclusory allegations, such as those that merely repeat the statutory language, are no longer entitled to the presumption that they are true. They must be supported by specific factual allegations sufficient to raise the right to relief above the speculative level. Simply asserting a legal conclusion, bereft of any supporting factual allegations, does not state a plausible claim for relief. Viewing the amended complaint in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, the court accepts that the portion of the YouTube video referenced in paragraph 63 and 64 of the complaint is the same as the one displayed via screenshots in paragraph 116 to 20, which has the same link. It shows Blair instructing her employee, Felix, to help me find Click, a former employee and now competing YouTuber, saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio, and offering to pay him $200 to find it. Sad Milk is a YouTube channel created and managed by plaintiff Pyramid AMC Para 10. So, as we've discussed in a quick rundown, Felix was not an employee at the time. The work was not done for Pyramid. The income provided was a gift. The work was done for a separate LLC entirely, if she so chooses to argue that line of thought. Click was also never an employee. If he was, why isn't he being sued? I'm going to show an excerpt from the second claim of relief, which mostly pertains to myself, which is why it isn't fully delved into earlier. However, it reads as follows. 73. Upon information and belief, defendant is in breach of these arguments by sharing screenshots of company communications with defendant Oz, intending that he used the screenshots as part of a campaign to damage plaintiff's reputation as stated above in paragraph 63, Iiluminaughtii and Sadmilk at 2413. Defendant Felix has further established his intent to post additional content which will harm plaintiffs in a devastating manner. Blair within this lawsuit is specifically painting these communications as being directly related to company communications, when they were not. I also did not organize a defamation campaign against Blair. She threw the mud first. The judge continues. Again, viewing the amended complaint in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, these allegations arguably state plausible claims for breach of both the NDA and the Felix Agreement. They arguably state a plausible claim for breach of the NDA in that they plausibly allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party Pyramid information about company operations, as well as information regarding an individual's involvement in Pyramid operations. They likewise arguably state a plausible claim for breach of the Felix Agreement. They allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party confidential information for the benefit of a third party. The confidential information disclosed is not, as Felix's counsel suggests, that Blair uses the R slur in private. That would be a private matter rather than the company business. Rather, the potentially actionable conduct by Felix was his disclosure of internal company messages and operations, namely that Blair is instructing her employee to find potentially damaging information about a competing YouTuber. Click. That the information...
This is... I don't think this is... I mean, I am not a lawyer, obviously. If I was a lawyer, I'd be making a lot more money, and I'd also be less happy with my life. See, turn that one around on you. But, I'm not a lawyer, but I would be shocked if this holds up in court at all. Especially with the information we've seen revealed in this video. I think she's screwed on this front.
About internal company messages and operations was allegedly disclosed through co-defendant and fellow employee Oz to Click for use against Pyramid and Blair. I would like to reaffirm that Blair did state in points 120 and 121 that she uses it in private is a defamatory claim. It is my assumption that because of how much information is thrown around in the complaints, whether purposely or accidentally, has led to it being harder for all parties to follow her cattywampus timeline of misery. Felix's lawyer, with everything else to argue, and from what I could see, did not assert Felix was not involved with Pyramid at this time. This is not a knock against Felix's counsel, only an observation to help explain.
Fixed it. Sorry about that.
More factors which would have left the judge to provide his ruling. Also, again, Felix provided evidence to counter a, in my opinion, false narrative Blair was spreading about a prior colleague. Felix reached out to me. Felix was slated for an interview in my original video, and I can only assume Blair pieced this together and would be paranoid about the information he had to tell, leading him to be directly included to the lawsuit as an attempt to muzzle him in what he had to say. This is a personal theory of mine that I have come to due to the facts that are in front of me. If this were false, she could easily prove the public narrative wrong. Instead, she's opted to take the legal route in an attempt to use her finances to crush her opposition. What I also need to stress is that the video which Felix would have been a part of would have fallen into the category of a journalistic piece. No different than what she structures on her channel. I suppose in her eyes it's fine when she puts others under the microscope, but not when others do the same to her, even for her actions outside of Pyramid, which wouldn't be covered under NDA. Blair instructing her employee to find potentially damaging information about a competing YouTuber, Click. That information about internal company messages and operations was allegedly disclosed through co-defendant and fellow employee Oz to Click for use against Pyramid and Blair. While disclosing such tardy information to a competitor may not be a violation of the Uniform Trade Secrets Act, it could plausibly be a violation of the agreements that Felix signed as it disclosed to a competitor the internal operations of a company whose business arguably involved trolling for clicks and bringing down its competitors. As the complaint alleges, large amounts of money were at stake. This shows that the judge is under the impression, due to the information that Blair provided, Felix was an employee at this time despite the evidence we discussed prior. The judge is under the impression that Click was a competing YouTuber. This is why I stressed his content type being comedy and memes, as well as him being a prior colleague of Blair's. Click is not a direct competitor and does not occupy the same space or venue of YouTube that Blair does. In fact, Blair has done such a tremendous job at muddying the timeline and obfuscating her actions, it seems the judge is entirely unaware that Click's video was in self-defense against her accusations, and Felix was providing Click with documentation to defend his image from the heinous pedojacketing attempt that Blair had committed. Blair has successfully been able to rewrite history in the initial phases of this lawsuit to fit her narrative, and present herself as a YouTuber who is unjustly attacked out of nowhere by vindictive employees, when the reality is that Blair went on the attack with accusations so profoundly, in my opinion, fucking stupid, where, and I'm repetitive on this notion, not for the audience but for the legal reasons, she accused a lawyer of plagiarism. H. Bomber Guy countered with her examples of plagiarism. While I cannot speak on the intentions of others, as I have stated, I spoke out to defend my prior colleagues as well as distance myself from Blair because I was receiving Discord messages.
I did everything wrong, and I indicted me.
And stream chats.
That's what I got for you all out of this situation.
Frantically asking, or in some cases demanding, that I make a statement on Iiluminaughtii, and if I supported her attacks on Legal Eagle because of my prior association with her. When people distanced themselves from Blair and spoke on their own personal experiences, she retorted with a 40-minute long video full of accusations.
She literally can't even pull the Trump line because she's the one driving the lawsuit. She could drop it right now and it would be over, and she could just sit in her house with her dog and her candles that are not going to sell, almost assuredly.
And ammunition that she had been holding on to for nearly 3 years. As stated in the intro, the new GoFundMe being launched will be utilized to not only come to my legal aid, but all other parties in opposition to Blair. This of course includes Felix. His legal invoices will also be posted alongside mine as this case progresses. If Blair declines my offer in the outro, there will be more updates pertaining to this.
All right, here's the outro. Let's see it.
Here we are. The outro per se. As I mentioned earlier, I'm making both.
Intern, it's gonna be like the Red Bull throne and she just has a shit ton of candles in her house. For the people, the 100 people who were here when I told the story of the Red Bull throne are gonna love that joke. Just search my my VODs, okay, and look up the story of the Red Bull throne, okay? You'll be happy you did. I told a whole story. You're right, but no one's gonna get that one.
An offer publicly to put an end to this. To any questions beforehand regarding the new GoFundMe, if Blair does accept this offer, I will be refunding it in full, as I only plan to utilize that funding if she decides the lawsuit will be moving forward. Because of this, however, this does mean that for the next month, I'm on the hook for my own legal bills, and as of today, this is going to be a rough month, as this one's out of pocket, so it looks like it's the mini-wheats diet for me. If this lawsuit continues, I know that on my end, I could be looking at anywhere from $4,000 to possibly $10,000 monthly, as seen by this invoice for the last 2 weeks. The reason for this potential settlement offer is that I'm not thrilled at the idea of spending a majority of my 20s, possibly the next 2 years, stuck in legal litigation in opposition to Blair. I just want to be able to live my life. The stress from the lawsuit, the foreclosure, it feels nearly never ending, and I'm tired of waking up in the middle of the night, stressed with chest pain and dread. I'm tired of dreading every email notification. The legal system is exhausting. But while the legal and foreclosure stress have been very present and constant in my life, even with the foreclosure ending in December, it's not the only reason I'm considering this potential settlement agreement. In my personal life, there is an ongoing source of both grief and stress and factors that I'm still trying to process and have been unable to process because of everything going on around me. With keeping details sparse out of respect for my partner and with their approval, we've had to deal with the heartbreak of a miscarriage throughout all of this. Its occurrence was unexpected, and because of the day-to-day stress of the lawsuit, we've been unable to process, heal, and move forward from this loss. We've had to shelve these emotions and push forward, and it's been hard on both of us, and I just want the opportunity to heal with my partner in peace. And which is why I'm even considering giving Blair this settlement. I ask that you respect my privacy of myself and my partner until such a time that we are comfortable making details known. I'm not doing this for Blair. I'm doing this for my partner and I's future. If Blair doesn't accept the following offer, let alone negotiate, so be it. I have no problem with continuing forward. I have no problem with continuing to pursue this until the end, as I do not fear the outcome of the case, especially after the judge's recent orders. More on that if/when part 2 is released. My settlement to you, Blair, would allow you to follow the morals that your channel has advocated for, or in your words, be dedicated to upholding your channel's values and delivering on your commitments, or as this handy video you uploaded a week before you sent out cease and desist states.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell the horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right, that never happens. What am I thinking? Instead, they usually do their best to hide everything and blame anyone but themselves, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened here too.
My settlement offer is for you to drop the lawsuit, for all parties involved. Even Wonder, with prejudice. I won't file counterclaims and would no longer be required to upload the second part to this video. And what do you get? A chance to prove your side of the story, or even take accountability for your actions. If you proceed with this lawsuit, by the time that it's done, especially with what's left of the judge's order, there would be no platform for you to return to, as you still need to answer for not just me, but for everyone else you've harmed on this platform. It would be difficult to return to a platform with a label that you hypocritically participated in the very business tactics that you've reported to be in opposition of for the past 4 years. I'm offering you a chance to clear your name on a third-party neutral platform. Think of it as a conversation. Rather than use the corporate tactic of bullying those who speak out against you, why not prove you're different from them? You've previously stated that you feel as though you dumb down your language too much and you allow people to fill in the gaps that don't actually exist. So,
What? What? Okay. I don't know what the context. Oh, this is okay. So this was the fight with the click. or really dumbed down my language to make it clear for many seemingly brain dead people. You mean your own audience? Okay, look. You do not ever have to hand it to Blair, but I think for me, seeing someone have just blatant contempt for their audience is always incredibly funny, okay? That is just... These morons in my audience just won't get the message. They won't be manipulated by me because they're too brain dead. I hate them. Incredible.
Language too much and you allow people to fill in the gaps that don't actually exist. So here's your chance. Prove everyone wrong. If you're interested in going the route of proving publicly why you're in the right, to argue for your platform's right to existence, a discussion where all topics would of course need to be known by both parties beforehand.
That is no, you can't pull that on me. Sentient rat, you can't pull that on me. I do nothing but praise my imps, in fact. Except for a few flare-ups when I get mad at an individual chatter, but that's because I'm keeping it to the individual. You don't know what it's like to feel my wrath, and you should pray that you never will. Because the day, you don't know the lengths to which I can entertainingly torment you, should I so desire it. If my audience ever wants to engage in an antagonistic relationship with me, I'm going to win, okay? You are not going to win. The ham purge flashbacks. There was no ham purge. That's so weak. Weak. You won't bother me. Oh, here comes all the people in chat who are angry that I engage with their comments. Do you know what the cold would look like? Can you all imagine if I stopped engaging with chat? That would be the true punishment. You would feel compelled to keep trying, to keep typing in chat, but for some reason your comments just aren't good enough. Why? Why won't my streamer pay attention? There must be something wrong with me. Chat would just talk to each other? No. See, I like to praise you all and be nice, and I like to praise the fact that my chat likes to talk to one another, but let's not fucking forget, okay? Let's not play here, okay? I have like a crazy high engagement rate with my audience. You all would be starved if I ignored chat completely. It would be like a wasteland, the likes of which you can't even imagine. You would be scrabbling for the tiniest bit of protein, a mite on the leaf of a dried tree. You'd be like, ooh, a delicious aphid. Oh, sustenance, sweet sustenance. Let's continue.
A lawsuit that'll drag on for the next few years will not clear.
Oh, wait, I said we were going to continue, but actually I'm pausing it again. I know you'd be fine, Windleby. Windleby, you have a VIP tag. I know you'd be fine. You'd survive just fine. But the rest of these, you don't talk like that. The rest of these imps, they'd be squeezing out their underwear to preserve moisture.
Name like you hope. If anything, it has only further damaged your reputation, Blair, especially because you're suing the two parties who have publicly said the least. And I know you know this. No PR firm in the world could save you if you continue this lawsuit. Even if you did win, from what I've seen, you would just be seen as a bully who abused the legal system. You could also use this opportunity that I would be giving you to take accountability. the rough outline that I'm proposing, and I am open to negotiations on these terms within reason. Plaintiff must dismiss all claims against all parties with prejudice once amicable terms are set forth. Plaintiff and myself will agree on a third party who we both independently trust to host a fair conversation. Their responsibility will be to ensure that each person is not spoken over and is given a chance to clear their mind. Plaintiffs may also take this time to take accountability for their actions instead if they wish. Legal fees of either party will not be sought out, and this will be taken for the loss that it is. I can provide no personal guarantee.
Wow, this is a extreme show of good faith right here. This portion being like, yes, I'll eat the legal fees thus far is pretty huge for Oz to be willing to do, given that Oz is very clearly at a financial disadvantage here. Wild.
Guarantee in either circumstance that you, Blair, would be able to repair your public image or reputation. That is up to you. However, I am giving you the opportunity that your lawsuit will most certainly not. I would be open to additional terms being presented within reason. This settlement offer must be accepted, if at all, by a communication in writing delivered to my lawyer not later than the end of office hours June 7th, or it will be withdrawn without further notice. If my lawyer does not receive a response by the end of office hours on June 7th, I will assume that you've declined this offer, and I will proceed as planned with legal proceedings. We are open to negotiations within reason.
So that would have been 3 days ago. Do we know if any update has been posted? I don't know if we'd get to know that right away. Blair won't. She's a narcissist. This would feel like a loss for her. I agree that my inclination is to believe that Blair will not accept this. Because that is what a reasonable person would do, and nowhere in this entire incident has Blair, in my opinion, shown even a drop of reasonability, but rather just a raw desire to punish those who wronged her, in her mind, wronged her. But, Travis T says, I've been in Oz's legal fee streams for the last few days. Blair is currently considering the offer. Wow.
Only giving Blair this settlement offer because of the events which have occurred in my private life. If she declines, so be it. I have no qualms with proceeding with part 2.
Okay. Well, that's the end of that video. Hold on, it moved on. Why did it go so
I recently
quickly?
watched the
Stop
entire...
it.
Currently, no ref.
Okay. New GoFundMe. The new GoFundMe will be linked, of course. Let's see here. Pinned comment. Update. For now, all that I can really state is that Blair has shown interest in talking, but that's really where it starts and ends. More information will be available end of next week. Wow. H Bomber Guy commented on this video. So yeah, that would be this week. We can probably expect to hear some kind of an update. I truly hope, for the sake of everyone involved, that this is the end of this. I truly, truly hope. Oh, actually, Oz is streaming right now. That's cool. Maybe at the end of stream, if Oz is still going, I doubt Oz will still be streaming at the time I end. I stream for way too long. Maybe we'll raid in at the end. I would be very surprised if she accepted the goal, or if she accepted the offer. But I truly hope that she does, for everyone involved. it is a exceedingly generous offer. It's exceedingly generous because it does actually give her a public win condition. If she were to stop this and make some sort of public statement, you know, ending the former beefs, it is actually conceivable that at some point in the future she could bounce back and make content in some form or another. I don't know how successful she'll be. It's going to be a rough road. But if everyone says we're done, we're putting the past behind us, we've reached an agreement, that would mean that there are going to be people going, oh, do you remember when this happened? You know what I mean? So it's exceedingly generous to her. Additionally, the current state of affairs, if she continues with this lawsuit and loses, the likelihood that she's going to have to pay a mountain of legal fees, that's pretty bad. The likelihood is pretty high that she's going to have to pay a mountain of legal fees, in addition to any other damages that are decided on. So it might be a financial win for her as well. That said, it's not an ego win for her. And I won't lie, it seems to me like most of her decisions through this entire saga have been motivated by seeking out an ego victory over anything else. Obviously not a financial victory, because she is completely self-detonated when it comes to finances. I don't think that was what was being said, JS Masochist. I think those incidents are coincidental, but that Oz was saying that they haven't had the time to grieve because of the stress of the lawsuit, not that it was caused. I don't think that's yeah. Ashmar says Felix commented under the video as well, saying, I'm flattered that Redacted thinks I'm more influential than H Bomber Guy. I guess I'll have to start making my own 8-hour deep dives into very specific bits of media. Oh yeah, that claim is wild. The claim that all of her financial losses are solely the cause of a person who leaked who didn't even leak in this particular context, but simply, I guess it is a form of a leak, but it's not like it was a super confidential conversation. They spoke openly and shared evidence of what they were asked to do outside of an explicit contract, and she's trying to say that that person is at fault for all of her financial losses, which just seems absurd. This lawsuit really seems flimsy to me. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems very flimsy to me. I would be shocked if she was able to win in its current state. In addition to all of the foibles and errors and fumbles, the claims that she made seem to be founded on obviously non-factual information. If she gets a conservative judge who knows little about internet culture, they might listen to her BS. I'm hoping the judge isn't a piece of shit. Well, I don't think we have any evidence to think that the judge is. I think this video would do a very good job explaining to even an unfamiliar audience what's going on. And also, I mean, lawyers' jobs are to talk to judges. I don't think a judge is going to sort of like willy-nilly rule in her favor in this particular case. And I do think, at least from my lay observation, I do think that the errors that have been made indicate that her case is on is on rough waters. Yeah. We need to watch Mad Catster. Okay, let's see how long the video is. It's 43 minutes. Oof. Okay. This is from 3 days ago. All right, let's watch it and let's see. We'll give this at least a partial watch. This is Mad Catster's big lawsuit victory for Illuminaughtii video. Let's find out.
Hey there, I'm the Mad Catster. I'm glad to see you here. Well, the court has finally ruled on the 2 pending motions to dismiss in the Illuminaughtii lawsuit. It's kind of a mess. It's not as clear-cut and as neat as I would have liked to have seen. We're going to talk about what the judge has done.
Good night, Rahab.
I've got copies of both the decisions because you know me. I've got the deets and all the receipts. I've also got Cedric being a pain today. So buckle up and let's go. So welcome, you guys. We have passed the 50,000 subscriber mark. We're actually almost at 51,000 subscribers. Can you believe it? Thank you guys so much for getting us here. And also, if you're not subscribed, please like and subscribe the video. We're going to talk about now the 2 decisions that came down from the judge in the Illuminaughtii lawsuit. It's really a mess. And I'm going to explain to you my opinion on some of what the judge had to say. It's sort of a good news, bad news kind of scenario. And we're just going to go over, the decisions aren't that long. We're just going to go over both of them. I'll give you my opinion whether I agree with the judge or not on some of the things he said. So let's get into it.
I'm sure you've all heard of data brokers where companies like take all your
Sponsors.
I've been using it, but I'm really impressed with the wide variety of things that it does, and also they have a really great app that you can use as well. One of the features of Aura is they will show you which data brokers are selling your information. But you can have so easy information. I over 73 who might have been reports, but I don't have to worry. And I want you to feel secure with Aura too, as I am with Aura. The court has allowed Blair, the Illuminaughtii, to amend her complaint. So she had a complaint, an amended complaint, and a second amended complaint. Something else comes up in this that really irks me. We'll talk about it in a minute. And then Oz basically had to do 2 motions to dismiss because once she got permission to amend her complaint, again, that motion that he first filed was no longer relevant. So let's take a look first at this Oz Media motion to dismiss decision. And it's, Pyramid Entertainment versus Oz Media, and there's the other defendants. And here's the order regarding the motion to dismiss. It says, before the court is a motion filed by defendant Oz seeking dismissal pursuant to the rules of civil procedure and the anti-SLAPP statute of plaintiff's claims against him in the second amended complaint. I've previously allowed 2 amendments of the complaint, following which Oz renewed his motion to dismiss. I've reviewed the renewed motion, the response, the reply, along with the case file and applicable law. So remember, he filed the motion, she filed her response to that, and then he filed the reply, and we've covered all 3 of those. Different pleading. If you haven't seen my other videos on Illuminaughtii, go please watch them. And here's the applicable standard on a 12b5 motion to dismiss. When considering a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim, Colorado courts until recently applied the no set of facts standard, dismissing a complaint only if it appeared beyond a doubt that the plaintiff could prove no set of facts that would entitle him or her to relief. In 2016, the Colorado Supreme Court modified that standard by adding the requirement that the complaint state a plausible claim for relief. The court went from this rigid, absolute, you can't prove anything, to you can't prove a plausible claim. So I think it's a little bit more favorable standard for the defendant. Under the Warren standard, the trial court still accepts all allegations in the complaint as true and views them in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. However, facts pleaded as legal conclusions, i.e. boilerplate or conclusory allegations, such as those that merely repeat statutory language, are no longer entitled to the presumption that they are true. They must be supported by specific factual allegations sufficient to raise the right to relief above the speculative level. So there has to be some, at least kernel of possibility that the claims are entitled to relief by the court. The courts are fairly liberal in giving leeway to the plaintiffs when considering a motion to dismiss because they don't want to just dismiss it out of hand if there's any chance, no matter how remote, that maybe some of it is true and can be proven. They want to see the evidence and not just go on the pleading. So keep in mind now, as we go over these, that just because the judge,
I'm not gonna lie, this is a little bit much to follow at 1.5 speed. I'm gonna try continuing at standard speed, but if this is super dense, I will probably watch this on my own time and then maybe do an update of my own.
Say something that's favorable to Blair and unfavorable to Oz or Felix the Kit Kat does not mean that the court thinks that she's right or that what she's saying is true. The court is merely saying that it's enough, in the court's opinion, to move on toward the discovery phase and eventually to trial so that the evidence can come into play more to show whether or not she's right and whether or not what she says is true. So just keep that in mind. What we're going to read here in no way means that the judge believes Illuminaughtii over the defendants. That's not what it means, okay? Simply asserting a legal conclusion bereft of any supporting factual allegations does not state a plausible claim for relief. A motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim is a challenge to the facial sufficiency of the complaint. It is directed at the four corners of the complaint, and accordingly, a court generally may consider only those matters stated in the complaint. However, Rule 12b provides that if additional matters outside the complaint are presented, the court has discretion to take those matters into consideration and convert the motion to a motion for summary judgment. So a motion for summary judgment is basically you're saying to the court has all the evidence and proof it needs. There's no need to go any further with this, judge. So basically they're saying, judge, we want the court to rule right now, based on everything that's been presented, that there's no merit to these claims at all. It's not necessary to go to trial. And I told you guys before too that it's very slim odds that the court is going to grant a motion for summary judgment unless it's really, really clear that this is a dog of a case and there's no way that the plaintiff's ever going to prove what they're stating in the complaint. After giving all parties reasonable opportunity to present material that would be relevant on a summary judgment motion, he's saying, I elect not to do so as...
This is Mad Catster? Mad Catster? Legal deep dives with real lawyer Mad Catster.
The motion has not been fully briefed in that posture. So basically the judge is saying he doesn't believe that the motion to dismiss has enough material or enough evidence or enough information in it for him to be able to rule as a motion for summary judgment.
Okay,
And
I'm gonna make a call here. We're not gonna cover this. We're not gonna cover this live. This is way too granular and specific. We will check in as things develop, but I cannot provide any like legal commentary here, and this is extremely dense. But I appreciate the recommendation. Danny, if you're watching, we'll cut this segment out, and I'm just gonna do a little, we can go straight from the previous little thing that I was doing, cut this out, and then we'll add a little thing at the end. Thank you, I appreciate that. I am really hoping that that this case can come to an end as quickly as possible and as peacefully as possible. I think that everyone involved has been put through enough. I think that this case, from my perspective, seems to be extremely spitefully driven. It seems to be an attempt at any cost to punish those who wronged her. Her being Blair here, obviously. And it does not seem like there's really any, productive or even self-preservation oriented future for where this case is going. None of the people who are being sued have shown any indication, any interest whatsoever in doing anything but basically laying down a line of, hey, we were hurt, we don't want to see anybody else hurt, these are the ways that we felt we were hurt. Whereas Blair's, from the very beginning, Blair has been on the mega offensive, attacking people for all sorts of allegations, and I think a lot of these have been, as we've covered in my coverage of this, proven to be not valid. I think it's really unfortunate just how much Oz and Wonder and the Clique have been put through in this situation for someone who is so clearly engaging in multiple levels of dishonest, manipulative behavior. I don't think that Blair's channel is ever going to bounce back. I don't think Illuminaughtii is ever going to bounce back. I'm not going to rule out the possibility that she could ever rebrand and make something else on the internet. But especially as it stands right now, there is no path for her to have a public face. Her community was huge, and she burned her community. Her community are the ones who are unhappy. Her own viewers are the ones who are unhappy with her. And again, all you need to see that that's true is the state of her channel. Her channel has completely hit rock bottom with regard to viewership. Her own subscribers ditched. It's not like, you know, people from outside were attacking her channel and making it impossible for her to post videos. Her own viewers lost faith in her for numerous reasons. Not, you know, outside of this conflict, of course, there's all of the plagiarism evidence that was shown by H. Bomber Guy. It's a wild situation. I can only hope that a miracle will happen and that Illuminaughtii will realize that self-destruction will not make her happier and will be wasteful, unenjoyable, and not strategic. But my personal opinion is that she has not shown a clear judgment on this type of thing in the past. So unfortunately, I think it is very likely that she will continue to pursue this all the way until she hits a brick wall, so to say. I do think that it's encouraging that Oz Media has said that she's willing to discuss the settlement offer. I think that the video was a smart move, at least from my perspective, not as a lawyer. I think that it makes a very clear statement of a abundantly generous offer to hopefully end, end this war. And I can also completely understand why Oz Media would at least make the attempt. Oz never went on the offensive here. Oz got involved mostly to simply clarify, things that he believed were not true in defense of his longtime collaborators, co-workers, and friends. People who used to be friends and collaborators and co-workers with Illuminaughtii, too. Yeah, what a nightmare. I hope that everybody involved in this can be able to move on to a new and freer chapter of their lives. I can't overstate, just how wasteful this entire saga has been, and also how illustrative it is of the current state of YouTube. That it is unfortunately a bit of a wild west where a lot of young people come into the space hoping to be able to make a living, starry-eyed and ready to work hard, and then there's people like Blair hanging around every corner looking to exploit people for all that they're worth, and then to wrap them up in a nightmare of litigation if anything goes wrong ever. I can't imagine being Wonderstruck, or Oz, and getting wrapped up in a collaborative meme video. I mean, Sad Milk, the thing at the center of all this was Reddit React content. It wasn't just that, but it was a bunch of Reddit React content. It was fun stuff. It was people goofing around making memes on the internet. Anyway, thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed this update to the long Illuminaughtii saga. And make sure to check out, if you haven't, my other DramaMama videos. We don't do them all that often, for obvious reasons. We want to do it when there's something important to be talked about. when I believe that there is something that we can pull away from it, and when I think it's an impactful situation that's more than just base internet drama. Anyway, thanks for watching. Make sure that you're subscribed down below. Damn. My goodness. Oh yeah, that's a little comfy imp. Wrapped up in a blanket. It's so cute, right? Anyway, we have more to do. So where are we at? Let's see. What are we at? We are at 5 hours of stream. It is 9 p.m. So we have more time for some more stuff. I have a video that I want to react to, and I want to play some Dark Souls 2. And I also want to talk about the Silk Song thing. Galoises at Cafe says, "Hi, Demon Mama. I love your eclectic music taste and wanted to ask you if you would ever create a public YouTube music playlist or a Spotify playlist for other music fans. Thanks, and I hope you're having a great night." You know what? I've been thinking about doing that. But I haven't figured out the best way to do so. I can't share my Spotify playlist because, you know, Spotify for a bunch of reasons. So I can't do my Spotify directly, and I usually use Spotify. However, I think that I could probably do a YouTube one, and that would be pretty awesome. Spotify sucks, I know, but it's also very convenient, and I haven't found a good replacement. But I might in the future. Cal the Half-Gay says, "I saw a creator recently mention your DramaMama content as being some of the best drama content out there for being interesting and not sensational. Thank you. I figure if I'm going to talk about drama, then I'm going to do it the best that I possibly can. Yeah. And the way that I see it is if there's not enough drama for me to talk about on DramaMama, then it's a win. Because the world's become a better place. Oh yes, of course I always do. I always buy, if I really love an album, I buy it on Bandcamp. Tidal is a great replacement for Spotify. I look forward to the possible music playlist. I think I would like to make one. I just need to sit down and do the work because I have a huge amount of music I would love to put on a YouTube playlist, and then maybe we could talk about it and why I like it on stream sometime. I'm very passionate about the music I listen to, and it bothers me that I can't talk about it on stream because I can't play the music. It really sucks. But, yeah. Good night, Fennec. Spyro Gal says, "What qualifies as drama?" Oh, that's impossible. There's no way to categorize drama 100%, right? Because the reason why drama is such a... So the thing about drama and the thing about drama content is that when you do a lot of drama content, everything can be considered drama. You could consider talking about the Donald Trump trial a form of drama content. But the thing is that one of the things that happens with drama content is that people feel the need to make it as important as possible because that increases the stakes. So there is a drive when you're seeking out drama content to make content out of. There is a desire. There is not a desire. There is a implicit pressure to just overstate everything. and continue to overstate everything. And then sometimes to invent stakes. And one of the things you'll notice about a lot of drama cycles on the internet is that everybody always has some kind of moral justification for why it's important to, or justified to spend their time talking about it. And this is true for basically everything that is related to drama, you know? And even people who are talking about it correctly. But it gets to the point where the actual facts and the actual claims that are being made start to get more and more dubious the deeper and deeper you get into drama shit. It's very nebulous. But also, I think we kind of know what it is when we see it. It's the he said, she said type obsessing over other people and the things that they're doing and what they said and trying to build a sensationalism around it. I feel drama has become a nebulous term. Well, it's always a nebulous term because when people say drama, mostly what they mean is beef between YouTubers. That's the most coherent definition of what drama is. It's beef between YouTubers. When we're talking about in the streaming and YouTubing space, that's what drama is. But of course, like I said, if you want to think about what are the things that make drama interesting, well, it's that it's exciting, it's interesting, something is happening. There is some conflict or some stakes or whatever. So yeah, obviously you can categorize a lot of things as drama, you know, fairly. But I think that a lot of drama content has no care whatsoever for any sorts of standards, which is why I try to contain, I don't do, and I'm not interested in drama-related stuff anymore. And I haven't been for a very long time. There was a time in the past when I was more willing to weigh in because at that time, I thought there was conversations happening and that people were talking about stuff and that it wasn't just trying to farm as much sort of basic gasp attention as possible. There was a period in my stream where I would be more willing to talk about, hey, this content creator made this claim on their stream, here's why I disagree, because I thought that it was more like a dialogue. But it really isn't a lot of the time, you know? I know that this is a very nebulous and bumbling rant at the moment, because this is just coming off of a segment and going off the cuff about a really like complicated topic. But I on YouTube, the drama sphere, people who their entire, okay, here's a better way to do this. Hold on, there's a better way for me to word this that'll be more clear. If you set out and your goal is to make drama content, you are making a declaration about the substance of your identity and your brand. You will only exist as a parasite to other people's conflicts. And part of the reason why I have personally have the DramaMama videos is because I don't want, my channel identity isn't and has never been, even when I was doing debates, even when I was way more willing to go back and forth with people about stuff, my channel identity has never been built around other people's conflicts. I have always been doing my own thing. I've always been talking about things that are interesting to me, music, movies, games, animals, whatever, political topics. And so I do the DramaMamas with the goal of saying, here is a thing that could be considered a drama conflict between two creators, but that I personally think is important enough to talk about. And I try to lay out rules, or at least an understandable rules of thumb for why I think it's important to talk about it. And I don't talk about every impossible important issue. There are all kinds of conflicts that are important. And I also try to keep it few and far between, because I don't think it's good to incentivize yourself to overstate situations, you know? And even still in the current state, I feel like I want to like tighten the restrictions even more in the future, you know? Like with this long arc of the DramaMama Iiluminaughtii coverage, which I felt the desire to cover, because I feel that first of all, Iiluminaughtii was collaborating with a lot of people that I know and people that I have collaborated with in the past. Iiluminaughtii seemed to be making an angle into sort of recruiting and melding her audience and her project with a lot of projects that are adjacent to mine. And that her behavior and what was unfolding was damaging to a degree that I felt there was a genuine interest for the people who watch my show and value in talking about it. I have a lot of people who watch my show who are stream superfans and YouTube superfans. So the people who watch my show tend to watch lots of other streamers and tend to have strong opinions about other videos. And the people who watch my show tend to also want to make streams themselves or pursue content creation. There are a lot of content creators in my audience. Some of them are aspiring content creators, some of them are established content creators. And as a result, when a very, very public conflict blows up, and one of the main pieces of that conflict is somebody taking advantage of very young and inexperienced aspiring content creators, I want to talk about that in a way that can hopefully educate people in my audience who might be in that situation to avoid getting hurt like that. And that type of, and that is the thought process that goes into me deciding what I want to, what is worthy enough to talk about as a drama. And the rest of the stuff I really try to stay away from, because I think that it is often very deleterious and uncreative. And also it doesn't make, and on a personal level, it doesn't make me feel proud, you know? When the type of stuff that I do on stream that makes me feel proud is stuff that comes from the heart, stuff that's very original, when I feel like I'm making lots of jokes that are coming from my brain and making you all laugh, when I'm speaking from my life experience, when I'm doing something that, and of course, additionally, when I feel like I am opening a door of interest to somebody in my audience. So, you know, when I talk about a game that I love and why I love it, and then that person goes and checks it out and has an amazing time and goes, oh my God, this piece of art resonated with me too. These are the things that that super activates me. It makes me feel super proud of what I've made, you know? So. I haven't heard of that. Danny, I haven't heard of that. Polymath says, I'm loving Death Stranding thanks to DramaMama. That makes me really happy. I am a Death Stranding super fan. Death Stranding is one of the most important games in the world to me. That makes me very happy to hear. Ashmar says, my observation is that even with dramas where there's something interesting or important to talk about, most drama creators are more interested in churning out slop than addressing the deeper topic. Well, the reason for that is because it's easy, right? When something shocking and juicy happens, you know, something that has lots of you know, titillating details, one way or another, shocking or exciting details, when that when that happens, you can just turn on your camera and blab about it. And there's a lot of people who are like really getting into it, who are excited about it, who are invested in that drama, who want to hear it. And so it's kind of a low-hanging fruit. It's kind of easy to do, and therefore you can make a buck doing it. But for me, I can't and won't do that, you know? I mean, I don't even remember when the last DramaMama we did was. It was probably the James Somerton stuff, right? So like earlier this year. You know, on pure viewership, it would be as a matter of pure viewership, it would be smart for me to do as many drama streams as possible. Yeah, it was all the way back in March, and that was an update to the James Somerton situation. Previous to that, it was December of last year that I had last done one, and they get great views. It would be on a pure numbers level, it would be wise of me to do as much drama content as possible, or so you would think, you know. But there's a whole bunch of reasons that that's not good, and I don't think it would be valuable. And I'm more interested in making valuable content. And I think there are people who talk about drama more frequently than I do, who do a good job, and who manage to keep it valuable and interesting and whatever. But I feel like it's playing with fire a lot of times. And I also think that most people who fixate on drama inevitably get themselves wrapped up in drama. I've been blabbing about this forever. Oh, cool. This creator shouted me out? That's really nice. I will check this out. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Cal the Half Gay. That's cool as hell. Damn, Aura is putting out those sponsorships, huh? Wow. Prayers for History Mama or Cooking Mama. I'll be honest, I have not found much Cooking Mama stuff, and I don't know, right now, I don't feel the energy for History Mama. I might do it at some point. I am thinking about some other stuff that's like History Mama adjacent, but I don't know. Right now, it doesn't feel like it's what I want to be doing. And Cooking Mama, I would love to do, but the cooking content, it's tough to find the cooking content. The problem with Cooking Mama is the problem that I always run into, which is that finding real bad cooking is very hard. There is so much fake bad cooking, and it sucks. It really sucks. What there needs to be is somebody needs to make a subreddit that's like, that curates, like, from, that like crowdsources submissions of like real bad cooking videos, not the fake stuff. But the problem is that the moment that anybody figures out about that subreddit, they're gonna try and make convincingly fake bad cooking videos for the attention. It's this horrible thing. It's just in a terrible place right now, you know? You don't want to watch the cooking fetish content? Nah, it's not my thing. It's definitely not the thing for Cooking Mama, you know? Also, I gotta read through the donos and stuff. Is that real, Windleby? No, see, that's mean-spirited. See, this is the problem with Cooking Mama. This is the problem with Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama is not supposed to be mean-spirited, okay? Most of the time. Except for when we're kind of making fun of Dave, and even then, we're not that mean-spirited. We take the high road in comparison to Dave, you know? Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Mycena. Mycena says, even if you do find cooking content, it gets brigaded more often than not, and the people cooking just give up, which is terrible. I don't want to be a part of that. Cooking Mama is fun, but it's one of those types of things that you gotta find the magic, and the magic only comes along when it does. If you try to mechanize it, if you try to turn it into an industrial Cooking Mama production machine, it becomes monstrous. What about Spooky Mama? How about more Gaming Mama? Gaming Mama is where it's at, okay? That's where the stocks are rising. Gaming Mama stocks are rising because it's me playing a game, riffing and making jokes and talking about the things that you guys in chat come up with. We just need to keep bumping the numbers up for Gaming Mama. And the thing is, they have been. More and more people stick around for Gaming Mama because they're starting to see the truth. The eyes of the weak have been opened at how much fun my gaming streams are. No, Baphomet. Future Canoe is no, nay, no. No way. I'm happy for all of you who enjoy Future Canoe, but I cannot stand it. I cannot stand that stuff. Okay, but enough rambling. It's time for me to ramble, but about another topic. We have a video essay, a medium-sized video essay to react to, and it's on a very interesting topic. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? Because I'm ready. It's not 2 hours long. Here we go. My lovely imps, it's time for us to react to a little video essay / segment made by friend of the channel, Chariot TV. You see, there's been a lot of Pride discourse. I've even done a gauntlet of Pride discourse topics. And one of the things that's always so frustrating about Pride discourse on Pride Month, which it is at the time of this recording, is how much of it just never really reaches a level of genuine vulnerability by which any progress can actually be had. However, once in a while, someone is brave enough to actually put their heart and feelings out into the world and talk about the things that they feel and think about without the facade and I don't know what the right word is here. I'm struggling to find the right word. Without the shell that everyone puts on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok. And today, we are going to be watching and reacting to a video by Chariot that does the good thing that I just talked about. A genuine, heartfelt, vulnerable, and open discussion of one of the problems facing the trans community. And I really wanted to watch this because Chariot is amazing. Let's do it.
Well, howdy there, everybody. How's it going? How you doing? I'm doing okay. Hanging in there as usual. I realize that although I've allowed it to come up a few times, I haven't talked a lot about transgender issues, at least not quite as much as I used to. And there's a couple of reasons for that. You know, in the first place, I just can't, I feel like I just can't talk about something if I'm currently kind of struggling with it in my life. So I've got my own kind of private issues that I'm working through. You know, I know that at the end of last year, I weighed in on that big, I believe it was a PragerU sponsored documentary. Talked a little bit about that. And I mentioned detransitioning in that React. And something that I kind of want to get across here is that that hasn't been my permanent plan. If you guys are familiar with statistics around detransition, you're probably already aware that most people who detransition retransition or aim to, and obviously that's been my kind of position. My gender identity never really changed. It was just a question of my ability to transition practically. And I've had a lot of other related issues that I've been working through over here in the real world, offline. But I think I've just shied away from transgender topics, not just because it's kind of hard to constantly talk about something that I'm dealing with separate from all this content creation stuff. I think I've also shied away from it because I'm kind of struggling with the concept.
So first of all, I just want to, before we get into any further into it, I want to say I sympathize greatly with what Chariot is talking about right here. In that, and you all know, I talk about trans stuff all the time. And I always have, as a part of this channel. But also, it can get very exhausting. And it can be especially exhausting if you are actively grappling with whether it's something like your healthcare struggles. You're struggling to find a doctor, you're struggling to source your HRT, something like that. Whether it's familial stuff, you're being discriminated against, or you're being mistreated or disowned or whatever, I guess that is discriminated against, for being trans. Whether it's workplace stuff, whether it's just you went out into your town, and the last 3 times you went out into town because you live in a super rural red state area, people were horrible to you about it, and that it makes you scared. All of these things add up, and they can make it really hard to want to devote your time, your creative time and your creative energy to further talking about those things you're actively struggling with. But on top of all of that, the internet in general is super, super hostile to trans people right now. So talking about it is a liability in a lot of ways. It means your videos are less likely to get attention because you're talking about a subject that some people really, really don't feel strongly about, and other people feel like, I don't know, why'd you have to make it political? You know, it's a tough thing. And then another layer on top of that is that there's always an expectation when you are a member of a minority group that that is the subject of political disagreement. There is an expectation, even from other people like you, that anybody, you know, like you is supposed. You have a responsibility to like talk about these things all the time, with the hope that it'll get better for everyone else, and all of that can add up to just be ridiculously, ridiculously exhausting. Anyway, I just wanted to validate that and build off of it with my own words there. Let's continue.
You know, I think when I first started talking about transgender issues in like the first half of the life of this channel, I was a lot more certain in some of my assumptions than I am now.
Hey, Jazz Dog, hope you're doing wonderfully. Hope you're doing well.
And I've encountered some problems for us that a lot of other people just seem to treat as if they aren't problems, as if they aren't issues. And frankly, it started to bother me quite a lot. It started to really get under my skin. And I wanted to kind of talk about the big one that's been on my mind here today. So hopefully you guys are open to that. And,
I am.
You know, I want people to understand that this is very much a transgender person's perspective on trans people. This is not a commentary on the legitimacy of transgender identities. You know, I feel like I've been very consistent in that in the past, in just kind of being accepting of everybody and taking that posture. I've talked about that at length. You know, maybe I'll link some stuff in the description if you guys haven't seen it but you're interested in it. That's all well and good. You know, links to other videos where I talk about this stuff, whether they be kind of like unscripted little rants or reacts that I do, or just, you know, genuinely like scripted stuff engaging with different pieces of literature about this, about issues, I should say, broadly related to transgender identities and transgender issues. No, this is something else. This is a bigger problem. So, an issue was raised with me, and I didn't fully agree with it, the way that it was being stated, but I was thinking about it a lot already, and I thought I'd throw back to a talk that I had with a couple people. I know a friend of the channel, Bang, was there for part of it, and a friend of the channel, SureShot, was there for a part of it. But it was about misandry and misogyny and some discourses that were going on at the time about that. And, you know, if you weren't privy to some of those, or if you were overly focused on, like, the individuals involved and not, like, the kind of broad strokes conversation that was going on.
It's funny that you were talking about this recently. I also recently had a private conversation with Doe extensively about the misandry, about the topic of misandry, which I'm not going to say right now. I'm not going to go into right now, I should say. I'm not going to go into all the details, but it was a very interesting discussion, so I'm interested to see where Charit's going with this.
Maybe that just seemed like it was all Greek to you, and I completely understand that some people might have seen that and been like, what are these people yapping about? What are they talking about? I am not in favor of separatism, and it's not a question of self-determination for me. It's a question of moral right and moral wrong. I can't be a separatist, and I can't condone separatism. I've got a little too much of that intersectionality and solidarity in me. I saw a tweet the other day from somebody who said, and I'm going to make this as gender ambiguous as possible, not because I want to misgender anybody, but because I don't want to name or imply anything about the person. So just, you know, no names, no pronouns, no nothing. You know, I mean, not no pronouns, but as neutral as possible in the language. It was somebody who said that they didn't believe in solidarity because they had seen how badly people in general treat trans people, and I believe their point was about a specific subset of trans people being treated very poorly. And seeing that kind of blew my mind. Not because I'd never thought of it before or had never seen it before, but because of the way that it was expressed. It kind of felt to me like, you know, if you're in an environment where a lot of people believe something very toxic or very unhelpful, that it was a little bonkers to say, I don't believe in this aspirational concept of, you know, essentially, which is the right thing. If it's the right thing to believe in liberty for all groups of people and to stand with them in solidarity with that, to say you don't believe in that, just because they're not doing it for you, it makes the doing the right thing so transactional. And ironically, I think that kind of attitude will reinforce a lot of reactionary behavior. You know, I saw a few discourses like this going on, where I saw some queer people at one point. Again, all these groups of people that I'm naming right here, very much in the minority, not representative of anything real other than the tendency of human beings to sometimes have certain kinds of thoughts. But I saw some queer people at one point in discourses after October 7th about Israel and Palestine, which has picked up a ton and been mainstreamed super heavily. I saw a number of them say, well, you know, why should we stand with the Palestinians? Because a lot of them have, like, anti-gay or, you know, anti-queer attitudes. And I just thought to myself, like, God, the brainworms are so common. And then I saw that again with the idea of there being, like, a prevalent anti-blackness in Palestine. And, you know, why should, you know, black people over here in the first world stand in solidarity with Palestinians who don't stand in solidarity with them? And there's kind of two things going on there that I think are really reprehensible in both those cases. The first is you are inherently expressing a willingness to generalize an entire nation, or if we're talking specifically about Arab Palestinians, or specifically about Jewish and Christian Palestinians, an entire race, an entire ethnicity, an entire religion of people, an entire demographic like that, you are uniformly generalizing them in a manner that condones their oppression. And you're just being conservative. There's really no other word for it. You're being a political reactionary. You're looking at that and saying, well, they wouldn't do it.
The poison of nationalism that leaks down into goddamn near everything we talk about is so present here. You know, like, even among people who are supposedly not hardline nationalists or who claim not to be, still so often fall into the framework of seeing people not as individual people coming together who may be affected by some trend or another, but who are ultimately still individual people coming together into communities, but rather as a nation that you can easily draw lines around.
For me, you know, when left-wingers criticize the individualism, the perceived individualism of Western countries, of, like, the kind of first world English-speaking Western Anglosphere, sometimes is a word used for it. The global North, another phrase that sometimes comes up, but that's a broader category. I have to say, that is really the case in which I think that is a real thing. But I don't think it's unique to Western countries. I think it's a common enough thing across all groups of people everywhere, that people can be persuaded to believe that it's us or them. We've seen it a lot with Zionist discourse. We've seen it a lot with people who implicitly at some point start to believe that the safety of one group relies on or at least it has no association, relies on the oppression of, or has no association with justice for another group. And principally, I don't think that's true. So I'm against the generalizing of any group demographic like that, but I'm also principally against immoral things. I'm against racial injustice and things like that. So when I see something like that, it really blows my mind, the willingness that some people have to just, be a bad person, to just, say, well, I don't stand for those people because they wouldn't do it for me. It's just not transactional like that. I've never felt that way, that was how that worked. Because I'm not picking out a romantic partner, right? And I'm not like picking out a roommate or making friends when I think about groups of people who I think should not be oppressed for their status, something racial, ethnic, gender, sexuality, anything like that. No, that's not at all the mindset that I have, so it's very foreign to me. And I was thinking about that the other day, and I was thinking about something else. Something else popped into my mind, and I haven't been able to let it go. The sheer amount of, going back to the misandry misogyny video, the sheer amount of transgender infighting in what we sometimes call the trans community. Really, it's many adjacent, sometimes very loosely affiliated, sometimes deeply disloyal and antagonistic communities, air quotes. The real queer communities are built. They have to be made. And the reason for this is because of how queer people exist. When you have, despite the fact that things like races or nations, stuff like that, are absolutely socially constructed, the way that they're reproduced outside of the reproduction of the category, the way that the people who occupy the category are reproduced, is very much in the context of things like the family unit, or the borders of the nation, things like that. There's structure, and that reproduction occurs with a kind of form, and it has leadership, and that's a strength and a weakness, right? I think when people talk about the liberatory capacity of nationalism, they tend to neglect one side of the argument or the other. On the one hand, some people are just against nationalism, and I absolutely stand with that. I think it's a very, very oppressive way of thinking about the world, and kind of buys into some ideological conceits that set different groups of people against each other in terms of how they exist. It creates certain antagonisms socially, in other words. But at the same time, the ability to access power through that structure that can then compete with other similar powers, to be a competitor in that sense, is a real draw. And it's similar things with the family unit. These things in our culture have perpetuated a lot of patriarchal norms. And yet, when it works, people are born into families, and they have a certain economic reliance, and the families can then live in communities around each other, and they can have, at least theoretically, some kind of economic support systems or social support systems. And this is why, or one of many reasons why when people make comparisons about queer people to racial groups, this is why that's disanalogous. Sometimes the analogy works in a limited context if they have a very specific point to make, but frequently it's disanalogous because we don't reproduce like that. Queer people just happen. Categorically, we're reproduced in a very similar way to racial and ethnic groups. I talk about this a little bit in an upcoming Patreon video, and also in the Wolfenstein video. I kind of bring this up a little bit. As an idea, we're reproduced in a similar way. There's that social construction again. But as a group of people, the kind of mundane elements to us, the tendencies of sexuality, gender identity, things like that, those elements are reproduced very sporadically throughout society. They don't have that structure. And that is, again, both a weakness and a strength. On the one hand, we aren't necessarily automatically subject to the limitations of those structures. We aren't domesticated by them to the same extent. You know, I have quite, I quite frankly think that when queer people become reactionary politically, it's for a very different reason. Queer people, in my experience, when they're being politically reactionary, it's not because they were born up or grew up in a community filled with other queer people that taught them certain patriarchal norms. Usually, I would say the lion's share of the motivation for queer reactionary sentiment, that kind of animus, is actually things like defensive othering, which is an attempt to grab onto power, social power. It's kind of implicitly a little violent. It's a little bit of an attack on other people. In fact, sometimes it's a very direct attack on other people. When you see trans women online, for example, being transphobic to other trans women, when you see, people who aren't trans women or trans femme at all reinforcing trans misogyny, when you see gay people being transphobic, or bisexual people being transphobic, or gay people being biphobic, anything like that, like straight transgender people being homophobic, whatever it is, in my experience, usually there's a lack of trust. Usually there's something to be gained, some sort of association with existing norms into which, you might kind of oppositionally exist.
Yeah, please let me in your club, because I'm not like the ones you're really mad at. See, you're not really mad at me, you're mad at them, and here's why. That's like the structure that it often takes. Yeah.
But into which, because you were born not within the structure of your group, you have a different relationship to them, right? If you're from a certain like racial group or national group, you might be born into a social structure and you're immediately under, a father figure, like with a kind of patriarchal relationship to them, a national leader with a kind of potentially patriarchal relationship to them, other community leaders, religious leaders, like pastors, priests, kind of a similar deal. When you're in that structure, in my experience, people in those communities, they're more likely to have, as well as more liberatory sentiments towards their demographic, if they're marginalized, whatever marginalized demographic that is, they're a little bit more likely to buy into some of those ideas. I've known an incredible amount of queer people that have very negative or mixed sentiments about churches and about religious communities, largely for this reason. An intense number of the people that I know who are anti-state and anti-nationalism are queer, and they're very kind of like patchwork and eclectic groups, because I think those kinds of sentiments don't arise from the structures that the sentiment opposes. They arise oppositionally to them. There's a relationship, but, naturally you can understand how this happens. You don't go to church and the pastor doesn't say you shouldn't go to churches, right? That tends to not be the message. So the issue that I've been having, to get to kind of the final point to wrap this all together, is that because transgender people have a certain relationship to social power in the way that we're organized, our problem tends to be the desire to grab onto that power, and not being automatically kind of either existing in relationship to it, real or potential, because not every racial or ethnic group or religious group like has a nation or an established like kind of church structure, that kind of thing. But theoretically, the idea is compatible. Queer people, it doesn't quite work like that. So that's one of the reasons why there's so much discourse among queer people about assimilation, because it is the kind of the battleground on one side for that sentiment, and it frequently includes a lot of what I used the term earlier, defensive othering. What that means essentially is, you know, if you're a transgender person or you're a gay person or what have you, you look at other people in your community and you find the ones who, either in their identities or in their behavior, whatever it is, are just a little bit more socially transgressive than you. And you draw a line and you say, I'm a normal person of this demographic. Those people are freaks. And the purpose of this is to not just distinguish yourself from them because you find them disgusting, although frequently that is a huge motivation, but it's also to kind of grasp at the power that that normality has, right? And I don't mean to be this kind of way, but I have seen this a lot with transgender people from certain backgrounds. I think it happens with all of us, granted, but you know, if you're not born into certain communities, like if you're gay and both your parents are gay, you might have a bit of a different experience with this. But for a lot of queer people, they come from a family that's mostly not queer. They probably weren't born directly in a local area that's dominated by queer culture. You know, like in Chicago, we have Boys Town, right? But most queer people, even in the state of Illinois, much less in the world, don't live in communities like that, at least not as far as I can tell. So the issue is that we don't have those kind of communities ready-made for us. So the communities that we will frequently be tempted to port into will be the ones where we kind of stick out. And, you know, I use the term a couple times now, like reaching for social power. I think what I mean by power in that case is the ability to dictate and the ability to be equal to others, right? And that's also why a lot of transgender people who do that kind of defensive othering do it to try to seem like they're achieving something liberatory, like some freedoms. Usually it's phrased in the sense of rights, which I think is very ironic, because as I talk about in the Wolfenstein video and in the upcoming Patreon video, the pursuit of rights in that sense kind of presupposes margin.
I apologize if that was a little shocking. I almost dropped something off of my desk and I had to catch it. It just looked like I was like, scared. It was, well, because I scared myself.
And it comes back to that issue of solidarity, right? Which I think is really important. Because if you're only pursuing rights for yourself, you're not pursuing rights for other people, right? Like, definitionally, if it's, you know, I'm just trying to exit this conversation because I want to live my life unimpeded, you're not fighting for others. And I think there's a moral concession in that. Not in the sense that you're obligated to, you know, do something in particular, but...
Nuts says, I think the freaks that constantly dismiss and alienate any form of conformity is gross and should be discouraged. I think being a freak simply for freak's sake is a pathetic and empty path in life. Just be yourself. Okay, but... And I'm not saying there aren't people like that. I mean, immediately I think of, like, Jared Leto, you know, preparation for the Joker, being like, ooh, I sent you a used condom in the mail. Ooh, freaky. But I think that most people who you would say are freaks for freaks' sakes are following something that they're appealing, that appeals to them, right? Like, I don't buy this idea that there's, like, an abundance of people who are like, I don't like this thing, but I'm going to do it anyway because it makes me cool to be not cool. I just don't buy that, you know? I think that they are being themselves, and maybe they don't do it in the way that is pleasing to you or whatever. But also, I think that that there are people who fight back against conformity because they see conformity as a weapon that has been used against them. And I think that's a real thing. I think that conformity is often used as a weapon, like to build a structure of an imposed norm. I mean, it's really funny that this is kind of where we're talking. Earlier, I was reading about the history of a local tattoo parlor in my city, and they had a whole page devoted to the history of their tattoo parlor. And there's a section in the 1950s where they were like, the tattoo parlor struggled drastically due to the culture of extreme conformity that was present during the 1950s. That this period, that the years of the 1950s were the hardest period of struggle for this tattoo parlor. In like they have this is their own history that they've been keeping track of, from the owners to the next owners, talking about this and them saying, yeah, we were struggling to make money during the 1950s because of how conformist the American culture had become during that time, and how frowned upon it was to do things like have unique images tattooed on your skin. So, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know. I understand what you're angling at, but I don't know how much of a phenomenon like a person who's like, I don't conform just because conformity is dumb. It's more, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, conformity is the idea of like, you see other people doing it, so you do it as well. And somebody saying, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I don't think there's anybody out there who's like, everybody keeps breathing air. Well, watch me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish this up, and then I want to talk about what Chariot had said here. The one thing, okay, so I think I'll go here a little bit further. I guess I'll dive in here just a little bit. What Chariot has said here so far, to me, makes a lot of sense. There are certain portions of the like racial national analysis that I don't 100% agree with, mostly just because like racial and national groupings, like they're often imposed, and they do sometimes arise out of nowhere. An example of this that just right off the top of my head would be like the concept of Native American. Like, people who we would consider Native American now did not they did not consider themselves Native Americans. They were Sioux or Micmac or Apache. You know what I mean? And these were all like different groups that had distinct, and maybe even then those might not have, in some cases, even those were not an accurate descriptor of the self-identity of these groups of people. But an identity was created for them, and they were forced to live in it. And that, I imagine, at multiple points, perhaps consistently, that could have been a extremely disorienting, confusing, and isolating experience, being like, I don't know why people are considering me this thing. You know what I mean? An identity that I had no part in actively creating that has been imposed upon me. And so I do think there are instances where, much like queer identity, or much like queer people, these groups can appear as if out of nowhere. But I think that's not the most important part of what Chariot's saying. And I think that the core aspect of the idea that there are ways by which national and racial or ethnic groups are sort of tied into specifically direct biological, what's the word that Deleuze uses? God damn it, I wish Doe was listening right now. There's a term that Deleuze uses in Thousand Plateaus, that I shouldn't say it came from nowhere, Chariot, but it was less direct than just a direct reproduction. I'm trying to think here. Like it refers to affiliation. That's the word. You know, the reproduction of national and ethnic identities is a form of filiation. And partially, that's partially true for some religions, but also many religions also accept converts, which means that you know, contact could potentially create a new convert, and also lots and lots of children of religious people do not end up accepting the religion. I think it's more reliable than like something like a queer identity where like queer parents are not likely, like queer parent doesn't necessarily guarantee in any way queer child. In fact, there's plenty of examples to the opposite of that. But I regardless, I think it is I think what you're talking about is interesting in that, like, yeah, there is not a filiation process. Like this like nation states, nations are very much tied to the concept of filiation, of like having kids. Your members of your nation, citizens of your nation, have kids, and then their kids are automatically citizens of that nation. So you have more people; they're bound to the laws of that nation, and queer people don't have that type of thing, and it's very hard for queer people to. We just do not. I mean, we can emulate it. You know what I mean? Gay people can have a kid, but it's not as common because the lines are not built around that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't belong. If you have a kid, your kid doesn't belong to the gay nation automatically because that's not the structure of being gay or being queer. So they're very different structures altogether. The identity itself is of a very different nature. And so there are some ways in which they can't be directly compared. I do think that one of the things that you mentioned is that how many queer people are, resistant to the concepts of the nation. I think that's because nations are built around states, and states are heavily dependent on like filial communication, or on filial reproduction. Like, they're so incredibly dependent on that. Especially, I mean, this was especially true in the sort of like foundation of the formation of nations, where dynasties and whatever were incredibly important. But even still, like states need families to make more laborers, to make more soldiers, to make more politicians, which can sustain the state. The state itself cannot reproduce itself in and of itself because it is only it's a meme that exists in people's minds. But it requires this filial propagation, and queer people do not center filiation in that identity. Now, some queer people do, or some individual queer people, but the identity itself is not built intrinsically on the need to have kids, the need to propagate genetics in that way. It's very different. It's very relational and I wouldn't say indirect, but maybe indirect is the right way to think about it. It's not the connections that you make with other queer people are not necessarily one of a genetic hierarchy or one of genes at all. It's one of you could make the argument that there are spiritual connections, that you are connecting on a level of idea and thought and feeling and you know, abstract values that are not you know, strictly tied to you know, filial reproduction. But queer people do have avenues for forms of reproduction. Queer communities can maintain themselves and communicate themselves in ways that other people are able to access them and find rapport with, right? So like, you know, if there is a community that says, if you like women, men, or everyone in between, like a pansexuality type thing, this community is welcome to you, no matter what your society says your sex is. If you like men, women, it doesn't matter. If you're there, you are welcome here. That's going to create a community, a sense of belonging between people that is going to appeal to a lot of people. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like, you know, defined, you know, super strictly, but it appeals. It has, like I said, a rapport. It echoes. Somebody finds themselves and sees themselves in that, and if they can find that and hear that and see that, they might go from living the life of someone who represses a true self to somebody who feels free. And the label isn't even necessarily important. Part of the reason why like queer is such an effective label in so many ways is because it is not too restrictive. But it appeals to a lot of people, and it makes a lot of sense to a lot of people. Whether it's like, hey, I was discriminated against because I am a woman who likes other women, or I was discriminated against because I don't feel that gender makes any sense to me whatsoever, and I do not care what I am perceived as. And people found that weird and upsetting. People can find themselves heard in the queer community, and by having a community that can articulate itself and connections that can demonstrate themselves, a person who might have at one point felt like they were simply a miserable prisoner in cishet society, maybe they didn't even have such words, but who may have felt themselves a miserable prisoner, may then suddenly say, I am actually queer. And then the concept of queerness, this community of queerness, has propagated itself. The idea of queerness, the meme of queerness, has propagated itself in that way, which is not a direct filial reproduction. It's not a mom and a dad coming together and having a baby and then raising that genetic offspring. You know what I mean? But it is it is a form of reproduction. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, let's continue and listen to the rest. Those are my thoughts so far. Prosy Rosie says, I forgot what we're talking about. That's the second time you forgot what we're talking about. You hitting the a little bit right now?
In the sense that you have chosen a posture that's antagonistic to that sense of justice. So, I don't know. I mean, it's a problem that I haven't fully finished mulling over, obviously. I think this is the kind of thing that challenges a lot of people who think about this issue. But it's become very important to me to think about, because it is absolutely one of the biggest issues that the queer community faces. And the reason for that
Bizadu, the only reason I said that is because I knew people who described themselves as such with that term, the way that I pronounce it. I don't know if my pronunciation is 100%, and I'm sure it probably isn't, and I hope I didn't offend anybody, but yeah, that was a term that I heard used very commonly in the area that I grew up. So it is possible that it was like a, you know, that at some point it was a derogatory term, but, you know, yeah. But I appreciate that info. My pronunciation of other languages is never going to be 100% on point. It's just, unfortunately, I can never promise that as a streamer. That's fair.
Is because it comes, the call is coming, as they say, from inside the house, movie reference. That is a huge danger. The idea that there is something about queerness constitutionally that implies the possibility or the likelihood of things like that to happen has really started to perturb me in a very strange way. Now, I'm not gonna implies the queerness it's a huge danger.
Sorry.
The idea that there is something about queerness constitutionally that implies the possibility or the likelihood of things like that to happen has really started to perturb me in a very strange way. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say anything ridiculous like I think that this doesn't happen with other social groups. It does. It absolutely does. I think the reason why and the way in which it happens is frequently pretty different. And I also think that to give transgender people and queer people broadly some grace, we are not always represented by our most vocal members, and we are not always represented in terms of our long history by any particular moment. Culturally right now, transgender people are the subject of a huge moral panic and a massive fixation. Queer people in general are, but sorry, I just kicked the desk, especially transgender people. So I think a lot of the people, the way that they're behaving is under duress. But I have seen people before claim that they think that people who act like that are just going to grow out of it. And I disagree. I don't think they will, because I don't think that they're doing it for no reason, and I don't think that it's entirely irrational. And here's the problem. It's not entirely irrational to choose power over justice. It's rational in a very limited context, because it puts yourself first, you know? And I think that's also why so many queer people act like, as you know, to use another comparison, crabs in a bucket. Mm-hmm. Every demographic group has behaviors like that in it, but I see it quite a lot. Not a single transgender person can be in the public eye for too long without an incredible number of other queer people becoming insanely hateful towards them.
That's super
in
true.
A way that
that's painfully true. My God, is that not painfully true?
You know, you see bigotry like that and hatred like that quite a lot, but it's astonishingly how almost mathematically it seems to happen. It's like the equation just resolves itself. You see queer person achieves a relative success, obtains incredible support, achieves fame, is imperfect, which we all are. You know, it's why I tell people not to stress over the opinions of like celebrities and stuff, and not to fixate on like one bad take that like a philosopher or an academic had. Because if your entire life was put under the degree of scrutiny some of these people's lives are, would you come out looking that much better? I think a lot of people are delusional when they say that they would, or when they think that they would.
No, and also, in a lot of cases, if something interesting and bad enough about you can't be found, it will just be invented. And then that will be the justification.
But, you know, that's a whole other conversation. And then, under that scrutiny, there's failure. There's failure to be the person that you need to be in the face of all of that hatred. that is just like lingering underneath the surface, you know? It's like a crocodile under the water, and it's just waiting, and it waits and it waits until you drink, because you need to take a drink, because you need to live. And that's why sometimes it feels like transgender people can't just live. And I know some of what I'm saying is probably going to be relatable to people from a lot of different groups. I've tried to describe the elements that I think are unique to queer people, but I do think that it's analogous, right? Like, there's something really stupid that people say all the time is, you know, you can't compare those two things because they're two different things. That's what a fucking analogy is for.
Different things are different. Different things are different. Different things are different.
It's when you compare two different things in a specific way that is instructive to making a particular point. Okay, sorry, that was a little aggressive. But I'm just trying to make a point here that people say ridiculous stuff about this, and I'm really trying to make this seem very rational and reasonable. I think it's maybe not literally the biggest issue facing trans people. You know, cisgender bigotry, mainstream bigotry against transgender people, still probably on the whole our biggest problem, but we have, it seems, a very strong difficulty in unifying against it. Not that we never do, but it always feels like every time transgender people publicly have a really strongly voiced opinion where it seems like it's, you know, not quite unanimous, but overwhelmingly in one direction, it always feels like it's only a matter of time. And then we all turn on each other. And I think that people from a lot of different groups, again, will probably get that feeling to a certain extent. But it is something that I think arises from the fact that, at least the way in which it represents in us, arises from the fact of how we exist. Something that I also want people to think about, I've used the term defensive othering a couple times here. That is a huge amount of what people sometimes call, you know, like internalized transphobia or whatever bigotry. Defensive othering is something that anybody from any marginalized demographic can do. And like I said, I want to call it rational in a very specific light, because it is like, F you, I got mine. And to a certain extent, getting yours is... it comports with a certain structural incentive in some of our social systems. So I do worry about people who treat it as if it's just this like irrational behavior completely. I think it's not healthy. Granted, I think it's toxic. But I do think that it's motivated by certain very material elements of our existence. I don't like the accusation of internalized transphobia or internalized bigotry, because it kind of implies that the person who is expressing the, let's say, trans person expressing transphobia, it kind of implies that they would believe it about themselves, and I think that's sometimes true, but I think it's often trivially true in the sense that people who are very hateful usually have a lot of problems. You know, that's just what I've seen from how people behave, and I think that is, you know, maybe supported by some of the psychology of their behaviors. But I think the larger issue is that they are a type of supremacist. They have engaged or chosen to engage in a type of exceptionalism. And by comporting with certain structures of power, the center as opposed to the margin, they have chosen that over marginalization, and that distinguishes themselves from the other queer people to whom they are being transphobic in that case, or, you know, whatever the case may be, a gay person being homophobic, whatever. I think the insinuation of internalized bigotry is probably simultaneously it often doesn't have the evidence that you would need to have, because that's a speculation on like somebody's reasoning that kind of doesn't really look at what they're getting out of their behavior. It kind of makes it seem like they're being purely irrational. And someone said something to me like a long time ago about how, like, if you treat people like that as if they're being totally irrational, you know, acting against their interests, then you're gonna miss why they're doing what they're doing and what some of the interactions at play are. And I've started to think that that's very true. We need to figure out how to get on the same page about this. Not because, you know, getting everybody to agree is how progress happens or whatever. I don't believe that. I think that a lot of people have this like very liberal like hearts and minds theory of social change that again, a huge part of what I'm trying to do here is do some kind of like speculative material analysis, and that is so often in like just pure the land of pure imagination, in my opinion. And a lot of it's also like historical narrativizing. Like, I think a lot of people believe that because of how we teach about the civil rights era, an era that, if we can be honest, never really ended. It just had a lot of its key figures killed or arrested or what have you. And when we think about that era, we often think like a group of people had concerns about society and they made them known, usually in a manner sympathetic to mainstream society. And then people across the nation bled from their sympathetic liberal hearts, and change happened. And I do think that you can see public sentiment change over time. Public opinion has changed over time on a lot of issues. But the assumption that that is what motivates change, I think, is ideological. I think it's an ideological presupposition of liberal democracy, which has internalized the belief in its ideology that the actions of the government and all of its associated bureaucratic structures and all of its systems, formal and informal, arise from the will of the people.
Rest well.
Again, an idea, a fiction, a conceit of a social system, how it justifies itself, not necessarily a real thing that really motivates change. You have to actually investigate whether that's true. And I think that there's some reason to believe that that's not exactly how a lot of this works. So I've said too much. Not to sound like one of those TikTok conspiracists like the Philip Ziva guy. Oh, now I've said too much. They're gonna come for me. I better stop. No, not to be goofy about it. I just kind of wanted to end on a light note.
You should.
It's a real concern, I think, some of the stuff that I've tried to give a voice to here. I've talked for way too long for a segment like this. I apologize.
You don't need to apologize.
But I hope that it is kind of instructive to maybe some of you who hadn't really thought about this yet, or maybe hadn't given it the words, you know, or who needed something like this to just kind of bounce your own ideas off of and see what you think. These are some ideas that I've been thinking about for a really long time that have...
Lefties be like, belong to one of the most currently oppressed and wrongfully maligned, you know, minority groups in the current timeline, and be like, I'm sorry for making jokes that I'm gonna get got. Meanwhile, conservative millionaire living in a giant glass house writes a hit conservative rap song, the lyrics of which are, "They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna get me." Lefties be like, apologies for rambling too long and implying that I might be in some kind of danger.
Developed as real, I think, legitimate concerns in my...
Okay, yeah, but Arlo, see, that's the problem. You should.
own politics. You know, and I hope to develop some of this further in the future and think about it even more. It's taken me a long time to get to where I am now, but I think I understand things a little bit better. So with all of that, you know, I don't really have anything else to say here except that I'm still working on some stuff. Hopefully in the future, you know, it'll be a few weeks out before I can post any like fun video essays or anything like that. So until then, we'll just do some informal chit-chat type stuff like this, maybe some reacts, maybe some fun stuff, maybe catch up on some stuff that we haven't talked about too much, like this, and maybe do some Pride stuff. I don't know. We'll see.
Based.
With all that out of the way,
Based and chariot pilled.
take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Based and chariot pilled. Everybody, if you are not subscribed to Chariot, I'm going to link the video right here. You should go subscribe to Chariot. Bam, bam, bam. Chariot's amazing. I agree. I do think that the defensive othering is a particularly difficult and troublesome, meddlesome phenomenon for the queer community, and especially the trans community, I think. The trans community right now is particularly vulnerable to this type of, I don't even know, maybe defensive othering isn't even 100% the best word for it in its current form, but I don't know, it still kind of applies. Like, people are looking to divert attention from themselves to someone else. It's, well, I'm gonna die if I don't do this, you know? Sometimes I agree very strongly with the idea that, like, the lens of internalized whatever is not always very helpful, but I think a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people bringing up, like, defensive othering, or not defensive othering, bringing up internalized transphobia are necessarily doing that purely as an explanation, but more as, like, I hate to say it this way because it's going to sound really callous, but as, like, cope. Basically being like, yeah, fuck that person. They probably hate themselves. It makes people feel, people who are often on the other end of someone's mistreatment, of the person at the bottom of the ladder that has just been kicked out, going, well, they probably have trouble sleeping at night, you know, which is probably true, to a certain degree, right? Like, I don't know what motivates you. I can't help but think that there must be a certain amount of fear and discomfort that would motivate you to believe that the path of action that will get you the most likely form of power, or the type of power that you need to survive, is to, like, sell out other people, you know? I feel like I do the opposite of defensive othering. Other defensiving? No, I don't know what you mean by that. A misandrist and a misogynist, the total package? What are you talking about? What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? I don't know what's to be done about it in this current period of time, except for what we're doing, like what you're doing right now, basically, and what I'm doing in a certain way, which is to carefully and compassionately discuss this in a way that, in an environment where people are likely to get their guard down and actually think through it, you know, and why it's not necessarily a good thing. And I know that is still a little bit of, like, hearts and minds, but I don't know what else there is, because I and you, we do not have the ears of the masses. We have the ears of our little, you know, clusters of pirate ships. If I could reach the ears of the masses, you know, maybe there would be a different question, but most of us don't have that. So I think the best thing that we can do is a slow and steady process of walking people through these uncomfortable conversations so that they have the ability to experience and think about them in a safe environment, such that when they're out in the wild world of social media or even IRL, if you encounter this type of stuff IRL, which I'm sure it does actually happen. I know that a lot of the defensive othering type stuff is mitigated through social media these days because it's a spectacle for hungry right-wing keyboard warriors, you know? But I can hope that that our ability to sit through and think about these things and articulate these concepts gives people the tool that they need, the tools that they need to navigate situations which might otherwise, you know, tempt worse behavior. But I do think it's hard. I think that there is obviously there is an incentive that is created to defect, which is part of the function of nightmarish, eliminationist, hateful rhetoric. You know, like an example, you know, psychological manipulation was employed during, say, the Holocaust. You know, tactics were deliberately developed to create, you know, misleading but incentive paths for ratting out people, you know, and it is difficult to combat against those, knowing that someone could basically say, oh, it's down there, sorry, it's all out of ice. I was just talking about you a minute ago. I was struggling to remember something from our, oh, you were, okay, so you were, but you couldn't type.
I couldn't respond because I had a VPN on, and your site by default blocks a certain VPN.
Oh, okay, I see. That's fair.
So I was listening through YouTube and not through your site.
You could have typed in site in YouTube chat, couldn't you? Oh,
I
it's
didn't
whatever.
expect you to see it in time.
Oh, I'll see it in YouTube chat. I'm watching it.
Okay, I expect that you're mostly watching your other chat, but I was like,
No.
oh.
You look nice.
Thanks.
You're in a different outfit now, probably comfier.
It was a little chillier outside, and we took you out on a walk.
Oh, I hope that was good.
It was good.
I love you very much. I'm gonna play a little Dark Souls and then I'm gonna wrap up.
Okay.
So, but I'm gonna finish this conversation first.
Third beer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hell yeah.
I love you. What was I trying to say here? Yes, I was saying that, like, incentive structures are created and some people are going to fall for them. Some people are going to take that path. And I think the way that you prevent that is by connecting as many people as possible. By weaving people together in genuine, meaningful, connective sheets, tissues. People are not going to feel that pressure as much if they feel that they have a sense of power in belonging. You know, someone is not going to be as scared of the powers that be if they feel a sense of belonging. But there are also some people you will never be able to reach, you know, or that are so hard to reach that to do so would be to invite danger. There are some people I can think of right now, probably people who started and or participated in the very discourses that you were referencing in your video. I'm addressing Chariot here. There are people I can think of who have been given olive branch after olive branch after olive branch, but they are so rooted in a worldview that ultimately accepts the precepts of the society that wants to destroy them. Oh, a donut. Oh no, that's fine. I'll eat a donut when I come downstairs, or maybe Sheepy can bring me up one. I don't know, whatever. Oh, the donut looks so good. Some people are saying some names, but I don't know. I do think that that there are some people who have totally they have accepted a totally different worldview, and convincing them is going to be is likely very difficult. And for some of those people, especially ones who have benefited greatly from the order as is. You know, okay, let me give an example. If the order as is has rewarded you with enough that you can convince yourself that all you need to do is tweak a few knobs and everything would be just fine for you, then you're a lot more likely to prostrate yourself in front of people who hate you because, you know, maybe you can go home and cry it out in your pinball floor. And I'm not saying that, like, excuse me, my goodness. I'm not saying that, my goodness. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that every person who has any sort of privilege is untrustworthy. But you can imagine certain contexts that might make someone, that might speak louder than anybody else. If you are talking to a billionaire who happens to be a trans person, in all likelihood, barring extreme circumstances, the billions of dollars in their bank account will always speak louder than the alienated communications of random people on social media. They are going to be, in most cases, heavily insulated from being able to weave themselves into a social fabric of everyday trans people. And there's not much that can be done about that. I don't know how you fix that. You know? Actually, Hassan is not who I was really referencing. Although, maybe, I don't know. Honestly, Hassan, I don't know. There's a lot of things I've disagreed with Hassan on, but Hassan does not seem, he doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I don't know Hassan very well. Holic Master says, I will say learning or being more aware that people's lives are just as complex as my own allowed me to have more patience and empathy with random people even on the internet. Yeah, I do think that's a good thing. It is sad, I will say, and it is exhausting, and it creates a spiral of negativity. The amount of just how beset upon queer communities are in the current moment. It is a pressure, there's pressure closing in from all sides. But to borrow from a Star Wars series that I quite love, the tighter the fist squeezes, the more sand squeezes out from between every single finger. That's not an exact quote, but it's a concept. And I hope that we will slide out like grains of sand and land together to make a mighty beach. Yeah. That isn't the line, not sand? I don't know. What is it then? Grains of dirt? I don't know. It is sand. It is. You're roasting me on it. I know I wasn't quoting it directly. I was referencing it. Sand was episode 2. Wrong! I'm gonna get it right here. I could have sworn it was. Maybe it wasn't. Hold on. Here we go. It's in here somewhere. It's something like that. Okay, I guess they don't actually reference sand. You're right. I was wrong. But that was me. This was me tiredly, after thinking about extremely sad and painful concepts for a long time, slightly misremembering. It actually says, the imperial need for control is so desperate because it's so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant efforts. It breaks. It leaks. And then here's where it goes. The day will come when all these skirmishes and battles, these moments of defiance, will have flooded the banks of the Empire's authority, and then there will be one too many. One single thing will break the siege. So, sorry, it flooded the banks. It's a lot of shorefront analogies, okay? There you go. I don't quote Star Wars verbatim. I never quote anything verbatim. Almost ever. Anyway, I have completely and utterly bungled and lost track of this react at this point, and yeah. This will be the moment. This is the one. This is the thing. This is where everybody's gonna get me now and tear me limb from limb. Okay, but can you tell us about Silk Song? Yes, but only while we play some Dark Souls while we talk. And before I do that, I need to read my donos. So real quick, let me read some donos, and then I'm gonna boot up Dark Souls 2, and then I'm gonna rant about, I'm gonna play Dark Souls 2 while I talk about some really funny gaming stuff, so it's gonna be really funny. Fake ass twat says, with the $10, says, I'm sorry if this is no longer relevant because I'm behind on stream, but as an Iowa head, I can confirm Casey's Pizza slaps. Their cheese bread is amazing. See, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Written Remedy with the tier 1 says, from an Iowa friend about Casey's breakfast pizza is damn good. Oh wait, I read that one already. But true. Northside Star with the $5 says, top 10 things to do in the Canadian Midwest. Leave. Come to Quebec immediately. It's the prettier one. And that's all the site chat donations that I've missed. Now let me read the super chats. Thank you very much to all of you who donated. Thank you so very much. Taco Face Fart with the $2 says boobs. Yes, I have them. Thank you. Synthetic Teapot with the $2 super sticker says game over. And true. And Andrew Blood, thank you so much for joining. Deeply appreciate that. Pointy Tilly says, I'm pretty sure there is a line about grains of sand slipping through the fingers the more you tighten your grip. Oh! Wait a minute! I know why I was mixing it up. That's the Leia quote. Princess Leia says that, and I was mixing it up with the manifesto, Nemec's manifesto from the end of Andor. They're very, they're very aligned in theme, and I was just mixing them up. All right, the YouTube imps. No, shut up. Shut up. YouTube imps, you don't need to hand it to them. I was just misremembering. It came from a good place. You don't have to make me feel more embarrassed than I already do. Don't make me employ the feel bad gun. I'll make a sad face at the camera. I'll make a sad face in the camera, there won't be anything you can do about it. The quote from Leia, hold on. The quote from Leia goes like this. The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers. And the quote of Nemik's manifesto is the following. I'll read it because it's epic. This is from the end of Andor. There will be times when struggle seems impossible. I know this already. Alone, unsure, and dwarfed by the scale of the enemy. Remember this. Freedom is a pure idea. It occurs spontaneously and without instruction. Random acts of insurrection are occurring constantly throughout the galaxy. There are whole armies, battalions that have no idea they've already enlisted in the cause. Remember that the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere, and even the smallest act of insurrection pushes our lines forward. And remember this, the Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks, it leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear. Remember that and know this. The day will come when all these skirmishes and battles, these moments of defiance will have flooded the banks of the Empire's authority, and then there will be one too many. One single thing will break the siege. Remember this. Try. So you can see why I kind of mushed those together. The more you tighten your grip, Demon Mama, the more critters will slip through your fingers. That's why I always grip in an appropriately horny location. Anyway, Bizadoo with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. The anti-sad face action. Thank you! Thank you, genuinely, seriously. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Bizadoo. Okay. By the way, okay, so I have 2 things I'm gonna talk about. We gotta boot up Dark Souls. Oh, Chariot got a gifted sub. Thank you, Uncle Gumbald. Thank you. Oh, I wish I could show you my... Here we go, it begins. Ba-da-ba. Sorry, the muting always happens whenever Dark Souls 2 starts up because that's how Dark Souls 2 is. Same as with Dark Souls 1. It won't happen when we play other games, but it will in this game. That's awesome, XVYABO. That's so good. That's so amazing. That's true, Arlo. Okay, we got 30,000. So.
Bearer of the curse.
Whoa!
Until.
Oh, I know why it's so loud. Hold on a second. Whoa! Hold on a second there. Chill out. Where does it come from? What the fuck is going on here? Okay, I don't know which input this is coming from, but it's too loud. Okay, so I'll fix it. What are we watching? Dark Souls 2 while I talk about a bunch of different funny things, because I have some really funny things to talk about. I'm going to turn the music down just a little bit, and we're going to turn the voice volume down just a tiny bit. Okay. Let's get our stuff repaired. And then we'll continue. Oh, what? Okay. Nothing needs repair? Okay, then.
Don't waste my time.
Oh, wait, that's right. You don't actually have to repair the bar. The bar repairs. It's only when it breaks that we have to repair. Okay. I don't know, Fortnite, just because. It's memorable, you know? It's memorable. Okay. So where were we going? We were gonna make our way to somewhere, but I don't remember where. Oh wait, we were going through Shrine of Amana, that's right. Okay, we have to finish up Shrine of Amana, but we finished Undead Crypt. Didn't we finish this? Rise of the Dead, Roy's Resting Place, Crumbled Ruins, Rise of the Dead. So then is this the one? Undead Crypt entrance. Okay, you still have to do the Undead Crypt. Okay, so this is where we were. If we go back this way, this takes us down to Shrine of Amana then? Why do oh, I keep trying to press A because I've been playing a fuckload of Elden Ring. Okay. Oh no. There were two things I wanted to talk about, and now I'm blanking on one of them. I wanted to talk about Silksong, but there was another thing that somebody said in chat, and I wanted to talk about it. Fuck. What was it? Boo, 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 boo. Critters, T4T. God damn it. Not Star Wars. Not Minecraft. I'm gonna scroll back because it's gonna bother me if I don't remember it. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna try and remember it. This is the worst content ever, but there's still a bunch of you watching, and that is really amazing. Me, when I forget everything and my brain goes into the trash and I suddenly become the worst streamer on the planet. I think after the boss of this area would be a good time to do the DLC. Okay, yeah, because I don't want to wrap off the game. I want to keep going. Dementia arc? I don't have... No, it's not that bad. I just have ADHD. And you know how that goes sometimes. Alright, time to kill these bros. I'm looking forward to when I finish this game watching an absolute buttload. Oh, that's some oil or something, okay. Oh, hello. Watching a buttload of, oh, come on now. Lore videos, because I want to learn all the cool lore stuff there is to learn about this game, if there is, which I imagine there probably is. This isn't even close to the end of the game. That is fair. This guy's cooked. Oh, hello. We got a great shield wielder, double great shielder. Love those guys. Come on, asshole. Hey, it works! I'm proud of myself for that one, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, well, one thing I can talk to you about, for sure. Oh, wow, more sexy ladies? More sexy lady casters? That's interesting. I've been playing Elden Ring because I have one more... Ouch, okay. Because I have one more achievement to get, and then I will have 100% of achievements before the DLC comes out. I have 450 hours of playtime in Elden Ring as of right now. It's like 459. And the only ending I have not gotten in Elden Ring is the Frenzied Flame ending, which I have a character right now nearly at the end of the game. This is also the character I'm going to be playing when the DLC drops. Why is this so annoying? Poison? Who poisoned me? And how? Okay, so that's the damage type we want to hit him with. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second here. The character that I'm currently playing started on a parry build. And then pivoted to a pure int build, which I had a lot of fun with. And I played the vast majority of the game with a pure int build. And that was a real blast. And now, for the last like 4 zones of the game, I restructured myself as a arcane faith, wielding the winged, the clean rot winged scythe, or crescent. What's it called? Not the winged scythe, the crescent moon scythe, the one that lets you shoot the discs of Mikola. A beautiful weapon. Just feels so good to use. What an incredible... Why are there so many incredible weapons in Elden Ring? It's so fucking... Did I just bump the camera again? Damn it. I did, didn't I? How bad did I get it? How bad did I get it? Hold on. How bad did I get it? Oh, I didn't. I didn't get it that bad. I only bumped it a little bit. Okay. I don't know what any of these words mean. I'll explain it. The Halo Scythe. That's right. That's the one. Devotee Scarlet. Nah, not right now. It's the Halo Scythe. It's really, really cool. And what this build lets me do is I can use breath casting. And the reason why I wanted to do this build is because I have an idea of what I want to do when I go into the DLC. Now, when we play through Elden Ring together, I already know what we're gonna play together. And you all are going to love it, okay? I'm telling you, it is going to be a wild and wacky build. It's gonna be very fun, very weird, and it's going to yield incredibly fun gameplay footage that you all are gonna love. But I will not be playing the DLC live on stream. Oh, whoa!
Human, do not produce light. Light and all those who bear it are unwelcome in this place.
Okay, bro. You got it. I'm not producing any light right now. Oh man, this is a lot of guys. Oh, they're not attacking me though. What the hell? It's the guy from Alien Covenant or whatever. Prometheus. Is that what it's called?
I am Agdane.
Agdane?
Guardian of the crypt. Countless dead rest here in peace, cradled by the comfort of dark. Light only agitates. We have no need for it here. I am a finito.
Oh!
We weave death and watch over the dead.
A finito.
This task was granted to me by the one who gave us the
I
first
get it,
death.
like of Nito.
Countless souls rest here.
First death.
Some of them from ages long ago. Some were rich, others poor. Some wise, some dull, but now they're all just dead.
How the hell are they dead? How did you get them to die?
Did you come for him? The one called Vendrick. You will find him deeper inside. Many castle servants and the like have come to fetch their lord. But
yes.
they rest here now.
I 100%ed the first Blasphemous.
Perhaps he's not in the mood for company.
Yeah, why is my character dancing like that?
In the past, humans were one with the dark. The former King of Light, he feared humans. feared that they would usher in an age of dark. How queer you humans. How you go on, never separating truth from fiction.
What are you then?
This place is welcome to all, provided due reverence is shown. Death is equitable, accepting. We will all one day be welcomed by her embrace.
Death is a lady?
Tell me what you desire. Show me reverence, and I will lend you my hand.
Have mercy gesture?
I am a finito.
Okay,
This
so I have to do the
some
mercy
will-
gesture and it'll do something? Ring of Thorns? Ring counterattacks when damage is taken. That seems interesting. But I don't know if I need it. Dark Arrow. Ooh. But I don't have the stats for that, do I? No, I don't. Holy shit, he sells a lot of humanity. He sells a lot of Elizabeth mushrooms. How'd he get so many pieces of my lady Elizabeth? Oh, no. He chopped her up. That's a lot. Okay, he's got some interesting souls here, stuff here. $13 and $13. Okay, well.
Crude human.
What? Don't call me a crude human. I was nice to you. I didn't do anything to you. What's this guy's fucking problem? What's this guy's fucking problem? Here. Is this what he wants? I hate this.
What do you require?
I hate that animation. I'm gonna buy something from him and see if he's nicer. Is he just mad because I didn't buy anything?
Farewell, human.
Oh, now he's nice. Okay, so he's just an asshole if you don't buy things. These guys are kind of crazy. So are these guys finitos? Is that what their thing is all about? Is that what they are? I don't know. It's a bit odd, if you ask me. I kind of like his weapon, though. I kind of like that spear. Okay, one thing that I think is a legitimate flaw of Dark Souls 2 is that there are way too many, like, humanoid, like, too safely human. They're just like a human with different colors. You know, there's too many human NPCs. They need more. Like, what's her name? Ornifex is awesome because she's not, you know? She's not like just a human. She's like a weird bird with bloody claws and stuff. What the fuck is this? I guess I gotta go through here. But I don't believe, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that, like, that guy's not a human. He's like, oh, foul humans. You smell weird and act weird. I'm like, dude, you literally look and act exactly like me. And you say you're like, oh, I belong to Nito or whatever. No, you don't. No, Nito was a giant ass skeleton. What the hell? Cooked. Wow! You can go through shit? Uh-oh. Oh, these guys are... Oh, this thing is spawning them. That's unfortunate. There will never be a Dark Souls 4. If there's a Dark Souls 4... I would say I wouldn't play it, but the truth is I would definitely play it. but I would do so with great sorrow and a sense of shame, because there was never supposed to be a Dark Souls 4. Ring City was the funeral for Dark Souls. To make a Dark Souls 4 would be like digging up grandma and being like, kids, grandma's back. You would be wrong. And everyone would probably show up just to see what the fuck you were talking about, but nobody would feel good about it, you know? Well, I don't know. I see a bunch of different bells. I'm like, it seems like maybe I need to ring them all. That could be Elden Ring brain, though. I will say there's numerous points in Elden Ring where you have to activate lots of different things in an area, like lighting a bunch of candles or defeating a bunch of special enemies or whatever. So maybe that was my problem. I saw the first flame. I clapped when I saw it. Yeah, for real. Wow! Why did he get activated this time? What's going on? Whoa! What's this guy's problem? Okay, he's not a very wise one. We'll put it that way. He wasn't thinking that one through. I'm running through this room. Fuck this. I am not fighting these assholes again. Hey. I don't care about you. This is my, that right there is my Elden Ring brain also taking over.
Do not produce light.
We just talked about that. Wait, did he forget our conversation? I just talked to you about this.
What do you?
Okay.
Crude human. Dude.
Crude human. Dude, you're me but blue. Don't even try. Don't even try. Oops. Oops. I didn't mean to hit that one. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I was supposed to talk about Silksong. Oh, this lady looks cool. These ladies look so cool. Oops. Well, that's that, I guess. Okay. We need to have it real. We need to have a conversation about Silksong, okay? And I'm gonna try and do this as I'm gonna try and be as kind as I possibly can, but I'm gonna need chat to maybe explain some things to me because I don't understand. Okay, I legitimately do not get it. I'm actually confused. So recently, I learned that there is a Silksong subreddit on a website that you should never ever go to called Reddit. Okay, Reddit is like I mean, I don't need to explain it. Probably some of you know what it is. It's basically like a website on the internet and it sucks ass. And everybody has a very special type of derangement that is almost insufferable to think about or listen to anybody who isn't in their weird club. It's really bad. But I recently learned that there is a subreddit devoted to Silksong. Whoa, hey, ghost. Now, for those who don't know what Silksong is a announced but thus incomplete sequel to a really popular and cool game called Hollow Knight. If you haven't played Hollow Knight, you should go play it. It is a absolutely phenomenal Metroidvania, Souls-like, with immaculate vibes, a absolutely incredible soundtrack. It's just all in all an amazing, incredible, and beautiful game. Lady of White Hood. Oh, can I get the outfits of the ladies here? Is that what a lady's white hood is, or a Ladia white hood? Hey, here we go. Wait. Is there Silksong news? Uh-oh. We found the R Silksong user, okay? So, I recently learned that there's this subreddit. Why did he hit it? Okay, well, whatever. Not that big of a deal. And it was very confusing to me because Silksong was announced like 5 years ago as a like in development sequel of a really popular game, which is like, okay, so that generates, you know, people get excited for that. Totally fair, totally understandable. Obviously, that's the point of doing it. God damn it. That's the point of doing an announcement, is you're like, oh yeah, sick, game's coming out, you want to know about it, you know, keep your eyes on it because you'll want to buy it in the future and play it and have a real good time, just like you did with the first one. And that was like 5 years ago, and it seems like, you know, there's been very little news about Silksong since the original announcement, which is fairly common in the video gaming world. You know, games are hard to make, and sometimes it takes much, much longer than you expect. I mean, keep in mind that, you know, it took like 11 plus years for StarCraft 2 to come out, even though StarCraft 1 was one of the most popular games in the entire world. So, you know, this is not exactly unheard of that, like, a game, you know, takes fucking forever, or maybe there's an announcement, but it takes forever to figure out, okay? But I recently learned that there's a subreddit for Silksong. And I want to know why. Because I genuinely do not understand. Or rather, I understand why a Silksong subreddit exists, but I don't understand why anybody would, like, what do you do there? For real, like, is the stream skipping for anyone else? I hope not. But what do you actually do? Like, what, a game that has had a trailer like 100 years ago, and that's it. What do people actually do on the Silksong subreddit? Do they all just log on every day and go, guys, I'm excited for Silksong, and then everybody else goes, me too, me too, me too, me too? Like, what could you possibly do? It's not like a lore thing. Like on a Dark Souls subreddit, people are there talking about their builds. There are new players arriving to learn about the game. There are people talking about lore, all questions, you know, all kinds of weird experiments, bugs, glitches. But Silksong 2 is a game that doesn't exist, for which there only exists one trailer and almost nothing else. So what the fuck do people post about? And apparently, it's like a fairly active sub. Like, people are posting there, and I found out recently, because I saw a couple of posts, that, like, I don't know what they post about the rest of the time, but what I found out recently is that, is that they are very angry that Silksong wasn't at the recent, Summer Games announcement thing, the Summer Games convention or whatever. And they were also mad that it wasn't at the Sony Summer Game announcement, and it wasn't at the Xbox game announcement. So they've been mad about all that to the point of like actually freaking out. And the reason why this came to my mind at all was mostly just because I was sent a screenshot of a post of a couple of the front page with a couple of posts on it, and one of the posts was just no with a bunch of O's, like with like I'm not even kidding you, with like 25 O's. And another one of the posts was like, that's it, I've had enough. I think it's time that we acknowledge that Team Cherry, the people who made Silksong, have completely derelicted their duties and have committed a vile offense to their fan base. Which is, let me just be clear, fucking insane, okay? That's a fucking insane thing to say. And I don't know what people do the rest of the time, but if it's like that, I think that we may have isolated the very first, like, clear-cut example of hype addiction. Because to me, that seems genuinely deranged. There are games that I am, like, very excited for, that I have admitted into breaking my hype rules for. For example, Death Stranding 2. I'm so excited for that game. I have never been to and would never go to outside of like an extremely niche reason, a subreddit devoted, what the fuck? Like, do you have nothing else going on in your life? Like, oh, a game that's gonna come out 2 years from now or more, I need to go and like talk about how excited I am about it every single day? I just don't get it. But even children, if that's what children are doing, that's demented. I feel bad and those children need help, right? Or at least that's what it seems like to me. I don't know. Oh, oh! Why'd they activate now all of a sudden? What is with these guys? These guys are weird. These guys are freaking me out because they're so unpredictable and strange. So I don't know, maybe other people have an answer for me, but to me that seems like a genuinely unhealthy mentality to exist in. I realize I thought it was more funny, but in recounting the story, it's actually just very sad. Okay, but I don't understand the Half-Life 3 thing either. Like, I can't imagine being like, oh, time for me to go on the internet. Better go check the subreddit for a game that has one trailer. I wonder if more people said, I like the trailer, right? Right, but Uncle Gumball, I can understand people posting in the Hollow Knight subreddit because they're like, I'm playing Hollow Knight. Check out my cool new build. Hey, here's a secret area I didn't know about in Hollow Knight. You know, I can understand that. What I don't understand is the Silk Song. Hey, let's do a watch party and watch the trailer again. The trailer that released 5 years ago. We're gonna like chat about it and say, wow, it looks like a cool trailer. I hope this game comes out sometime. How did that ring? Whoa! What is going on here? What rang? Why? What did it? Was it? Who's ringing the bell? Somebody else is ringing the bell. What's happening? Somebody's ringing the damn bell. What is this shit? What is this fucking shit? Mace of the Insolent. What is going on here? Well, they're doing it again. These little guys are kind of funny. Oh shit, it closed. Whoa, 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 I didn't see what that was. I'm dead. Hollow Knight is baby Dark Souls? No. There's a lot of room for speculation on a sequel. Okay. But how much really is there? How much really though, really how much thought, how much room for speculation is there, okay? Like I've played Hollow Knight and I love the lore, but it's not that much. Like I haven't even seen, even with the Elden Ring DLC, which has had like 4 trailers, a gameplay thing, and is and like the Elden Ring, the FromSoft and Bandai Namco are actively reaching out to Dark Souls lore creators to loop them in so that they can have little tidbits of information. They're like actively creating a hype machine day by day. That is not happening for Silksong. So are these people just like, is it like that image from the Batman movie where it's like all in his head? Is it that? Is it like, are they just making shit up at this point? Is it like, are they writing their own version of the game? Maybe if that's the case, maybe I should be a little, oops. Maybe I should be a little more kind. But like, cause that's kind of all right, I guess. Like if you're just completely making up your own shit at this point, like that's all right, I guess. Oh, I'm not super frustrated. I'm more than used to chopping through large amounts of ghosts and scaly bobs. I got a pretty good build for it. Every couple months, they think there's going to be an announcement about the game and it's driven them feral. Well, it sounds to me like these people have lost their minds. Like it genuinely seems like a cognito hazard at this point. Because when I saw that screenshot of the subreddit, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? First of all, Elden Ring comes out in like 10 days. If you have a hype disease and you need to be hyped for something, go get hyped for Elden Ring. They have overlaps. Like Hollow Knight is directly inspired by the FromSoft game, so why don't you just play Elden Ring? And also, if you haven't played Elden Ring and you're like, I need something, Elden Ring is a game that you can very easily put like hundreds of hours into, like even as a casual player, if you're just bored. Or if you could put hundreds of hours into it if you're not a casual player and love making different builds, and like I do, you know, where I've put hundreds and hundreds of hours in because the game just brings me so much pleasure to try different builds and to explore the place and to discover new things and think about and enjoy the music and everything and make beautiful characters that make me, you know, fall in love with them. My doomer take is that Silksong will be worse than Hollow Knight. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but like, whatever, right? I mean, sequels, we all know, you know, sequels can be a little shaky and they often have a tendency to bother people, you know? Like, for example, we've got a game right here that like kind of fits that, right? Like, this sequel has some really good stuff in it, but it also has some shaky ground, and, oh my god, the bells. And also, it pissed a lot of people off, because it was very different. Like, can you guys imagine if Silksong is the Dark Souls 2 of Hollow Knight? They're gonna lose their minds. You know what's gonna be even funnier is if they intentionally make it the Dark Souls 2 of Hollow Knight just to fuck with their fans. Which would be totally, you know, that would be the true thing to do if you were a true adherent to the FromSoft school of gaming. Would be that you would make Hollow Knight amazing and then you would intentionally change things up so much in the second game that it judders the fan base and that you have to then they have to rethink everything about their lives. Which, to be fair, Salt and Sanctuary did. Salt and Sacrifice, that game fucking sucked. No hate. Okay, hate. I hated it. I hated Salt and Sacrifice. It fucking blew. It was terrible to play. But it is in the spirit of a true heir to the FromSoft lineage to make the second game a total weird experimental mess that pisses off a lot of people. You know? Goddamn skeletons. Stop hitting them. Stop hitting it. I didn't hit that. You hit that. Except Salt and Sacrifice just sucked. That's true. Well, okay. There were some things that were cool in it, but yeah, it did kind of just suck. But that's all right. You know what? They're allowed to mess up. They were trying new things and it didn't work out. Okay? It's fine. I respect trying to shake things up and failing significantly over being too afraid to try anything new and also sucking still. Boink. 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 There we go. Okay. So this zone's a little. This is a little bit of a sloggy area. I can like putting these two wall assholes here is kind of annoying. You got to punch through them every time you want to get through to the next area. Is kind of obnoxious, but. You want to know one of my goals with this Dark Souls 2 playthrough? One of my goals with this Dark Souls 2 playthrough is to come out the other end with actual critiques of this game to make up for my previous past. Now, all the Dark Souls 2 lovers and defenders are going to still be mad at me because, you know, they were like, you were supposed to love it unquestionably. And I'll be like, no, I wasn't. But that's okay. I want to be able to critique this game for real. I find that a lot of the critiques made towards this game are not very fair. And those are ones that I was guilty of in the past. You know, that I was being unfair towards it. But I want to figure out what it is. Oh, they're hitting the bells with their magic, which is kind of bullshit if you ask me. Okay, that's not what I want. Come on now, come on now. These assholes have an annoying combo. Lady a white robe. Okay. Go through there. There's a shortcut here. Where? I keep going down this tunnel. Hey, oh. Here we go. There we go. That's gonna be this thing that's gonna flop down right there. Kapoop. Bop. Got it. I think all the Souls games are bad, too hard. Wrong. Okay, listen. Once you've met someone whose main complaint about the Souls games is that they're too easy, that will change your tune forever. Meeting someone who's like, the Souls games are all too fucking easy and I hate them. That's like the type of person that like permanently changes your outlook on the world. It's kind of like meeting someone who's like, yeah, I ate a raw, like dried Carolina Reaper pepper and it was fucking mid, honestly. Wasn't hot enough for me. I'm so pissed off. You meet someone like that and you're like, oh shit, I was unfamiliar with your game. I didn't know how crazy you were. Thanks for educating me. And then you go back and you go, actually, you know what? It's all right. You have a newfound appreciation. I've likened that type of person to like the type of person who's like you meet masochists, you know? And then you meet a masochist who's like, they like literally can't do it anymore. They can't do anything anymore unless it's like, they're like in like a Houdini-esque like escape situation where it's like they're submerged in a diving bell in boiling water with a key like strapped somewhere that's difficult to reach. And if they fail, if they don't get out in enough time, the boiling water will bubble up through the diving bell and cook them alive. And they're like, that's the only circumstance in which I can even have a remote, like, pang of, like, sexual awakening whatsoever, you know? Once you meet someone like that, you're like, ah, yes. So the Amazon fuzzy handcuffs, they were okay, actually. They're actually pretty decent. Whoa, wrong way. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. What am I thinking here? Sorry, I was mixing some metaphors there, but you get the gist. You get what I'm saying. You understand what I'm getting at. I think I found everything in here, didn't I? It's kind of funky that they said don't light any lights, and then I didn't bring any lights, and they're still all attacking me anyway. I'm not gonna lie, this place does not seem very restful. He was like, the guy was like, oh, it's super restful in here, bro. Like for real. It's like, you've never seen a place as restful as this. And I'm like, honestly, I think I have. I think I've seen more restful places, in fact. I gotta get the bonfire? Which bonfire? Wait, the other bonfire? Didn't I get this one already? I didn't I? Yeah, I've already been over here, right? So then, is it faster for me to get the one that's over here then? Also, how do I get down there? Oh, there's a... Wait, can I jump down there? No, it looks like I will die if I do that.
Human.
Shut up!
Light.
I just talked to you about this, asshole. I think it's still faster to get the other one. Being me, DramaMama be like, meets a guy in an onion outfit one time and permanently alters her vocabulary forever. Wait, there's a bonfire in the crypt? I think I got that one already. DramaMama finally lost it? No, I didn't. First doorway in along the wall to the left. Oh, I got that one already. I got that one already. That's the one I've been respawning at this whole time. I don't think I missed anything down here. Or maybe I need to break all of the, maybe I need to break all the statues or something? Oh, they stay broken. So I must have to break all the statues. I haven't done that, so I better get to work. Ow, 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 ow! Asshole. God damn it. What is these people's problems? I've already forgotten your Canoe Command clips. I don't even know what Canoe Command is, actually. Shit. My severe early onset amnesiatic demential diarrhea has you will have to start all over from square one. Which will make Dan more mad first, chat or Dark Souls? Oh, it's gonna most certainly be chat. I find Dark Souls to be an unbelievably relaxing experience most of the time. So killing these statues definitely lights up these torches, right? So I need to go get more of them in order to grow my power or something? I said demential diarrhea, actually. I was just scatting, you know, I was just, you know, spitting things out there. Oh, did you know what's really funny? There was a commenter who got really mad when I jokingly, like, couldn't think of a word, and so I just made one up the other day during the middle of a rant. I said, like, they were dementiated And then I was like, that's not a real word, but you get what I'm saying. And there was a chatter who was like, "Ha! Exposed for the moron that you are! You try to have a big vocabulary, but you don't have one. So you just made up a word." I'm like, I literally said that as I did that, you fucking idiot. It's extremely, extremely fucking funny to me. Something that I've learned over the years is that, like, YouTube is a mental asylum. And I'm not even talking about the content creators. I'm actually only referring to the commenters. It's like, sometimes I'm like, there is no order in the world is entirely chaos. And then I remember that, like, just out of the blue, a website, like a tech company was like, we need to invent like we need to invent like a daycare for demented adults that will keep them occupied and not doing like acts of weird violence. Instead, they'll just be weird assholes and slam on their keyboard and charge their parents whenever they need to buy a new fucking Walmart keyboard. You can't be fucking for real. You can't fucking be for real, Mr. Krabs. Are you for fucking real right now? Mr. Krabs, do you not remember what I said? Remember how I said for things to keep peaceful? You know? Like, we have had a nice equilibrium, but that in order for that elite equilibrium to continue, there has to be lines. You know? Or else it will stop being fun and it will destroy the beautiful balance. And that sometimes that balance means not always getting a clip reacted to every time you send it. Come on. All right, there we go. So wait, maybe I might be totally wrong. Maybe you don't have to kill any of those statues. Again, I might be a little bit in Elden Ring brain, like thinking about, oh, okay, I'm in an area and there's these odd objects. I probably need to destroy them all. Because I think they've all been accounted for, and yeah, I think that's that. Yes, it is! Yes, it is, Baphomet! That's so mean! That's so bully! I can't believe you would bully! That's so rude! That's cruel! Sorry, wait, hold on a second. Why'd that guy come back? So wait, do these things respawn the ghosts? Oh, they respawn every time the bell rings? Is that what's going on? But who rang a bell? Is there just a zombie back there hitting the bell over and over again? Is this guy for real? This level of nitpick is a show of extreme love? No, it isn't. I assure you it's not. The person was like, finally, Demon Mama has been exposed as the stupid moron fraud that she is. Using your $5 words, I'll see you in hell. I assure you it was not from a place of extreme love. I can 100% guarantee you. Yo! Oh, I know something I want to talk about, but it's gonna have to be after we fight these guys. Oh, don't do this to me! Don't do this to me! Come on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Grave Warden Agdarain. Yo, dude. Bro! I want Agdarain to come here! Get in! Oh. I'll think about it, although. Agitaline. Velstad. Oh, I remember this guy being important in some way. Can I tell you that once you play Elden Ring, every other Dark Souls game becomes unbelievably easier? Elden Ring bosses are deranged. And I know that like people are like, oh, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it's like, oh, the controls are easier and whatever. They like make up for it by giving the enemies genuinely insane movesets. Oh, not this shit. This is a heal or something, right? No, okay. Never mind. Okay, that's not gonna work here. The like filter boss in Elden Ring is Margit the Fell Omen. And Margit the Fell, he's like basically the first real boss of the game, and he has like a 7-hit combo. That is like literally unheard of in all previous Dark Souls games. Like people thought that FromSoft was crazy for giving whoa, okay, that does crazy damage. For giving what's his name? The wizened child, Child of Kos, Orphan of Kos. For giving Orphan of Kos a like 6-move combo, people were like, you're out of your, no, not even that, it was like a 5-move combo. And it's like huge sweeping moves. They're like, you're out of your minds! How are we supposed to defeat a boss this hard? And then they were like, first boss Elden Ring, 7-hit move combo, which he can delay, he can like smart delay all of the abilities at his own whim. Good night, Jupiter. Thanks for being here. Manus has one that's more annoying than that combo. No fucking way. I cooked Manus. Manus, I cooked him and fried him up like a friggin' egg. Okay, you want to know the perfect example of this? Now, admittedly, it's an optional, late game boss, but Melania. The fact that Melania, that they even thought, like, literally, Melania goes into the point of being almost annoying to fight because of how stupid Waterfowl Dance is. Waterfowl Dance is a move that is, you basically, the average player has to luck into a victory against Melania because learning how to dodge Waterfowl Dance is like genuinely like you have to watch a video on it because the timing is so specific and it's such an aggressive move. It's crazy. I love her fight, and it is one of the most thematically beautiful fights in the entire series, and it makes me feel incredible emotions, as in like my entire day can be changed by just thinking about that fight, because I'm just like, holy moly, what a beautiful, unbelievable music, unbelievable mood, beautiful boss, absolute goals, incredible story, and gay on top of all of that. It has a gay love story in there? How do they keep doing it? Also, really funny thing is that Melania is a boss that is designed to punish arrogant Dark Souls players. I shouldn't say arrogant, stubborn, not arrogant. Arrogant is the wrong word. I rescind and recorrect my word. It's meant to punish stubborn Dark Souls players because they knew that a lot of people were gonna go for a full ass strength build, big sword, try to bash their way through, you know, bash their way through the game with just big rock or big sword. And then Melania was like, I am literally designed to make your build style as painful as possible. And then all of the weirdos who play strange builds that everyone's like, why do you play like that? Are like, we can punish her. The first build that I ever beat Melania on was a breath caster, a breath spell caster. Oh my god, that hurts so much. Hold on, I'm sorry, I need to focus for a second. A breath spell caster with double bleed enchanted whips and a bug spell that could cause bleed. Sorry, it was one bleed enchanted whip and one frostbite enchanted whip. And she was like, no! And by that I mean I died 35 times and then finally got her. But she was like, no! When I finally beat her, of course. Got you. Whoa! I did that wrong! I did that wrong! Come on, bro. Let's fight. There we go. God damn it! That was so close. I always forget this game. One of the things that you have to remember when playing Dark Souls 2 is that Dark Souls 2 has significantly more post-action commitment. So like drinking Estus, your feet become glued to the spot and you cannot break out of that animation. There is like significantly less animation canceling in this game than in all the other games, which is something that a lot of people hate, and I get why they hate it because it does feel a little bit worse, but it's also kind of in spirit to the previous games in a lot of ways, but it does feel chunkier in that regard, which a lot of people don't like, and I understand why they don't. In Elden Ring, you can just cancel out of everything, but they make up for it by having every single boss in the world want to kill you with their entire heart and soul. They're like, yeah, this boss is going to hit you with an 18, you know, swing combo, and there's nothing you can do about it because if you try, you're going to hell, man. Shit. Really? Magic? Okay. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. I did that wrong. Okay. I should have equipped these. It's okay. I shouldn't have tried that. That was very, very, very silly. But it's not that big of a deal. I'll get right in there and back to it. I'm gonna actually equip these things this time instead of goofing around. No more goofing. We're gonna win now. We'll eat a little piece of Elizabeth as a friendly memory. And by that I mean it's a friendly memory to us, and our character goes, huh, I don't know, this tastes like a good mushroom if you ask me. Oh, we have a lot of souls we could spend. I think I just lost my souls though. I didn't even think about that, but I think I did. I think I just ate shit and lost a bunch of souls. Chat, did I just lose, like, I don't remember how many souls I had. Well, okay, don't tell me how many I lost, actually, because that actually doesn't hurt as much now that I don't know what I lost. There's probably a lot. That's very specific, Chariot. I feel like you're gonna hit a different demographic than you intended to. I feel like that's gonna activate the Gilf enjoyers in chat. All of them are gonna go play Dark Souls right now just to be able to meet Elizabeth and get Elizabeth mushrooms. Oh wait, I didn't lose my souls. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. We're clear. We're in the clear. Oh, I didn't know he was going to do a two-part there. Okay, okay. So Grave Warrior wields the Guts Sword, huh? But he doesn't look anything like Guts. Okay, it's not actually the Guts Sword. It's more like, but it's similar. It's similar. It's like a big hunk of iron. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. I remember now, but it's going to have to be after this fight because otherwise... To talk about Berserk. Shit. I don't really like Four Kings fight either. I think the Four Kings fight, I mean, it's got a great mood, but the actual fight mechanics of the fight feels kind of shitty. But the like dropping into the void is really cool, and their music is cool. It's just that, like, I don't love the mechanics of the fight, but that's okay. You know, I can excuse a fight that doesn't feel perfect because the mood's good, you know? Something that I now know and am enlightened to, now that I've read an unbelievable amount of Berserk, is that in Dark Souls 2, like a lot of the enemies are like directly out of Berserk. Like that's already true for Dark Souls 1, but like a lot, like these guys right here, these Red Knights, they look like, I think they're literally a direct design from Berserk. And also the ogres. Oh, come on. Come on. Get out of here. Get out of here with this shit. You bastards. Come on, dude. For real? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Hold on a second. I should finish this fight and then I'll talk about the whole Berserk thing because I have a whole lot I want to say. One of the best features, by the way, of Elden Ring is the being able to hold down on the D-pad to return to your first D-pad slot automatically. If you hold down on the D-pad, it will quickly teleport your cursor to the first slot. So you can put your heal there and like roll with it, which is sick as fuck. Excellent feature. Beautiful feature, in fact. See you later, Call Me B. Hope you have a great night. Oops. You know, that thing on the bottom of the screen is very distracting. Come on, bro. Let's do this. See, all I needed was to focus. I don't know how that missed, but it did. Safe. Play safe and smart. Don't be dumb. Gotcha! 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 Oh no! Okay, they're staying out there. Whoo! Oh, who is it? Hey! We finally met him! The old king of Drangleic! Looking good, bro. You're looking fresh. Really holding it together, my man. Woo! Dude, what the fuck, man? Can I trip him? Should be able to trip him. Hey, we got a big pile of armor. King's Ring. Alas, nothing happened. He took off his armor and he's running around naked. Oh, hell yeah. Should I beat this guy up? What happens if I punch him? He kind of seems like a piece of shit, and I kind of hate kings. But I don't want to screw everything up. Don't do it now? Okay, I won't do it now then. I know that seems kind of foolish to do. Whoa, hello. Oh, hey, it's you. Hi.
This ring is the symbol of the king. Use it to gain passage through the king's gate and venture to the far east. Bearer of the curse, if you are to be the next monarch, then one day you will walk those grounds without really knowing why.
That's sad. But I don't want to be a king. I don't really care about that. What? You don't got anything else to say to me? Hey, hello. Okay. I have some of the giant souls. I don't think I have all of them. Okay, well, we can use a homeward bone. I don't want to deal with those assholes in there. I don't care about being king. Oh, Okay, I see, I see. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's very fascinating, actually. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back here. And then we'll analyze and decide. That boss was a good fight. I think next stream
Bearer of the
is gonna all be like media and gaming stuff. Holy shit, that's so many levels. Okay. We definitely need more vigor. Let's put here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get 5 levels. Let's put 3 into vigor. And let's put 2. Wait. Let's put 1 into endurance. No, 2 into endurance, because we definitely need more endurance. We should probably put 1 less into vigor and 1 more into faith, because we need a little more damage. We need to pump that damage just a little bit more. Okay, I see what you mean. Sentient Rat says, I find it funny that Vosh's community hates media stuff and Demon Mama's loves it. It's actually so true. There were almost 600 people watching me fucking ramble earlier about what were we even talking about earlier? Earlier we were talking about Dark Souls again. But I don't remember what we were talking about Dark Souls off the top of my head because I'm getting sleepy. I just think that there's a different relationship to it, right? Like, most of my media stuff, like when I talk about media, I don't do a whole lot. I do occasionally will do like a media hot take where it's like it's framed contentiously. I think that Vosh has, and this is not like I'm not criticizing him because I understand it's pretty fun. Like some of his media, I like his media sections. I've always liked his media sections, but a lot of his media sections Sorry, forgot that was going to do that. A lot of his media sections are framed as like, they're kind of like political sections where there's like a level of contention going on. And it's like, I'm about to fucking flat smack you, you know, with some media take or whatever. And that's not really how I do media stuff. I do it once in a while. Like obviously we had that section where I was sort of like, you know, lightheartedly blowing up a chatter about how I don't think Gwendolyn is like the top trans character in a FromSoft game. By the way, this is a total side note, but last stream, somebody said, I don't remember who said it, but they said that I should try thinking about, or I should go back and play back through Millicent's storyline in Elden Ring when I was talking about the trans characters, and I actually 100% agree. I actually like so agree that I can't believe that it didn't click for me, but it was because I was on the spot and wasn't thinking about it. I just played through all of Millicent's storyline again in Elden Ring for my current character, and I was like, wait, this is actually so trans allegory, it's actually crazy. You literally give her an HRT kneel. It's not so much as that. It's that, like, she is at war with her own, she is at war at first with what she frames as a disease. And then she comes to realize that it's not, like, a disease per se, but rather that her body is, like, a product of scarlet rot, and it will continue to progress without the needle. It will continue to progress in a way that she does not want, to the point in which she will lose agency. And her final decision, providing that you choose to help her, is that she chooses to die on her own terms rather than become something that she does not want to be on behalf of someone else. Actually, very, very, very impressive. I haven't fought Night. I haven't seen them. Yeah, I don't remember who said that, but you were cooking. And shout out to you. I think that people hate Vosh's media because they did media sections because they disagree with his takes. Maybe, but I say lots of things that plenty of people can disagree with. I think there's two things. So like I said, I think it's partially that like he tends to prefer a contentious angle. I like, for the record, I really like Vosh's media sections. I've watched a ton of his media segments, and I quite enjoy them. I will say they do have a tendency to lean towards the contentious, but I still like them anyway. I think that the contention gets people mad, and then also I think that there is like, his community is very big and very different than ours. And some topics his community is really fucking crazy on. Like, for example, I remember there was a period, I don't know, this was a while ago. There was a period where he was talking about how he wanted to explore and broaden his music tastes. And he was talking about some of the stuff that he was listening to and what he liked out of it. And I remember his chat just being absolutely fucking vicious. And people were like, I mean, they were being crazy. And, you know, I can't psychoanalyze as, you know, when I'm being a viewer, but, you know, I know him in IRL, and also, you know, I have a pretty good eye generally for like being, obviously I'm a streamer myself, so I get it. But I think that section was probably actually hurtful to experience. Like, if you start saying, oh, I'm gonna broaden my musical taste, and the first thing that you encounter is is like an overwhelming amount of people being insane assholes and saying you're like a dumb shit and that your taste is bad, like that's gonna suck, you know? So yeah, I think his community is sometimes like, I mean, a lot of his community is very politics centric. And so a lot of them are like in a particular mind frame when it comes to talking about media. So I don't know. I just think there's probably, the VGGers could probably do to like chill out just a little bit, you know? Well, see, that's the thing. The people who are the crossovers, the vimps, as we have called them in the past, you know, you all can be beacons of joy. You know, you can bring sanity to a broken world. You're basically like, you get to be sick ass when you're like a vimp. You get to be like a cool ass apostle. You know, like you get to like basically the way you should think about it. If you're a DramaMama fan and you go into another chat, you're like swagged out like a cool ass Dark Souls character that's visiting another zone. And everyone's like, whoa, shit, why is your armor so cool? Why do you have such an amazing aura? Why is your theme song so epic? And you're like, it's all good. I'm here to chill and vibe. And they're like, and then they aspire, you know, they're like, I want to get cool armor like that. Where do I get it? Baphomet says, in my humble opinion, the reason why Vosh's media takes are so bad, in your opinion, is partly because they're always negative in some way, and partly because he'll dig his heels in and not budge. That's what I kind of meant about the contentious thing. It's like they're always sort of framed in a particular lens of like, I am contending with your preconceived notion. You know what I mean? Like, here's my hot take. I'm gonna rattle your bones, sort of thing. But I don't think it's all him. Cause like I said, I like a lot of his media takes, and I think he has some good opinions. I agree with him most frequently on video games, and I disagree with him most frequently on movies, I think. Or maybe, yeah, probably movies. But also, I recognize that I have kind of a unique position in that, like, I went to film school, so I have a very particular... not like, I went to film school, so you know, I'm so enlightened. I mean, I have a different view. I interact with movies differently than most people do, and I'm looking for different things. So I'm okay with disagreeing with people, and that's fine. You know what I mean? So I like a lot of his video game takes. Also, I like most of his fashion stuff, or at least I don't know. I don't know how they are now. It's been a couple months since I've like gone and hung out for a stream. But like when he was just like doing sections where he was like, watching, like reacting to videos talking about interesting fabrics and like shopping and talking about what coats he likes and why. That shit was like, I thought that was super cool and wholesome and chill. I don't want to say wholesome like wholesome uwu bean, but I mean like it was like legitimately it was just like someone talking about their passion in an interesting way, and I think that's great. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though, Fortnite. He does spend a lot of time on single messages. Not every single message, but on some. Which I get, also. I do that, too. So it's not that. But again, I'm coming from a dissenting position from what people have voiced here. I like his media stuff, so... Oh, and let me read that, another bored person. Sorry about that. Another bored person with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Another bored person says, I watched Donnie Darko for the first time last night, and it made me realize that Christians have been calling whatever they hate pornography for a long time. Oh, yes, they have. They love to do that. That's like a American evangelical Christian pastime. They friggin' love that shit. Baphomet? Okay, did that actually happen? Wait, is that really? Okay, I was gonna say, if that actually happened, that'd be like that'd be like too much. All right, everybody, it's time. I gotta go rest. It is very late. We are 8 hours and 17 minutes again. Why? What is this curse? I bear the curse. The curse of never being able to do a stream less than 8 hours, no matter how hard I try. Even when my bones scream for me to stop. I can't. I can't stop. But I had a good time, so it's all good. My lovely imps, thank you so much for watching today. Thank you for supporting me. And remember, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Bye for now.